used deep in the low order. Is a bona fide opening bat. Here is Ross Powell, looking a bit uncertain. And you get the impression that he's more at home in the 4-day version of the game. Nevertheless, solid young left-hander. Kyron Powell, suited for all formats. Played a bit in the CPL. In fact, in the opening days when we first had T20 at this venue, Stanford T20 was one of the extravagant batters. Here is Ross Powell getting a single, working this one nicely off the pads, and he gets a single down to backward square, and that completes over number 3. Both batters are on 3. Kyron and Ross Powell, 3 each to them. An extra in Royals. Opening over would have been the other run scored. So from a Jamaican standpoint, Cottrell doing good work. 2 overs, 2 runs. And Royal in his over so far, the first over conceding 5. So good prospects here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. CG United Super 50 being played at in 2 countries, Antigua, Barbuda, and Trinidad and Tobago. 2 runs, good running between the wicket. Ross Powell gets the first 2 of the game. After having 3 singles, he moves to 5. Kieran Powell remains at the non-striker end. So in Trinidad and Tobago, and in Antigua and Barbuda, a wonderful season. We've had a few situations of rain. Now the sun comes out nicely to calm any fears of any possible rain here. Flags are flying, the Antigua Barbuda flag, the Leeward Islands flag, the Jamaica flag, all up. Royal. Powell works it forward of square. So Jamaica here would recognize the importance of a win. And whereas they knew the prospects were tough at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds when they virtually surrendered, I would have thought. Lovely shot, worked nicely. Down to the long leg boundary, pull back, just inside the boundary. And 3 runs to Ross Powell. And he takes his personal tally up to 8. And the score up to 12 without loss. And we're in over number 4. So Powell, Kieran Powell, the senior of the 2 Powells. They're countrymen, not related. So Royal is ready to continue. The veteran Powell plays it out to mid-off for Odin Smith. And there is no run. Powell goes down the track, lofts this one. 2, 3 bounces into the long off boundary for 4. Kieran Powell, he's not going to stick around and watch a spinner dictate to him. On that occasion, he dictated the pace, skipped nicely up the track and playing it over the top, getting 4 runs after 4 overs. The Leewards 16 without loss after winning the toss and batting. So Sheldon Cottrell is prepared to do the bulk of the early work from the northern end. This time, Ross Powell stands up straight and plays it into the mid-on region. Quite a spectacle here. The Jamaicans, perhaps they have been pushed in a position where they will be chasing. Perhaps the Leewards would have thought they chased in that early game, in the opening game. Well, in fact, that independence rally, we would call it, and they lost. This time, here is Powell pulling this one in the air, not fully in control. It could have been an opportunity, but the fielder on the square leg boundary took some time to come around. He gets a run in the end, but not a convincing stroke. It was aerial in the context that it's the power play, and only 2 men are out, one on the on and one on the off. Was not dispatched in a manner that it could have been a boundary. Ross goes up to 7 to 9. Kieran, who is on 7, whips this one nicely off the pads. Looks quite compact, quite in control. Kieran Powell doing rather well, scoring at 133, a good strike rate. 8 runs from 6 balls, including a 4 Ross Powell. On the contrary, he's on 9 from 21 balls, has taken up most of the strike, scoring at a rate of 42.86. He's the one in strike, as Sheldon Cottrell really tests him again. Tests him nicely with one pitch right up, and they're coming through for the single. They will get it comfortably in the end because there was a little misfield on the part of Odin Smith. The ball going to his right, and Ross was already up on Kieran, and he had no option but to trust his call, and in the end it turned out to be a comfortable single for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes as they move up to 19 without loss here in over number 5. Sheldon Cottrell. This time, good one coming into the body of Kieran Powell. No run. Powell perhaps would have put his hand up in the past back to for selection. Last Super 50 was among the top. In fact, the 2 previous would have been among the top batters. Did not get a glance in. Missed the game between Jamaica and the Leewards, the Independence Derby. This time, plays this one to mid-on. Does not score, in fact, to mid-wicket. No one on this occasion. Perhaps he will want to re-announce himself to boost perhaps an opportunity, because many opportunities are a-begging. The West Indies being in the World Cup T20, not qualifying, not going through to the Super 12. That would have been a concern. But also the West Indies looking forward to the 50 overs World Cup, the ODI World Cup in 2023, and they would be happy to do something special. So I guess a lot of scouting, a lot of focus on various players. So I guess no doors are closed, all doors are open. So we have seen a bowling change. Javon Royal has been replaced by Pete Salmon at the southern end. His first delivery is driven by Powell and eludes his grass. The ball going out to long off, and there is a single bully, the man on the boundary. And Ross moves to 11. Kieran, the veteran, faces up and steers the ball down to Sheldon Cottrell at a deep gully position and no run. Salmon is bowling with a slip. Backward point. Powell plays this one to point where Odin Smith moves to his right from cover. And there is no run. Skipper Rovman Powell is at a wide mid-off position. Powell faces Salmon, goes back, and he cracks it into the cover region. Dean Smith feels he's comfortable. And still no run. An interesting change by Powell, Salmon. Ball being squeezed to the mid-on position. No single on that occasion. In fact, it has been only a single run being scored in the 5 deliveries so far from Salmon. Powell goes down the track, hits the ball in the air. He was not in control. He was going down the track. Salmon saw him, pitched it wide. He pulled out of an attacking shot, and fortunately for him, while he played the ball in the air, Powell had to come in. Would not have covered the ground. A single to Kieran Powell. He moves to 9, and the Leewards Hurricanes after over number 5. In fact, over number 6. They are 21 without loss after winning the toss and batting. Once again, if you have just joined us, the Hurricanes, the adjustment to their team would have been Raheem Cornwall is out, so the big guy, he is resting along with Sheena Berich, the fast bowler that is from their previous game. Here is Sheldon Cottrell. Kieran Powell. Powell is out caught. Hitting this one, perhaps showing early signs of aggression. He showed that in the previous over, being bowled by Pete Salmon, and on this occasion, there was Sheldon Cottrell really bowling a delivery that was not of any serious pace or any serious swing. One onto the middle stump, and Powell launching forward was easily taken, and the Leeward Islands finding themselves losing their first wicket with the score on 21. Kieran Powell going for 9. Pretty much a good wicket. The Jamaicans, they're in a huddle. They will be delighted. Casey Carty is making his way out, batting at number 3. And in fact, it looks like Daniel Durham. So in fact, Casey Carty, yes, Casey Carty comes in at number 3. Both Durham and Carty from St. Martin. If you were listening to cricket perhaps 15 years ago, early times, you would search hard to find a St. Martin player in the Leeward Islands team. But now they're coming, and they have done well. Casey Carty, quite commendable youngster. West Indies on the 19, and then West Indies senior team remains a staple in the Leeward Islands team. Has done well, has scored a century so far in this, and also, in fact, in the opening game against the Academy, and then a good knock of 50 against the Barbados Pride. But he faces Sheldon Cottrell, the right-hander. Works it down into the onside, and there is no run. Carty has a wonderful story to tell. Youngster who came up in St. Martin, there was no school program. Like cricket, always wanted to become a cricketer. Told his story so nicely on video, speaking about his capacity and his desire. When he got onto the under-19 team, this one is a dead ball, slipped from the grasp of Sheldon Cottrell. Casey Carty, being the nice fella he is, comes up and takes the ball. So Cottrell, not having full control of the ball. Casey Carty's story goes a long way. Wants to do something special for the people in his country, for charity. Wants to have a permanent stake in the West Indies team. Here is he facing up to Sheldon Cottrell. A good delivery. He was looking to work on the onside, and the ball taken the outer half of the baton going into the offside for Royal to field. And there is no run. So good conditions here at Coolidge. 21 for 1. Kyron Powell, the man out in the same over, caught Dennis Bully off the bowling of Sheldon Cottrell for 9. Cottrell into Carty. Carty plays it well, plays it off the front foot. The ball goes down for Royal to field. And there is no run, so it remains 21 for 1. The Leewards losing a wicket in this, the 7th over. Sure Vernon Springer would not be happy because Powell was calm, showed one sign of ultra aggression, and then was pulling, only pulled to Bully, the man who feels this ball being played out to the cover region from Casey Carty. So Powell, Ross Powell, at the non-strikers end is on 11. Casey Carty is yet to score. We did mention Durham coming in to replace Devon Thomas, who has gone off to Australia. Here is this one driven in the air, out caught, 2 wickets in the over. Sheldon Cottrell salutes. He's having the fielder here. Vernon Springer, after Powell would have pulled hard at short mid-wicket. Casey Carty giving it up. Sheldon Cottrell extracting a good carry on this pitch, a good pitch here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The Leewards on 21 for 2 in the 7th over at the end of over number 7.
Morning to you, Seth.
Good morning
to all of the listeners who have tuned in for this all-important game. Leeward Islands Hurricanes undefeated so far in this competition. They are 4-0. And Jamaica Scorpions, they're trying to see if they can get into the semi-final. In the meantime, the Leewards losing 2 important wickets. And their informed Casey Carty, who really didn't get a big stride out in that delivery set. He was caught in 2 minds, the hands going, and he really was just coming on his toes. And he got trapped very early, playing more or less a loose shot. And then Kyron Powell getting out at a point in time. You know, he's not been able to get on his bike and get some action going here. So the Leewards more or less falling away.
Yes,
as we see some rain,
yes.
we see the groundsman moving into position because I don't know if it's maybe it's been threatening to come all the time, Seth. So let's hope that the wind will push it away.
I would figure it's a passing drizzle because the groundsmen, they have not moved. The flags are not moving. That could be worrying though. Here is Pete Salmon and Royal. Don't want to infuse early discussion, but in the Leewards, Kofi James is a bona fide opening bat. We would get back to that. Here is Ross Powell. A good delivery from Pete Salmon. Jumped a bit. It was not jumping high, but he was prodding forward and the ball just kicked a little bit to be played on the outside. Kofi James, a bona fide opener. We have had 4 batsmen to the crease. He's yet to come. Here is Ross Powell getting a quick single here, comfortably in the end. And no problem for the Leewards. In previous games, he would have batted at number 9 in that Independence Derby against the Jamaica Scorpions, then batted at 7 and has been floating around. So the question would be, in a game without Devon Thomas at the top, in a game with Raheem Cornwall resting, would you can contemplate on that after the over. Is it that he would be playing an anchor role or expected to get on with things towards the end? This one beats the wicketkeeper, beats the bat earlier. Will it beat Cottrell? No, he pulls it up nicely just inside the boundary at fine leg. So wides, it looks like 3 wides to the Leeward's credit.
I think in fairness to Chadwick Walton, he really didn't get his body behind the ball. He was more or less blindsided, caught on the blind side. And you know, as keepers Set, you've been around for one time, you want to get your left foot around, especially when there's an off-spinner bowling, and get your movement going. Walton, being back into the Jamaica team.
That's a beautiful delivery from Pete Salmon. He is getting good turn. He would have conceded well, in fact, pitched 2 wides on this occasion. But his movements, he's getting good bite off the pitch. He's tall, slimly built, has a good delivery position. This one is going down the leg side. And I see here, it's in fact Terence Ward who has come in. And he is searching, really. He's searching because Pete Salmon is really bowling well.
Well, he's an off-spinner also too. So this in itself would be a good experience for him. It'll be an off-spinner to an off-spinner. The only thing is that Salmon is taller than Terence Ward.
A bit deceptive. Coming over the wicket, Brandon King is waiting at first slip. If there is anything, this time Ward plays this one from wide outside the off stump into the onside. That completes over number 8. They're going at just over 3 runs per over. I thought they're not really maximizing on the power play here. On the first power play, that is Jamaica, they have been in charge in terms of the first power play.
Well, the good thing about it is that, remember the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they'll be moving from Sir Vivian Richards Stadium to Coolidge Cricket Ground. So it's a whole new ball game here. So they've got to take some time out. And as you rightly said, so far Sheldon Cotwell has bowled well. And as we look into the eastern area, we see the rain clouds maybe just moving around the mountain. And we hope that they can continue to move around the mountain as the Leewards start at 25 for 2 with Cotwell.
This one is going down the onside, worked away by Ross Powell.
And if you look at Ravman Powell, they only have 2 fielders out. One would be a wide third man and a deep backward square for Powell. Everyone else inside the 30-yard circle. Ravman Powell, the captain of the Jamaica team, keeping the pressure here on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
This time, he gets the single. Was able to have the presence of mind to go through on the shot.
Yeah, and the delivery there from Sheldon Cotwell was an effortless ball. He really tried to bang it in, and he really didn't get up, but it was well played by Ross Powell in the end, getting across and getting a very comfortable single. So I've seen some improvement in 10 from Ross Powell, where he's willing now to understand that he's been there for some time and that he has to turn the strike over. And Terence Ward, who is not yet off the mark, batting at number 4 for the Leeward Islands team, he gets an opportunity today to be able to cement his place and get a good score for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
It's important that the junior players take charge when the seniors are not around. Ward understands that. He understands his role, played a critical innings with Rakeem Cornwall in that first encounter between both at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds. They did put on a crucial 100-plus run partnership after the Leewards found themselves in some trouble, losing 5 wickets for 72 at one stage. Both really carried the challenge to the Jamaicans. So he would have that experience as he works into the onside and does not get any run. They'll be between 2 things, Vernon, between consolidation, having lost 2 early wickets, in fact 2 wickets in the 7th over, and trying to decide whether they, what approach they could take in being, in propelling the team during the power play. So they have already seen 3 bowlers. Cottrell, the one who presents the greater challenge. Good delivery from Cottrell. Ward tends to go right across the wicket and work it into the onside.
Well, there's a left-armer coming into you, and so he's got good technique. He's a lot more balanced at the crease compared to the 2021 season. Terence Ward, who was played in England and also plays for the PIC Liberta Blackhawks in the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament. He's certainly looked a more accomplished player today, and he's got to be very circumspect, especially to Sheldon Cotwell, who can get the ball to come back.
So the over comes to an end, Vernon. 26 without loss.
You wish.
26 for 2. More than a wish, it's a dream. So the batters who would have gone, the opening stand between the Powells, Kieran and Russ, was 21 runs before Kieran Powell was caught bully at mid-wicket off the bowling of Sheldon Cottrell for 9. It was 21 for 1, and then Casey Carty came in and he spent a brief moment before he went for a duck out to Javon Royal in the gully off the bowling of Sheldon Cottrell for duck. And the Leewards really finding themselves in a spot of bother at 26 for 2.
All right, so you look at the position here. Sheldon Cottrell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, 2 wickets. And Javon Royal, 2 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, no wicket. But Pete Salmon has been very impressive so far. He comes around the wicket now to bowl to Ross Powell, who's looking to go past the Jamaica captain, Rovman Powell, wearing the number 52 into the short extra cover area. Can't score. The score remains on 26 for 2 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Salmon wearing the number 11. Shortly over here is Powell giving his hand away. He's out caught. That is a poor shot by Ross Powell. No need for that. Short ball set. And it sat up. He really didn't have the pace on it. And he just lobbed it to the number 8 at mid-on. Looks like it is Jamie Merchant.
Well, Vernon, it was clear to me that Ross Powell, he was having a challenge initially getting the ball away. He was comfortable working singles, but also was consuming quite a bit of dot balls. So once Kieran would have gone, once Carty would have gone, the pressure would have built on him, knowing that Terence Ward would have just joined him, to pick up the momentum. I think what was wrong, as you mentioned, it was a poor shot. The shot selection, the option against the off spinner, it's best going down the ground, straight over the head. There is nobody fielding there. But he was opting to go over long on and then played out so easily to mid on. Leewards in a spot of bother here. The captain comes to the crease. And will he rescue his team?
And if you look at how the track is playing here so far set, it's almost like two pace. And the ball is really not coming onto the bat. So there are certain shots that certainly won't be on today. The groundsman getting into position. And I just feel that we will maybe have a delay set when the clouds are coming over a little bit more. But in the meantime, the Leewards are in trouble here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. The Leeward Islands Hurricane captain coming off of a blinder knock at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium against the Academy. He had to pull out all the stops. 91 not out. Well, he's going to need a big one here today.
Yes, he is. And that one was due. He would have recognized that he was due runs. He would have recognized that the other senior batters would have played their part, in the preceding games, and much was expected of him, and he delivered on that occasion. The question is, can he deliver on this occasion? Time is in his favor. 40.4 overs remain.
Both batsmen are not. Hamilton gets his first delivery, comes across, and steers it down to the fielder at backward point area, patrolling. And the score remains on 26 for 3. Powell, Ross Powell, and Casey Carty all back in the Leeward Islands hut. And he's getting the ball to turn so much, bit risky there, but in the end, a wide call by the umpire. And he's getting the ball to rip.
Yes.
Tremendously.
And I understand his situation because when you're getting that much movement, you pitch it even on middle and it's turning away past the leg. You can't fault him. He's getting he has a good pitch here. And perhaps what he needs to do, perhaps pitch it off and allow the pitch to do the rest.
28 for 3 as Ward comes quietly forward to another flighted delivery here by Salmon. Jamaica large and in control here in the first 10 overs. The Leeward Islands can rebound. They have the potential. They've got the capability. The good thing about this team so far is that somebody has always turned up. Here's Ward backing across and just turning it to Rovman Powell, the Jamaican captain, who comes across in the traditional short mid-wicket position and cuts it off. Rain playing a little cat and mouse game here. 28 for 3, the Leeward Islands. Ward is playing a naughty shot, a drifter ball by Salmon, looking to cut. And he'd be advised maybe to play that ball up in front of him. Over comes to an end. And the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground at the end of 10. Are we right, Set? Leewards
Yes,
at 28 for 3.
28 for 3. That's, in fact, a below par, way below par scoring rate. 2.8 runs per over after the first power play. 3 wickets would have been lost. The 2 openers, Kieran Powell for 9, Ross Powell for 13, Casey Carty for a duck. Both men at the crease.
I think the groundsmen have been trying to signal
Signal the
speak to
umpire.
umpires that, listen,
This is a threatening.
this is a threatening thing. Royal is trying to have a conversation, but the guys know best here. And I think it's raining pretty heavy anyhow. Hamilton having a few choice words. Maybe a little banter there in terms of going, but it is heavy. And so the covers are being called on here. Very organized crew here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. And the players will be a little bit dejected. That momentum and that break could give the Leewards a little chance to rebound.
Well, he said the players will be dejected. The Jamaican players certainly will, because momentum, everything is in their favor. Not just the momentum, but you can see that team spirit that they have there. Sheldon Cottrell really started the challenge to the Leewards bowlers. He opened the bowling along with Javan Royal. Javan Royal didn't really trouble the batters, and I think that was cited quite early by Captain Rovman Powell. So only after 2 overs from Royal, he brought in Pete Salmon, and Pete Salmon has been a good foil for Sheldon Cottrell, because it was in that second over Cottrell really stepped up, and in fact his third really stepped up and captured those 2 wickets. We spoke about the captain and then Carty, and then Pete Salmon. He has applied a bit of pressure, and after applying pressure, getting the ball, yes, conceded a few wides. After keeping the ball on middle and off, having the ball cutting into the bat at a few times going down the leg side, though, he was able to force Ross Powell into a false stroke and was able to get into the wickets column. He, at this stage, will be happy with his return. 1 for 8 from his 3 overs. Sheldon Cottrell 2 for 6 from his 5 overs. Javan Royal, none for 14. Jamaica, I would say, may not be large at this time, but they're definitely in charge and will be happy about their work for the first 10 overs. So we leave you, and we will be back as soon as we have play here. But we leave you with the news that Leeward Islands won the toss, elected to bat. They are on 28 for 3 after 10.
Welcome back to ball by ball coverage here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's the Leeward Islands Hurricanes just after a slight rain break, 28 for 3. The umpires are back out, the Jamaicans are back out, and I'm joined by Denmore Roberts. Just say good morning to Denmore. Morning, Denmore.
Morning to you, Spring, and good morning to all our listeners.
Yeah, so a rebuilding time here for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, Denmore. 28 for 3. They've lost the Kyron Powell, Ross Powell, and Casey Cathy. And I was making the point to set that moving from Sir Vivian Richards Stadium to the Coolidge Cricket Ground is a different track when you're accustomed of playing a particular venue. And I found that this track this morning is sort of played two pace.
Yeah, but you also have to adapt. And that's the art of cricket, because cricket is not played on the same venue every time. If you're going to be an international cricketer, you have to be able to adapt to the surroundings and adapt quickly. Early and bright, you need to establish what is taking place and adjust your game to suit. And I think that is where the Leeward Islands probably did not do a good job in terms of adjusting to suit. 43 of the 60 deliveries they faced so far have been dot balls. And if you find that the track is slow, if it's too paced, you then have to find other ways to score.
Here comes Jevon Royal, who started first. He goes past the umpires, now the ball to Hamilton, who's on north. And both batsmen are north, both Ward and Hamilton are north. 28 for 3. Royal from the CION into ball to Hamilton. Hamilton comes quietly forward. And then more, he had to come up with a blinder the other night at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, 91. He really batted well.
And he's going to need another innings like that one, a captain's knock.
Here is Hamilton driving, but can't beat Royal. Kyron Powell caught Dennis Bulli, Bo Sheldon Cotterwell for 9. Ross Powell caught Jevon Royal, Bo Pete Salmon for 13. And Casey Cathy failing for the first time for this season. He got naught. Hamilton looking to punch, can't beat Bulli at backward point. And the score remains on 28 for 3. Hamilton and Terence Ward, they're both on naught.
Yeah, they both are not, but there's quite a lot of space on the onside. The Jamaicans having 2 slips, and they've given up that man at backward square. Maybe the Leeward Islands should just look to try and turn the ball into those little areas and get the scoreboard ticking over, rather than still trying their best to try and beat the offside with aggressive strokes.
But if you know Hamilton, he's very aggressive by nature. He gets off the mark now quite easily, down to Salmon. So the Leeward Islands Hurricane captain, wearing the number 44, gets a single. He looks up to God and he says, don't worry, I've got that one off. In the meantime, Terence Ward can't look up to God yet because he's still a naught.
Yeah, Terence Ward has faced 10 deliveries, and he's going to need to get going. He's going to have to find ways to pace the infield so that he can get himself, on the scoreboard. I think it's a good move to bring him up the order, to give him an opportunity to bat. He's going to have to reward the selectors by really batting sensibly and getting himself a good score.
29 for 3. Then I know this will be the first time you'll be seeing him Pete Salmon, but he's bowled well so far. He's got the ball to be able to rip. He's put some good revolutions on it. Here's Hamilton standing up straight, but he can't beat Ravman Powell, who's in the traditional...
I've seen him bowl before. He reminds me a lot of
Salmon, and now the ball to Hamilton, and gets that one to rip again. It goes past Walton. Walton has to do a better job than that. Denmore, and they got signal wide by the umpire. Yeah.
Yeah. So there was no touch onto that one. I was saying Salmon reminds me a lot of Athenas, Justin Athenas. His action and his mannerisms look a lot like Justin Athenas, the former Leeward Islands off spinner.
So Hamilton is on 1. And like I said, Chadwick Walton, he's got to skip across because this guy is getting the ball to rip. Obvious. Here's an easy single by Hamilton, just playing it down to long on. Bulli comes off the boundary. Hamilton goes to 2.
That's what they're going to have to do. Just chip away for these overs, chip away at the runs. Get the ball, in the gaps down to the fielders on the boundary and chip away. Get 1s, get 2s. Kenny Benjamin likes to say that 1s and 2s are a part of aggressive batting. And if you consistently get, ones and twos in overs easily without any risk, you're getting 8 and 10 runs per over. And that also can frustrate fielding teams.
So a slip. Rovman Powell has pulled himself out from short mid-wicket. He's gone to leg slip now. McCarthy comes into the traditional field position here. This one just being turned to the left of Rovman Powell. And Ward, if he wants, he can get 3. Hamilton is not interested. Cotwell was struggling to get there. And you know that he had an injured ankle in the World Cup. I don't think he's quite fully
doesn't look as if he's doesn't look as if he's fully he's still limping a bit. Doesn't look as if he's fully recovered. So maybe the captain too will have to be very mindful of where he plays Cottrell in terms of his feeling.
Good thing about it these days, then, where you can't hide people on a cricket field. Ward is 2, again down the onside, and umpire, Mr. Reefer, will signal a wide again. I think he just needs Denmore. He's starting from a little bit too close to the stump, so he maybe just needs to, give himself some room, use the variations of the crease. But he's getting the ball to really rip nicely.
And I think that is the issue that he's having. Because he's getting the ball to rip, he's trying too hard to bowl the ball for that quick rip. So he's not giving, he needs to slow up his bowling a little bit and allow the ball to turn, I think.
You would have listened to you there, Denmore. Bowled a lot straighter ball there. Ward on the back foot and punching it back to him. Pretty early, Denmore, that we're getting the ball to turn so early. It's overcast. As you said, the pitch seemingly not coming on. I don't know if it didn't dry out as much because we've had some rain around the ground for the last few days. And so that might have affected the preparation. And so the Leeward Islands batsmen and batsmen in general today are going to have to be mindful of the conditions and what is taking place, and adjust and bat to suit the conditions that they're given today. I was speaking to Karim Phillip at the Survivor Stadium the other night, and just as you rightly said, Denmore, he did say that they didn't have enough sun based on the preparation to be able to get it out. And he said to me that it was going to spin. Well, certainly it is spinning so far. Spinning to the point that Rovman Powell can have 2 slips for Royal. Down the onside. I think that would be leg by signal. Brandon King pulls out from first slip. Umpire will now signal. In the meantime, the Leewards just quietly motoring on. 37 for 3. Both batsmen in Ward and the Leeward Islands captain, Jamal Hamilton, is on tour as we say good morning to the folks in Anguilla, St. Martin, Nevis, British Virgin Islands, US Virgin Islands. Wherever you're listening to us, it's the CG United Super 50 Cup. Royal bang on target, and Ward can do no more but defend.
Royal bowling well from that northern end.
We call it the CIU end here. Here is Ward, good delivery. And he had to pull out the technique there. Played with nice soft hands. Don't know Denmore, but I would try something. I would say to Rovman Powell, call for the helmet and just put some pressure more on Ward.
Especially since the Leeward Islanders have not gotten away in terms of their run scoring. We are in over number 13, I think it is. And so far, the Leeward Islanders have only scored 37 runs. So it gives the captain of the Jamaica team the opportunity to try a few more things, especially this early on.
Here is Royal just drifting middle and leg, and Ward just rolling the wrist into the vacant square leg area and getting a quite easy single. Takes the score up to 38 for 3. Ward goes to 3. Hamilton comes into strike. He's on 2.
And that's what I was talking about. Using that little area on the leg side, getting the ball to drop there and looking to score.
Here is Hamilton getting a short ball and guilty of not putting that one away. And in the end, you'll be maybe very disappointed about that. Odin Smith, their backward point, saved that.
And so Richards spoke about that some time ago, that deliveries like those, you're under pressure and you get a loose delivery outside, you have to play it even a little later just to clear the man. You have to clear that man at point. You cannot hit it straight to the man. And Viv said that these are the little things. You have to be careful and mindful of where the fielders are placed and make sure that you play the ball, especially a bad delivery. That ball was wide outside the off stump, short and wide. Hamilton could have just probably played it a little later just to clear the man and get himself a boundary.
But I don't think he used enough depth of the crease there, Denmore. The right foot just stayed planted, and he was just looking for power. Here is someone bang on target to Terrence Ward.
And that's what I'm saying. If you're going to play it a little later, or if you're going to clear the fielder, you have to move your feet. You have to do the other things that you need to execute the stroke.
Someone in out about the Ward. That is going down the onside. You could clearly see that Walton is way outside the leg stump. For a moment when he recognized where Walton was, he said, I don't think...
He was just going up, probably just momentum, a little bit of anticipation. No real hope there from Salmon.
1 for 15. He's into his 5th over. From the media center end, good flight of deliveries. Ward driving and squeezing off, going past McCarthy down at the backward point area. They can come back for 3, but Hamilton has already turned his back and said, I'm comfortable with 2. Ward goes to 5.
I think the result was much better than the execution. Ward really wanted to play that one a lot more into the cover region. But again, the nature, the ball coming off the outer push on the bat and getting past that fielder at point, and maybe that was the better shot.
Comes quietly forward again. He's contented with that. Salmon is into his 5th over, and sooner rather than later, they're going to have to more likely think about maybe Minley coming into the attack. Some other options. 40 for 3. Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
I get a feeling we're going to see a lot of spin today in this match.
We're going to see a lot of spin in the entire tournament then.
And that is because it is generally held in the Caribbean that our batsmen don't bat well, don't bat spin well. I don't think that it is the ability to bat spin is our problem. The problem is that we do not concentrate for long periods, and we don't exercise patience. We tend to think that if we're not entertaining, if we're not hitting 6 and 4s, then we're boring the crowd. Then we're not playing up to the crowd. And what we need to do is to understand that 1s and 2s and 3s are just as important to the game as hitting boundaries.
We say good morning to the folks in Barbados, in Dominica, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, wherever you're listening to us. And if you've just tuned in, the Leeward Islands, they're 41 for 3. Kyron Powell caught Dennis Bulleye, bowled Sheldon Cotterwell for 9. Ross Powell caught Javon Royal, bowled Pete Salmon for 13. And Casey Carty, his first failure for the season, caught Javon Royal, bowled Sheldon Cotterwell without scoring. The out batsman, Terrence Ward, is on 6. And Jamal Hamilton, the Leeward Islands Hurricane captain, is on 2. Bowling figures so far, Sheldon Cotterwell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, 2 wickets. Javon Royal, 4.1. Not for 16, and Pete Salmon 1 for 18. Royal from the CIUN in now to bowl to Ward. Ward is back and just punching that down the ground to Cotterwell, getting an easy single. And I think that Rovman Powell has to still keep the pressure on the Leeward Islands Hurricane and then more. That's a giveaway single there.
Yes, I think that, like I've been saying earlier, the Leeward Islands have not gotten away. So I'm not even sure if he needs, with the way that the pitch is playing and the way that Leeward Islands batsmen are going, if he actually needs that man at long off, he probably needs to bring him up into the circle and put a little bit of doubt into the Leeward Island batsman's mind.
Especially with Hamilton batting. If he wants to go, let him go. He's back and crack that 4 runs. He's looking for that all day, then more. And that's his shot. He's going to live and die with that. And once he sees it wide, Royal was wide, and he spanked that past Odin Smith at cover and down to the boundary for 4, a boundary that the Leeward certainly needed. In the meantime, they go up to 46 for 3.
And that is what he should have done with the final delivery of Royal's last over. He got a similar delivery, wide and short, should have put it away.
In the meantime, Smith has had to, Rovman Powell says to him, you stay out there. Hamilton looks like he's in a sort of mood to take this attack away from us. But Royal has come back good with a good dot ball.
And Rovman Powell is not is minded to give the Leeward Islands any free runs. So he's still using those men on the boundaries.
And they're tempting Jamal Hamilton to go for that shot. Here's Hamilton sweeping. I think he got something onto it, down to the boundary for 4. And that was so quick, then more that it sped away.
It was a faster, delivery, trying to fire it into the legs of Jamal Hamilton. Missed his line, though. Got it down the leg side, and Hamilton was able to effectively play the sweep stroke and got himself another boundary. And what has happened in the over is that because Hamilton got that 4 down to cover with that cut shot that he played, Royal has decided to try and change his line. He was bowling those deliveries outside the line of the off stump, looking to go towards the slip, and he's removed the second slip, and now he's trying to get the ball into the legs of Hamilton to counter that stroke that Hamilton is playing, but not hitting his line on that occasion. And this is what I'm talking about with patience. If you steady long enough, if you do the right things, the bowlers will make mistakes for themselves.
So the fourth bowler comes into the action, Nicholas Gordon. In the meantime, the bowling figures for the Jamaica: Sheldon Cotterwell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, 2 wickets. Javon Weil, 5 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, no wickets. And Pete Salman, he's bowled beautifully. 5 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Consolidation time for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes here. Their captain, Jamal Hamilton, is on 10. Terence Ward is going to be fixing up to Nicholas Gordon, who starts from the media center in here. It is 50 up for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 50 for 3 on a lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda. We bring to you the CG United Super 50 Cup. They're playing for the Sir Clive Lloyd trophy. Here comes Gordon in now to bowl to Ward. Ward is good length there, but it was more or less cramp.
Cramp for room.
Yes, because the right foot really didn't get deep enough on the trigger movement. And he sort of just took his stance, and that was climbing at him. He really couldn't get any power. Hamilton giving him some assurance and say, keep going, Terence Ward. Gordon from the media center end, bounding away in now to bowl to Ward. This time is a lot more tighter. You could see a little movement of the right foot. And I think sometimes then more that comes with the adaptation of how you practice.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, you just practice a particular way on concrete and you don't have to worry about anything. But sometimes you have to make that adjustment, as you were talking then more.
Certainly. And for those 2 deliveries, I still think, though, that if he had just played them a little bit differently, he could have just dropped them on the offside and looked to get a single.
Gordon to Ward. And Ward gets a beauty. Left him in no man's land there, and he was searching.
Just what you were saying, his feet didn't move. Both feet trapped on the crease, and he just saw the line of the delivery and just moved the bat with the line. No movement of the feet at all there. He kind of looked awkward playing that stroke, but luckily for him, he survived.
Brandon King still at slip. You got a third man, a fine leg, sweep on the offside, and a deep backward square for Gordon to Ward. Gordon in now to bowl to Ward. Down the outside, he's whipped that beautifully out to Odean Smith. And Odean Smith comes out the boundary and just lobs it in there. Then I want to get your thoughts. In the meantime, who you're backing? England, Pakistan. You know, I got my money on England.
England looks very good, but I said on a radio program recently that I believe that Pakistan has gone through their worst in terms of the tournament. They had a struggle to get out of the group stage, and I think that now that they've gotten into the finals, Rizwan and Baba Azam and co are going to put up a fight. So I have my money on Pakistan.
Hamilton comes quietly forward. A real talking point then more for India. They're wondering what is going to be happening. Lots of conversations.
Lots of conversation.
I thought we had problems then more in the Caribbean, but when you listen to Indian politics, you wake up for a moment.
It's lots of talk, and that is probably a good thing to have for India, in the sense that when you have many persons that are performing, and that you start to discuss, you know, how your team is picked, how things go, then you basically I think it's a good problem to have for India, because what is going to happen is that it is going to force people to perform, force other people, different teams to be selected, give other people an opportunity to shine and stuff like that. I think India took it for granted that they were going to come into this tournament because they've had, the IPL going and they have players who are performing. They figured that, they were going to come and literally blast away the other teams. It didn't happen. And so the discussions that are happening is healthy, I think, for Indian cricket.
16 overs bowled. The Leeward Islands Hurricane, they are 52 for 3. And the Leeward Islands captain, Jamal Hamilton, with a blinder a couple of nights ago at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He's continuing his good form here with good support from Terence Ward, who's on 8. Hamilton is 11, and he waits for Jevon Royal. A little banter going between both of them. They're teammates. Hamilton driving down the ground. Then Ward can't give away that single so easy. He's got to be able to pressure Hamilton if he wants. Let him go over the top.
And I would say for Hamilton, if he's giving you that single all day, take it. Keep playing that stroke. Every time you face Royal and he brings the deliveries in those, drive it up to long off, take the single. That will then frustrate the Jamaicans.
Royal into both to Ward. Ward pushing but can't go past Royal.
Again, just the check stroke. He's either he's not defending nor attacking, and I think that is not a very good shot there. If Ward, if he's attacking, attack. If you're defending, defend. My coach used to tell me when you defend, the ball should stop close to your feet, right there. Just now, he was just pushing. That makes him a candidate to be caught, either ball and caught, or even where we've seen the captain go right now at that short extra cover position.
Royal ball to Ward. Ward comes quietly forward.
Much better. If you're defending, you're defending. You understand? Play the defensive shot. Drop the ball right there. But don't be in between two minds.
This period of play is going to be very tricky for the Leeward Islands batters. Here's Ward whipping this beautifully, almost up to someone in the air. He was like in two minds. And then more. He wanted to go for mid-on and just more or less a chip shot, like in golf, as we would say.
Again, if you're going. If you're going to play an aggressive stroke, if you've come down the pitch and you've gotten to the pitch of the delivery, go with it. Hit it right over the top of that mid-on fielder for 4 or 6. Don't go half-heartedly. You go there and then play a half-hearted stroke. You're only getting yourself out.
Here is Hamilton looking to go past McCarthy, but can't. And then more, I just want Hamilton to get a lot more closer to that ball, especially with the bounce. He's pulling away, and I think you lose power. You've got to be balanced at the crease as a batter. Once to be able to execute your shots. And if you're not balanced, it could be a problem. Comes quietly forward to good flighted delivery. Royal has bowled well, Denmore.
He has bowled well. He has not been daunted by the Leeward Islands batsman. Hamilton has tried to be aggressive to him, but he's come back with some very good deliveries, and he's bowled well and kept the Leeward Islands batsmen in check. The Leeward Islands, they're just crawling along, 54 for 3. But it's an opportunity, like I've said earlier, for both Hamilton and for Ward to get themselves big scores. Stay out there for a long periods. We've only had, 12 and 5, 17 overs gone so far. So lots of time, lots of overs to go for these two batsmen to do well.
54 for 3, Nicholas Gordon. Moving to bowl to Terence Ward. Gordon in to bowl to Ward, and Ward is turning this past mid-on, and we'll get a couple of runs. Buller is after it. He can't stop that. Can't wait to see him come into the action today. He's bowled well so far.
He's had success when he has bowled so far in the tournament. The batsmen have not been able to pick him well. So he's had quite a bit of success in this tournament, and he's going to be hoping that the same will happen today.
56 for 3, Ward on the march. He now goes up to 11. Hamilton is on 12. Gordon to bowl to Ward. Ward is more or less forcing that, as Denmore was saying. I think he's not got to get his feet moving. The right foot just needs to trigger movement, using get into the depth of the crease, so he can just roll the wrist over there. His hands were more or less going.
Certainly. And he's actually rehearsing the very same way. So he has to understand, that he needs a little bit of less stiff movement so that he can maneuver the balls how he wants to.
Both batsmen on 12. Hamilton into strike. Gets a good length delivery. And, he's so good, Denmore. It's just his application and his mindset. Sometimes I don't know which Jammer Hamilton is going to turn up. And that's the scary part for me, because he's got the capability. He can bat. But sometimes, he just gets into that rush of the mood, and he feels that he has to clear the fences all the time. But he's a good batsman, Hamilton. He's flashing hard at a wide delivery. That shot not on today.
I remember when I saw him first in the juniors. Remember, he was an opening batsman.
Yes.
Came into the competition, and many of us thought that he was really going to be one for the future. I think he's gotten as far as the West Indies team. Didn't get that opportunity to play, I think, on his own merit in terms of the Test cricket. But we certainly know that he has the ability to be a very good batsman.
Well, he's the best keeper in the Caribbean, Denmore, barring none. Straight driven, down the ground. There's going to be a challenge here for Royal. Got 2 runs quite easily in the end. Hamilton, in the meantime, goes up to 14. I think his glove work is the best glove man.
His glove work needs to be backed up by the batting. The batting that we know that he can do, the ability that we know that he has. So he has to understand that is what is going to get him back into consideration. He has to marry the two. Good glove work with good batting.
He has an opportunity here to take his team across the line, short delivery. And then I'm sure you would have picked that up. Here was Gordon trying to bang that in. But
Ball kept very low.
Very, 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 very low.
Yes, so Gordon, that was an effort ball from Gordon trying to bang that one into the pitch. But there's no real assistance today from the pitch. So Gordon is going to have to be mindful of that. And the batsmen today will have to be mindful of that the ball is not getting up, not carrying. And so they will have to adjust their technique to suit. Hamilton, again, was on the back foot looking for that one to rise, but then was able to quickly adjust and get the bat down onto that one so that he's not struck on the pad.
So it seems as if Ravman Powell is going to bowl Javon Royal out. 6 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, no wicket. Don't get fooled by the not for 27. He's been good control here. Started first with 2 and he's now bowled 5. Here is Ward trying to undrive. Can't go past Royal, who skips across nicely and cuts that off. In the end, he's from the CIUN here at the home of Cricket West Indies. Good flighted delivery, good variation. He smiled there. Thought he had Ward for a moment. Ward was not interested. So there's a slip, a backward point, a cover, short extra cover. You got a sweep on the offside. Cottrell also is down on the boundary. Here is Ward back, can't find the gap. And the score, he remains on 12.
Again, when you time it so well, you have to make sure that you miss the fielders. You must score off of those deliveries.
As Denmore has been saying, here comes another flighted delivery. And what I think is confusing Ward Denmore is that Royal is mixing up his variations. Now and again he comes from a little higher and then he slows it. So Ward has got to be peeping. He's got to be looking. Good flighted delivery again, bang on target. And he's doing the right thing.
Doing the right thing, not getting out, not getting frustrated. You have to pick your battles. Maybe Royal is not the battle for Terrence Ward, so just play him sensibly.
Good arm ball there. Well played in the end there. So good over. So finally, Ward really just respecting a maiden over by Javon Royal. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 27 runs, no wicket. And the Leeward Islands continuing to fight on here after losing Kyron Powell for 9, Ross Powell for 30, Casey Carty without scoring. The not-out batsman, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes captain, Jamar Hamilton, is on 14 not-out, and Terrence Ward is on 12. He's more or less the stabilizer here.
Stabilizer, and he's going to need to do so for quite a few more overs. I think that he needs to bat for at least another 15 or 20 overs and look to chip away at the score here for the Leeward Islands. It's going to be important, this partnership. So far, 33 runs, and I think it's a good partnership so far being put on by these two. They're going to need to continue. I really don't see too much demon in the Jamaica bowling, especially from the seam bowler. Nicholson Gordon is pretty, just ordinary, if at best, so far.
Gordon in out the ball to Hamilton, and Hamilton is back on across and just defending nicely. And Gordon got out his football skills there just to remind the Jamaica Football Federation that he too has got some skills in soccer.
Nice little flick there.
Certainly, certainly. You would love that.
Yes, yes.
That, as a coach, you would be like, wow, okay, he's got that touch.
Yep. But like I said, he's been bowling just steadily. Not necessarily anything for the Leeward Islands batsmen to be too worried about. And also Captain Rovman Powell has noticed that he's not necessarily, troubling the Leeward Islands batsmen. So he's removed the slip and put him into that short extra cover region.
Gordon to Hamilton, is both of Hamilton short, and Hamilton again looking to go for that expansive square drive. McCarthy diving away, can't stop the single. And Hamilton wearing the number 44, he comes on the non-striker's end. At the end of this over, sorry, Denmore.
I think the pace of that delivery deceived Hamilton. It was a lot slower than he was expecting. He expected it to come on to the bat a lot faster. So he was into the stroke pretty early. And, the ball not getting there. So hitting the ball almost on his follow-through.
60 for 3. Ward in strike to Gordon. Ward is punching back. And just for a moment, Gordon decided to rifle it. And he said, no. At the end of this over, you'll hear the voice of Denmore Roberts in the ball by ball. And Terry LaRaja will be jumping into the comments position as we welcome and bring to you the Super 50 CG United competition. Leeward Islands leading here along with Trinidad and Tobago in the other group. Easy single just played up to mid-on. Can't stop it. Rovman Powell comes across nicely. It's a good rotation of the strike here with Ward and Hamilton. Ward in the meantime goes up to 13. 42 balls, 43 minutes. No boundaries yet. But Jamal Hamilton was hit two fours already. He will be thinking about batting all day today and getting Leeward Islands a decent score. Gordon to Hamilton, short, and the appeal for a leg before that seemed to be going down. And that shot is not on then.
Not on. Again, the ball banged into the pitch, not coming up. Hamilton was on the back foot, and then he played an ugly stroke, which is a cross-batted shot, trying to get it on the onside. He's going to have to be mindful that the ball is not getting up. When it's banged into the pitch, it's not coming up. I think that he was quite fortunate there because the umpire could have given him out. And you look at the Jamaicans and they think that one might have been pretty straight, but it might have just been strained down the leg side from Nicholson Gordon. But Hamilton will have to be very, very careful. He must have had his heart in his mouth there at that on that occasion.
No need to improvise any shots. He just has to play every ball on its merit, Jamal Hamilton. That's better. Fully respected. So, finally, Denmore, 20 overs have come to an end. The Leeward Islands are 61 for 3, recovering partnership. Here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, more ball-by-ball comments from you, Denmore. And then, for the first time for today, it'll be the voice of Terry LaRaja. Terry, how are you?
Terry's coming in, and as Terry sets up and gets ready, so far the Leeward Islands partnership between Hamilton and Ward has brought about some 35 runs. Ward 13 of them, Hamilton 15 so far in this partnership, and they would need to continue for a longer time. They would want to first get to that 50 partnership, then think about 100, think about their own personal goals, and make sure that they put a decent total down for the Leeward Islands. Royal is going to continue, left arm with his left arm spin, and good playing there from Ward, just getting a single down to deep backward point, and they're able to just trod through for the single. They need to keep the singles ticking over and keep the scoreboard ticking over. Good morning to you, Terry LaRaji.
Good morning, Denmore, and good morning to everybody.
You probably need to tell us the right pronunciation of your surname.
Wait, but you do it very well. It's only Vernon that smacks me over the mid-wicket boundary every time he goes to say it. But
LaRaji.
Yeah.
So I had it right. Vernon pronounced it a different sort of way. But 2 runs there for the Leeward Islands. Ball squeezed down to the fine leg region and picking up 2. And this is what they're going to have to do when they get the bad balls, score from them. And these 2 for the Leeward Islands. And it's good to see that the sun out. We had some rain around the ground earlier this morning. We had a very short stoppage. And the Jamaicans looking to stifle the Leeward Islands today and hoping that they can have victory. Still with a slip in after 20 overs suggests that they are on top, and they think that they are, still having men in aggressive positions. Hamilton just trying to get that one past the diving Powell in that short square cover position. You could see the idea there from Hamilton, just playing the ball, trying to find the gap, but ball still stayed too close, and here is he hitting one hard. He's just going to get a single out to Odin Smith, who is on the boundary. So just one more for Hamilton, the total into 65 for 3.
Yes, and they're going well. Denmore, these 2 in Hamilton and Ward. And of course, the Leewards would be looking for a partnership after losing those 3 early wickets.
We watch, and Ward gets a flighted delivery that he's playing back along the pitch quietly for Royal to field to his own bowling, no run. 65 for 3 at the end of the over. Hamilton, he is on 18, Ward on 14.
Yes, and as I was saying, they put on nearly 40 now, I believe, for the 4th wicket. And that's very good from a Leeward Islands point of view. Jamaica will be mindful of the fact that they had the Leeward Islands struggling in the first game they played in this CG United Super 50 Cup. That was at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And then that partnership between Rakim Cornwall and Terence Ward of 120 on it for the 6th wicket got them out of trouble and then saw them to victory. So Jamaica getting the early inroads through Sheldon Cottrell. We'll be looking to try and break this partnership and restrict Leeward as best as possible. Of course, no Rakim Cornwall today. Daniel Dorham in for him.
Yep, so Durham and others will have to fill big feet, big shoes, literally, of Rakim Cornwall. Rakim Cornwall probably wears a size 15. I've had the opportunity to see his boots, and they're very huge. And but a very good player in Rakim Cornwall, and Daniel Durham will get an opportunity today to show his worth. Delivery down the leg side should be called wide, and is Gordon striving a lot to try and fire the ball at the pads of Hamilton. Maybe it's something that they've discussed, the Jamaicans. Hamilton liked the ball wide and outside the line of the off stump. He likes it wide and short. So you've seen the effort, even by the spinners, to fire the ball into his pads. Nicholson Gordon again. And Hamilton is driving straight. Beautiful shot. Should get 4. That was good. Again, fired into him. And with a straight back, drove it right back past the bowler. 4 runs. Beautiful shot indeed.
Yes, excellent shot there by Captain Hamilton. And it's good to see that he's continuing his form from the 91 he made, unbeaten 91, that saw Leeward Islands Hurricanes to victory over the academy team the other night at the stadium. He seemed to be suffering with a leg problem towards the latter part of that innings, but obviously it must have been just cramp. And he's in full flow again today. Nice shot.
So Hamilton gets another delivery that he's driving just to the left of the mid-off fielder for an easy single for the Leeward Islands.
Interesting bowler, Nicholson Gordon, though, Denmore. The fact that he doesn't really use his non-bowling arm, his left arm, very much. In fact, it's basically non-existent.
Non-existent, yes.
But I heard Sir Curtly Ambrose saying that when he had the Jamaica Talawas, of course, the CPL champions for this year.
And coaches would tell you that if he's able to really get that left arm into play, he could bowl a lot faster.
Exactly. But apparently he's a very good listener, works hard on his game. The only thing about him, though. Age might be a bit against him, Denmore, in 30.
Yes, he would be what you call in the upper years for a cricketer. You want them to really blossom when they're in their teens and early 20s, so that they have a number of years behind of them in terms of the career. But matters not at age 30. If he's able to get the job done, power to him.
Definitely, and if he can keep himself fit, he should be fine.
Because we've seen in the modern game nowadays that age is not necessarily a big factor. Players are now playing on a lot longer, a lot for a lot longer periods, well past 36, well past 40 in some instances. So even at 30 and you're able to keep yourself supremely fit, you have another 4, 5, 6 years still to be effective. Gordon, short delivery. Again, the ball not rising too high and bouncing before it gets through to the wicket keeper behind the stump. So again, showing that the pitch doesn't have too much life in it. It's not a very fast pitch. Ball not coming on, but brings up the end of another over. 72 for 3. The Leeward Islands. The partnership climbs to 46.
No, and as you were saying earlier, Denmore, there was a brief stoppage for a shower that passed over the ground here at Coolidge. And, of course, we've had a lot of rain this week. So anything that was in the pitch, say, with enough sun on it now after an hour or so of play, that has definitely gone out. We're going to see a bowling change. Looks like Odin Smith will come in from the northern end. But this is good to see with the Leeward Islands, and this is what they've done throughout the tournament thus far. And the reason why they're leading Group B is that the top order hasn't really fired as yet, Denmore, but they've always created a partnership to get themselves out of trouble, and then somebody going on and getting a half century, or even in Casey Carty's place, it went on and got 100. So that is excellent to see.
And Odin Smith is coming on to replace Java Royal, who had a 6-over spell. 6 overs, 1 made in 17 runs, no wicket in that spell, but a pretty decent spell for Java Royal. Odin Smith, we've seen him for the first time, just rolling his wrist over that one outside the line of the off stump, just almost like a warm-up delivery, and Ward watched it into the gloves of Chadwick Walton behind the stumps.
And it's been Javier Royal and Dennis Bulai, hasn't it? The two left-arm spinners, spin twins, if you like, for the Jamaica Scorpions. They've both taken, previous to this match, 9 wickets. Royal at 17 and Bulai at 13 apiece.
He's edged down to the third-man position of Ward's bat. He gets his 16th run, and the total on to 73 for 3.
If you look around the region, though, Denmore, we're either going to end up with specialist batsmen that can play left-arm spin, or specialist left-arm spinners that are going to run through any opposition. There's so many of them around these days.
There are many to work with, many around the region. It's just for us to find a way that we can really mold them into world-class spinners.
True. Nice shot. No one wanted to chase it.
No, they were looking. They both thought that the sweeper was out, but they're giving chase, and the batsmen are coming back for a third run. Good running on the part of Ward and Hamilton. Hamilton getting on top of a shot of a length delivery from Odin Smith and hitting it between the cover and the point fielders, and was able to get 3 runs. Takes his personal tally on to 26. And the total under 76 for 3. Not a lot of wind blowing here. If you look at the flags at the northern end, they just fluttering in what gentle breeze is taking place here. Quite a number of butterflies on the field as well. This is a good delivery from Smith, having the batsman, to be honest, just rocking on the back foot and turning it into that short mid-wicket region. No run. So just a sprinkling of spectators. I count 1, 2, 3 maybe on the western side. Some folks who have decided to come in and take in a little bit of sunshine and a little bit of cricket. Probably they look like they're probably some tourists or probably even some Antiguans that live here. 1 or 2 other fans are in the main stand where we are located as well, looking on to the cricket. As I came in, I saw some faces that I knew. They are regulars who always take the opportunity, some who are retired and have time on their hand and decide to take in the cricket. So, taking in good cricket so far, 76 for 3 between Leeward Islands and Jamaica. This is Odin Smith, and that's a good delivery. Oh, beating the batsman Ward outside line of the off stump. Again, just standing up and trying to force it away on the offside, not making contact into the gloves of wicketkeeper Walton, and that's the end of another over. At the end of it, 76 for 3. It looks as if is it drinks or we're just getting some equipment, an equipment change there for Terrence Ward.
Yeah, I think just a bit of equipment change, but nice delivery that to end the over by Smith. He's first for the day. He put a bit more effort, a bit more shoulder into that last delivery and got a bit of bounce and beat Ward outside the off stump. But Ward, he's always been a gritty player, but he seems to be coming along in the last season or two, really supporting his captain well at the moment. Seems that they were, that's a 50 partnership. Would it be just about?
Yes, just about the 50 partnership.
And
so they would now need to just continue to focus, understand that we've gotten the 50 partnership. We now, the team still needs us because even though they've gotten a 50 partnership, the team is only on 76 for 3. And we've had, 23 overs bowled so far. So still 27 overs to go, still a long way, still a lot of cricket to be played. And so these two would want to continue with the batting.
Exactly. They look to consolidate now through the rest of these middle overs and then really push it on if they're still there in another 10 overs. Time would put Leeward Islands in a very good position.
Dennis Bully has been brought into the attack, and his first delivery is a good one. Flighted outside the line of the off stump. You could see that one. He was just trying to give it a little bit of air, trying to allow it to turn. Hamilton played it quietly into the offside field. Here is Bully again, and that one turns sharply back into the right-handed Hamilton. He's trying to force it. Can't beat Odin Smith, though, who is at that cover position. And there's no run. Bully's flighting, and Hamilton is driving again. This time straight to short extra cover, where fielder is posted. There is no run.
Very good to see Bulai giving it some flight.
Here is he in, and a poor delivery, and hit the way down to the backward square region, or more of a long leg region, pulled right around by Hamilton, and he picked up a boundary. Takes the score to 80 for 3.
Yeah, well played by Jamal Hamilton. Bulai there just missing his line, and the delivery getting what it deserved. But Bulai, early on in the tournament, he took a few wickets with some rather rank long hops, but I think growing in confidence, he doesn't mind tossing it up in the last couple of games. We've seen that from him. He's been very successful. People haven't seemed to be able to pick him too well, Demo.
That one there, though, I thought that Hamilton missed an opportunity because that one was outside of his legs, already pitching outside leg stump, and really should have looked to score from that one. Gets a single, though, forcing one that was cutting back at him into the offside field. A little bit of a misfield in the outfield, and he's able to come through for a run. So the end of Bully's first over, 5 runs coming from it. The Leeward Islands, they moved on to 81 for 3.
Yes, and not a bad first over there by Bulai. And as I say, the first over for the day, so he'll be just getting into his work. But as I was saying earlier, in the tournament, he took a couple of wickets there with rather ranked long hops, but he seems to be growing in confidence the more matches he plays. And good to see him giving it some flight, asking the batsmen to come to him because they haven't really been picking him. But do come down to Coolidge, beautiful day.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for folks to come and watch some good cricket. As Odean Smith continues, Odean Smith of Jamaica and West Indies fame, recently given some opportunities to play for the senior West Indies squad, and he would want to continue to do well in this tournament to keep him fresh in the minds of the selectors. Selectors are always around. I saw chairman, here is this one, slapped away for 4, wide outside the line of the off stump, wide and short, and Hamilton just smashing it through the offside and gets 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Jamal Hamilton, just standing up tall at the crease, was short and wide and got the treatment, cut beautifully through the point region. But that is the problem with Smith, although he's got the pace and generates the pace from those rather broad shoulders of his, he does tend to lose his line and length, drag the ball down at least once or twice and over, which he'd want to work at. But what would you say, though, Denmore? He should concentrate on being a batting all-rounder or a bowling all-rounder? I think when he first started, he was more of a bowling all-rounder, but his batting has seemed to have come on, especially in the shortest format.
I think, though, that the team needs somebody like him in terms of his bowling, being able to come in and give, 5, 6 good overs to help. And the batting, if he continues to work on it, that will improve. And he can become a genuine all-rounder for his teams. So this one is played away down to the wide third-man position again for a single. Not timing it, Jamal Hamilton, but he wouldn't mind because he still was able to score off of that delivery. And so he takes his personal tally on to 36. Hamilton, who has been there for a while, 50 deliveries. So he's had 37 dot balls so far, faced by Jamal Hamilton of those 50 deliveries. 16 runs he's been able to score. He would want a much better strike rate than that. Again, getting on top of that one and again pushing it. I thought pushing at it. I thought that if he drops it a little softer, drops it dead, there's always a possibility of a single. But once he's pushing at it like he's doing, he's going to hit it to the fielders, and it reduces the possibility of a run. Odean Smith looking for his first wicket, and again Ward coming across and covering the delivery but hitting it straight back to Odean Smith on the bounce, and there's no run. Brings up the end of Smith's second over, 2 overs for 9 runs. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're on 86 for 3. Ward on 16 and Hamilton on 36.
Yes, and a very good point you make there, Denmore. And I think that's a problem with the majority of West Indian batsmen around the region, that when they get a good delivery, they concentrate so much on defending the ball rather than, as you say, placing it, dropping the hands, always a quick single on, looking for a gap. And that is why the dot ball count, of course, continues to climb, regardless of the batting side, the majority of the time.
Bully again with another flighted delivery that Hamilton plays quietly into the offside field, straight to the fielder at cover. No run. So Bully looking to give it flight. He's been flighting all day. Hamilton again just trying to give himself room there. But that ball turning back into him sharply. So turn for Bully so far.
Most definitely. And once again, we're seeing in this over, excellent flight, control of the delivery.
Short delivery that's banged away over mid-wicket, 6 runs. That one was hit hard by Hamilton. It was a short, nothing delivery, long hop as we would call it, and given the treatment, hammering that one over where we used to call the Sticky Wicket restaurant and picked up 6 runs there for Jamal Hamilton.
Excellent shot there by Hamilton. He was quickly into position, and he's banged that one out of the ground on the way to the airport by the look of it, as the umpires will get a new ball for that one. But Bulai just tends to drag a delivery or two down. He's not doing it, as I say, as often as he was earlier in the tournament, which of course has created some success for him. But that was severely dealt with by Hamilton, as it should be. And this partnership continues to grow for the Leewards, up to 92 for 3 now.
92 for 3. The partnership continuing. It's now 66. So good partnership this between Hamilton and Ward. And again, just getting a single. Nicely done by Jamal Hamilton. Ball on the line of the leg stump, just turning it into that backward square region for an easy single. Keeps the scoreboard ticking over, which is important for the batting team.
Yes, intelligent batting there by Hamilton, and now he just moves to within 7 of consecutive half centuries.
Flighted delivery, should get an easy run. This one comes out to the fielder at that long off position. One more to the total. 94 for 3. Bully's flighting, and the ball is driven hard back to Bully by Hamilton. Hamilton just thinking that he could have gone with that one, but at the end of the over, when we're going to have drinks, the over comes to an end. Ward is on 17, Hamilton is on 43. Hurricanes, they are 94 for 3. Powell, he made 9. Kieran Powell, he made 9. Ross Powell made 13. Casey Carty didn't score. Ward is there not out on 17. Hamilton not out on 43. Cottrell has had 5 overs, 1 made in 6 runs, 2 wickets. Java Royal, 8 overs, 1 made in 31 runs, no wicket. Pete Salmon, 5 overs for 18 runs, and he's had 1 wicket. Nicholson Gordon, 4 overs for 16 runs with no wicket. Odin Smith has had 2 overs for 9 runs, and Dennis Bully has had 2 overs for 13 runs. The Leeward Islands 94 for 3, with the partnership between Hamilton and Ward accounting for some 68 runs so far, and their scoring rate at 3.62. So you're up to date with the Leeward Islands batting so far. Terry, what's your thought on how the Leeward Islands have approached this batting so far today?
Yes, well, I think after the early onslaught there by especially West Indies strike bowler Sheldon Cottrell, 2 for 6, with 1 maiden in there off 5 overs, the opening burst. And at 26 for 3, trouble loomed. But this partnership is, they've done very well. Hamilton obviously in some good nick after his unbeaten 91 the other night. And Ward just playing a very smart anchor role. They're just shepherding the strike, rotating the strike with his captain, and letting Hamilton continue with his scoring shots, and him just picking up the 1s and 2s where possible. But the Scorpions will be mindful of the fact that they can get both of these, or at least Hamilton, fairly quickly in the next few overs. Then that does open up the rest of the batting. And although Leeward's bat deep, they're not going to bat as deep today, as we say, with Rakim Cornwall not in the 11. So to come is Durham, Gore, Archibald, and Louis. So they'd fancy their chances, although all of them can handle the bat. The Scorpions would fancy their chances to run through once, or if they can break this excellent partnership, which has yielded some 68 runs.
Certainly. It's been an even morning. The Leeward Islands would probably feel that they should have been further along in terms of their scoring. 24 overs for 94 runs. They would want to bring that scoring rate up closer to 5, even possibly get it up to 6 as they go along. But as you said, that the Jamaicans would be hoping for a breakthrough because with Kareem Gore and Daniel Durham and even Kofi James and others still to come, the batting today for the Leeward Islands is not as long as we've seen it in the past. And somebody like a Kareem Gore who had a rough go of it with the bat so far in the tournament. He's bowled well, but he has not necessarily lived up to his billing in terms of the batting. And so they would feel that, there was an opportunity with a young man who's to come, that's on a little bit of pressure in terms of not scoring with the bat. So the Jamaicans would be hoping that, we're at a stage where we have the Leeward Islands under control, and they're hoping that they could continue in that vein.
Yes, most definitely. And a big match for Jamaica Scorpions, more so than the Leeward Islands. If Jamaica can win today, they basically consolidate that second position that they're in. And of course, the top two go through to the semi-finals. So with Barbados and West Indies Academy playing later today at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it's a big opportunity for Jamaica, and they be conscious of that fact, and just keeping things tight for as long as possible. But they'd obviously know and understand that Hamilton is the danger man, and the quicker they can pick him up, the better, as Odin Smith looks to continue.
So Smith on target, and Ward playing this one up into the onside field. Ward is just going to need to continue. He's soaked up quite a number of dot balls, 40 so far of the 68 deliveries that he's of the 54 deliveries, that he's faced in the 68 minutes at the crease for 17 runs. Has a very low strike rate of 31.48. But he shouldn't be too daunted by that because the longer that he stays at the crease, you would think that he would get in and that he would find scoring more easier as he goes along. He gets a single and gets off strike, so he's on to 18, bringing the total on to 95 for 3. The more aggressive Jamal Hamilton, who's had 5 fours and 1 6, is in strike. Just a little bit of encouragement coming from fans. Here is Hamilton getting one down the leg side, looking to pull a stifled appeal from the Jamaicans. Wide signal by the umpire. But Hamilton didn't look too confident playing that stroke. You would think that you would want him to really latch on to that one because it was a short delivery, not too quick from Odin Smith, and should have really done a lot better with that delivery.
Yeah, Smith hasn't really let himself go as yet. Oy.
And here is the delivery chipped in the air. Oh, that was a lucky escape there for Jamal Hamilton. Was looking to come across and trip that one on the leg side. The ball took the leading edge, but went over the top of that.
I think it's a Royal.
That looks to be Royal, who's in that
mid-wicket.
mid-wicket position. Couldn't get there. Just for a moment, he thought that he was in the game, but the ball falling safely and Hamilton getting a single. And that's what happens sometimes when you get a break. Like you get the water break. Hamilton has come back, look a little bit unsettled after the water break. Not sure what the discussion was during the break, but he's come back and has looked as if he's just sort of lost his way slightly. We saw him with a short delivery, not handling it well, and then that little flick that took the leading edge. He's going to need to settle back down outside the line of the off stump, and Ward thought of playing and then belatedly pulling the bat away. He remains on 18, and the total on 97 it is for 3.
Yes, I think that was well bowled there by Odin Smith. Bit of a slower ball, tossed up just outside off stump, tempting Ward. Ward was equal to the task. He just needs to be wary of the fact that he still needs to keep the score ticking over and give as much strike to Hamilton as possible.
Coming down hard again, forcing the ball back to Odin Smith, who fields on his follow-through. End of another over. 3 overs for 12 runs for Odin Smith. Leeward Islands Hurricanes on 97 for 3.
Yes, 97 for 3, and that's a very good recovery by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. I'd just like to see maybe Robin Powell, Jamaica captain, just put a bit more pressure on, especially Ward. You know, if they got this breakthrough, as I said earlier, that they got the opportunity to run through the Hurricanes. But, he's got a slip in for Bulai, but just when Smith is coming from the other end with Ward on strike, I wouldn't mind to see the field come in a bit, or even a slip for Ward. As that one's turned nicely by Hamilton, back with a square for a single to start the Bulai over.
So just one more to the total. One more. I was just trying to calculate how many dot balls the Leeward Islands have soaked up so far. 110 dot balls of the 153 or so that have been bowled so far. So quite a bit of the deliveries they have not scored off. Here's another delivery that they're going to get a leg by.
And you hear that, Denmore, you know, all the time with all the teams around the region, and they all say, oh, you know, we're concentrating on dropping the dot ball count and looking for the singles and twos.
Here is a good bit of feeling in the cover region. Just dropping away to his right and stopping, because Hamilton had backed away and hit that one hard, was looking for a boundary, didn't score. He's going to get a run here now, as this one is on the line of the leg stump, just turning it down into that square leg region for another run for Jamal Hamilton.
And I think that's a better option. With Bulai turning the ball into the right-hander, Hamilton has been trying to pierce that cover field for quite a while now. And
the 100 has come up for the Leeward Islands, 173 deliveries in that 100. And they've struck some 6-4s and 1 6 in the innings so far.
And he hasn't been successful, and now we see Ward trying to punch it off the back foot through the covers. That's better. Advancing.
Yes, using his feet on that occasion and just stroking it down to the long off region where Gordon is posted and getting a run.
But from the left arm spin of Bulai, they're turning into the two right-handers. They're much better in just nudging it round the corner and picking up the single, rotating the strike. It helps with keeping the Scorpions bowlers on their toes. They can't get the opportunity to bowl to the same batsman with consecutive deliveries. Keeps the scoreboard ticking and helps that dot ball count. But as I was going to say, though, Denmore, they all talk about, you know, being cognizant of the dot balls and looking for the ones and twos, but a lot easier said than done when you're not used to batting that way.
Certainly, it seems like a chore for some folks. As Odin Smith is going to continue, and good running on the part of the Leeward Islands. Again, ball played away, but this time going just to the right of the fielder, giving them the opportunity to come through for the single.
Yes, and on that occasion, Ward did not try to overhit the ball or play the ball too hard, which enabled them to come through for the single very comfortably.
Something we've been talking about for the whole day. Instead of pushing at the ball, you know, just allowing the ball to probably hit the bat. Wide down the leg side should be called wide, and is. So again, Odin Smith coming with the same plot against Jamal Hamilton, trying to fire it in to his legs. missed his radar on that occasion. The ball spraying down the leg side and giving the Leeward Islands another run. 103 for 3 is the total. Is it time for the Leeward Islands to start to think about a target that they want to post? Here is he edging past the wicket keeper and down to the third man boundary for 4. No slip in place. And it was wide outside the line of the off stump. He flashed at it, and they say when you flash hard, edge it, and got himself down to 50-50 for Jamal Hamilton in 59 deliveries, 67 minutes, 6 fours and a 6.
Well battered captain Jamal Hamilton, consecutive 50s now in the CG United Super 50 Cup 2022. But they can hang their head there, the Scorpions, just past Chadwick Walton, the wicketkeeper. As I said in the previous over, you need to break this partnership. I would have liked to seen a slip in for Smith.
Hamilton gets on top of a short of a length delivery down to the fine leg region for another run. And you're right, because the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have not gotten away. They have not blasted away. They are not running away. So I think that Captain Powell could probably afford a slip to Odean Smith there. So could be an option that he would want to take up. Ward gets another run down to deep backward square position.
Well, I think the way you can look at it, Denmore, is that if you got a team 20-odd for 3, and you know that the next man coming in a Jamal Hamilton is in form, and you need his wicket, and a partnership starts to form. But as you say, they're not going helter-skelter. They're not belting any bowler out to the attack or anything. They're just going about their business nicely. You still need that wicket. Now the partnership is past 50. They just had a drinks break. Why not give him the slip? And he's been pitching the ball up. He's been trying to force both Ward and Hamilton to drive the ball. I think they missed an opportunity then.
Odean Smith, short of a length, and Jamal Hamilton is dragging this one. Should be 2. And they come back now for the second and gets it easily. They feel in that mid-wicket position, having to do a lot of work around. Had an on-the-arm throwback to the bowler's end. 2 more to Hamilton, 2 more to the Leeward Islands, 112 for 3.
A great thing when you're batting with Jamal Hamilton or Hayden Walsh Jr., they make you run them more.
Certainly. And down the leg side again from Odean Smith. So he's having a little bit of a struggle with his radar. Might want to call the folks up at the tower in the nearby airport to have his radar adjusted, because he's been all over the place, wide outside the off stump, then straight down the leg side.
Well, I wonder if it's the breeze coming across the ground that's troubling him.
It's a very gentle breeze, so it shouldn't be. But what happened is that you can see that the Jamaicans are bowling to a plan when it comes to Jamal Hamilton. They're trying to attack the stumps. So they're trying not to give him any room at all outside the line of the off stump to play the shot that he likes. Here's this one, getting it right on target. Just what the Jamaicans are trying to do. Keep Hamilton in check. That one angled into Hamilton, just playing it quietly on the pitch, no run. So they're trying to not give Hamilton room outside the line of the off stump.
Yes.
And so in order to do that, they're trying to start the ball a lot closer to the stumps. And with Odean Smith, who's trying to fire it in, if he gets it wrong, he fires it down the leg side. Smith comes in once more to Hamilton, and Hamilton gets a full-pitched delivery above waist height, no ball. On that occasion, he took his eye off of it for a short while and then just paddled it down to a fine leg region. And so umpire signaling no ball and free hit.
Yes, that one definitely slipped. But you're right with the plan that they've got. Nicholson Gordon from this end, the southern end or commentary box end here, Coolidge was bowling to the same plan, but he seemed to have more control. why I thought maybe the breeze, maybe a change of ends for Smith.
Smith is in with this free hit delivery. And Ward is driving, but just going to get a single as he hit it straight to the fielder. Cottrell standing on that long on boundary. Cottrell didn't even have to move. The ball came straight to him, and the batsmen were able to just get a single. End of another over. At the end of it, the Hurricanes, they are 116 for 3, 29 overs gone. So I'll do one more, and then when you, after that next over, you might hear the voice of Vernon Springer, and he's going to have a discussion with who? Is it Terry Laraji or Terry Laraja? Depends on and how it goes.
Springs can call me anything he likes.
Of course. But Leeward Islands, 116.
But I'll ask you something though, Denver.
Mm-hmm.
That previous delivery, right? No ball for waist high. You wouldn't think, I mean, easy single because he knocked it down to fine leg. But you wouldn't think to yourself, maybe a better Hamilton being the bigger hitter to be on strike. We refuse
the single. Possibly. Here is Hamilton hitting one over backward of square, one bounce into the fence, 4 runs. Correction, that was Terence Ward getting a short delivery from Dennis Bully and smashing it over the backward square region, picked up a boundary. Good shot by Terence Ward. He goes to 26 and a total on to 120 for 3. And good to see the Leeward Islands batsmen putting away those bad deliveries from the spin bowler.
Yes, every opportunity they've got, they've certainly capitalized. Bully just dragging one down once again.
Outside the line of the leg stump, called wide. And again, Ward just coming inside and not playing at that one very confidently. I think you just need a nudge on those ones, especially the ones that start outside your leg stump. Ward trying to use his feet, a better delivery. The bowler, Bully, saw him coming and just dragged it down a little bit. Ward can't score, so the total remains 121 for 3. We're in over number 30 of 50. The sunshine has come out in its glory with a gentle breeze, so just enough breeze to keep the fielders cool. And here is he pulling this one into the mid-wicket region and beats the fielder and hits the ropes, and that's 4 runs. Not a good effort, that. Is that Salmon? Yes, it looks like it's Pete Salmon who is out there on that deep mid-wicket boundary. Another boundary for Ward. He goes to 30 and the total on to 125 for 1. But Captain Powell would not be happy with that effort from Pete Salmon. Bully's in and delivery that turns short of a length, and what the batsman, Ward, who was just backing away, gets it out to that long on position and gets another run. He goes on to 31, brings Hamilton, who is on 54, into strike, and Leeward Islands 126 for 3.
I think that might be the 100 partnership, is it?
Yes, it is. The 100 partnership. Just missed that. But both batsmen just touching gloves as he is Hamilton caught.
And as soon as
driving straight to that fielder at that short extra cover position. It was a delivery right up to him. He drove it hard. Catch taken. That's the end of Jama Hamilton. He was caught by Royal off the bowling of Dennis Bully. Hamilton goes for 54, and the Leeward Islands losing their 4th wicket. They're 126 for 4.
Yes, Hamilton will be very, very disappointed with himself as he's furious. Walking off the ground now. It was a fuller delivery. His eyes lit up with the fullness of the delivery. He tried to drive it through the extra cover region, but hit it straight down the throat of the short extra cover. He's gone for a well-played 54 of 64, but that was the wicket that the Scorpions needed. Just the partnership had just ticked over to 100, and 2 boundaries off that over from Bully. You just sensed that Leeward Islands were starting to up the tempo, And Jamaica very fortunate, but we're very happy that they got rid of the Leeward Islands captain. But as we were saying earlier, though, Denmore, that one was full, but he was trying to pierce that
That offside,
cover.
that cover
Yeah,
region.
yeah.
And again, I've been talking about that the deliveries from Bully has been coming back into the right-handed batsman. And Hamilton have been trying to play that shot for quite a while to pierce the offside field. On that occasion, hitting it straight to Royal. Royal didn't have to move. He had to hold on to it, though, because it was hit pretty hard. But he did so. And that was the end of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes captain in Jamal Hamilton. Kofi James has been given a promotion, so he's at the crease, and he gets one from Bully, and his first delivery is a short delivery outside the line of the leg stop. He tugged it away down to backward of square just for a single. Might have wanted to hit that one a lot better and look to get a boundary, but he's off the mark, first delivery, and the total has gone on to 127 for 4. New partnership between Ward and James has started. Ward is not out on 31. Kofi James is not out on 1. Leeward Islands 127 for 4 after more thoughts from you, Terry Laraji. It's going to bring in Vernon Springer alongside you.
Yes, the more and interesting stage of the innings. 31 overs gone, 127 for 4. The Leewards, but just losing Hamilton has certainly brought the Scorpions back into the contest after a very good 100-run partnership between Hamilton and Ward. Bulai getting the breakthrough with the only real full delivery ball. It's pretty short in that last over. And Kofi James gets in a promotion. Let's see what he can do with the bat. He's been in fine form with the ball. Good morning, Vernon.
Good morning, Taylor Raji. Are you okay with that?
That's brilliant, Vernon. That is absolutely brilliant.
You see, Denmore, he
After
wants to,
6 years, Denmore, that is brilliant.
he wants to give me a hard time, right? James coming quietly forward. Just a little banter in the booth here with us, our commentary team, Seth Burton, Taylor Raji. Is that okay for you?
That's
still?
brilliant again.
Okay, all right. And Denmore Roberts, 127 for 4, Hamilton giving it away. James gets an opportunity where he could be able to almost bat all day. We have another 19 overs to go. And I just saw something clicking in Hamilton's head there. You know, he got to 50 and then he just wanted to maybe take the attack away from Jamaica. But you need to understand that if he batted all 50 overs here, he'd have got close to a double 100.
Yes, most definitely. And or more the beneficial for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. But after that drinks break, though, Vernon, he didn't seem to settle as well as he was playing before the prior to the break.
All right, so 127 for 4. We've got a total of some 19 extras. The Jamaicans have been very ill-disciplined. 15 wides, to call it. But Royal has bowled well so far. His 9 overs has cost him 31 runs. No wicket in the wicket column. 1 maiden. Sheldon Cotterwell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, 2 wickets. Pete Salmon, 5 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Nicholas Gordon, 4 overs, no maiden, 16 runs, no wicket. Odin Smith, 4 overs, no maiden, 27 runs, no wicket. And Dennis Bulai continues to get wickets during this tournament. It's been 4 overs, no maiden, 27 runs, 1 wicket. The Leeward Islands, 127 for 4. As I say, good morning to my counterparts in Jamaica, in Guyana, in Dominica, Commonwealth of Dominica, Trevor Shillingford, Thomas Kentish. In Barbados, Adrian Donovan, Milton Small and Company. Bulai from the media center and in now to bow to Ward. Ward is back and trying to go past Odin Smith, who is bubbling with his hat, bubbling with the ball, and also bubbling with the fielder who is coming towards him.
But he stopped it.
But he can't stop the single.
Can't stop the single.
So in the meantime, the score goes up to 128 for 4. Ward has batted beautifully so far. 32 off 69 balls, 90 minutes at the crease. Here is Casey, not Casey
No
Carty,
ball.
but no ball there from Kofi James. Is just hitting this down to long on. And I don't know if something has happened. Did you and Denmore pick up anything?
In
All of the
regards
extras
to
are
what?
mainly coming from the media center area.
True.
The
yeah.
wides, something has got to be wrong. I don't know what has been happening here at all. Meantime, score goes up to 130 for 4. Bulai, guilty of, that's a cardinal sin. Yeah, when you're a spinner bowling in the water. No, Hesketh Benjamin, the manager, would have a few choice words for you. Here is Ward trying to go. I think he would have been better option to hit the ball inside out. His bat face was over mid-wicket, and he never got anywhere close to the pitch of the ball. And my objective would have been he just needed to get as close as possible and hit it inside out over cover. More or less a Carl Hooper shot. He doesn't have that today. Bulai has bowled well.
And not. We turn around to the vacant fine leg area. They got backwards square, deep backwards square leg. It was very square just behind the umpire.
Bulai in now to bowl to Ward, and Ward
he's got him.
No, they're going to pick out to see whether it bumped in front of him. There's no television replay here. I don't know if the umpire will be able to pick that up.
No.
King is claiming the catch. Ward is saying, I didn't play that. So it's going to be pretty interesting. Rodman Powell comes up to him.
I think
he's out. He's out.
Yep.
He did get a nick onto it. He doesn't feel like he got a nick onto it. He was sort of saying that it came off of his pad. And you see what happens? Hamilton goes.
Yes.
Now Ward goes in the next over.
Exactly. And you could see it, Vernon, that was not smart batting by Ward. Kofi James has just come to the crease. You just lost the captain after a 100-run partnership. You're the set batsman. And instead of just continuing the way, score 130, they'll be looking at minimum 250 at 130 for 4 with some 18 overs or so to go. But to play like that, we saw him swing at a delivery that, as you said, he would have been better off aiming through the offside. He tried dragging it through the onside, missed it completely. And then another one, tossed up, took the edge, smart catch by King at first slip. And Scorpions fighting back. Hurricanes in a bit of trouble again at 130 for 5.
Well, I've seen a move here. But I really thought that Hayden Walsh Jr. should have been coming out now. He's shown outside of the top batters for the Leeward Islands Hurricane that he's quite capable of himself as a batsman. And I'm seeing Kareem Agor coming out before Walsh. I would have broken up the right-handed combination and have a left-hander come out, especially with Bulai bowling.
Yeah, most definitely. And Hayden Walsh showed some good form the other night, putting on that match-winning partnership.
So far.
Yeah.
He's been batting beautifully.
In fact,
well. Especially against the spinners.
Exactly.
He understands batting quietly.
And very good rotation of the strike, because he's always looking for that single or turning ones into twos. So I agree, Vernon. I would have brought him in, but it's Kareem Agor to join Kofi James.
Because his first delivery more or less got into a little tangle, and then in the next delivery was a wide by Bulai. Bulai would be advised to just bowl the ball between wicket and wicket. Don't try anything. And he was trying something, and ended up bowling a wide, another extra. Here is Kareem Agor back and slapping that pass cover. Poor field placing there by Ravman Powell. That should have never got away to get down to the boundary there. But a boundary to the Leeward Islands, a boundary to Kareem Agor. And in the meantime, the Hurricanes go up to 135 for 5 in over number 32.
Yes, and I wonder if that's just not knowing the opponent as well. He had a stacked offside field there with the cover, an extra cover region for Ward and Hamilton, and they couldn't pierce it. And that one there is only a guy at point and a guy at extra cover. And Gore was able to get that through. Nice shot to get him going.
So Royal will be looking to bowl his final over. Kofi James trying something there. Now, those shots are certainly not on. You have to look at the scoreboard. There are 32 overs bowled. There are 18 overs. The Leeward Islands are nowhere close to a respectable total. So just take your time. Spend some time at the crease. James comes quietly forward to Royal. Royal has not had a wicket in the wicket column. You don't need to give him one either. His two maidens, he's been very mean. 39 dot balls so far, Javon Royal. From the CIUN, in out the bowl to James, down the onside. And Chadwick Walton lazily just coming across, not nimble enough, and signal a wide.
Yeah, another wide, another one to the extras. But you're quite right, Vernon. These two need to knuckle down and just study the stage that the game is at the moment. It'll be the difference between 50 runs at the end, at least.
Here is Kofi James with a little late cut, wide delivery by Javan Royal, and he knows that he was trying something just a little bit wide, and James giving himself some room, a little late dab, and getting 2 runs easily down to the third man era. Both batsmen now on 4, and Javan Royal has bowled 9.3 overs, 2 maidens, 34 runs, yet to get a wicket. 138 for 5, Leeward Islands Hurricane. Here's James again. That shot certainly not on. And there's a temptation to play that shot, but you got to find a gap if you're looking, because your head moves once you're looking to play that shot. You got to look to play the ball straight. Here comes James and playing onto the onside and getting a single. Royal is upset.
Yeah, and I don't blame Royal. I think they fielded there at mid-wicket, was a bit slow off the mark, moving in, but well run between Gore and James. And just coming forward to the spinners, just moving it into the gaps. They can pick up their 4, 5, 6 and over just by doing that. So you're quite right, Vernon. No need for extravagance at this stage.
Royal to Karima Gore. Gore comes quietly forward, plays it right to Ravman Powell. What a spell so far by the man himself, Javan Royal. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 35 runs, no wicket, 41 dot balls, and 3 boundaries coming off of him. And when you complement that, 139 for 5 with 33 overs bowled, some 22 extras, 2 leg byes, 17 wides, and 3 no balls. The Leeward Islands have lost Kyron Powell for 9, Ross Powell for 13, Casey Carey for 0, Terrence Watt for 32, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes captain, Jama Hamilton for 54. The not-out batsman in strike is Kofi James on 5 and Karima Gore on 4. Bulai, a nice flighted delivery. That had some flight on it. Terry?
Yes, and he's been flighting the majority of deliveries today, or attempting to flight. He's dragged a couple down, but he's looked a lot better today, has Bulai, when he flights the ball.
Here is James trying to back away. I want to see James get deep in the crease and get closer to the ball, Terry, and find that gap. Pass backward point. You got to find gaps, and that's what you look into. And because he's pulling away, he's going to go to the short extra cover or cover area. He's got to get as much close as possible to the ball. Again, he's got himself into a tangle. He's got to be balanced at the crease.
And with Bulai turning the ball back into the right-handers, there's such vacant space there, the fine leg region.
Bulai in now to both of James, flighted James flashing, missed it completely. Walton came across and just picked it up nicely. And for a moment, Brandon King thought that there was another wicket for Jamaica.
Thought he was in the game again.
139 for 5, into over number 34. Bulai into both of James, flighted. James is a cross-batted shot. Put that down to deep backward square leg fielder. Sheldon Cotwell right was the return in very quickly. In the meantime, the score goes up to 140 for 5. 140 for 5. Bulai is getting to his overs nicely. 5.5 overs. No maidens, 2 for 36 with some 20 dot balls. Bulai in now to bowl to Karima Gore. Gore is into a tangle. When he gets there, just plays it up to the short mid-wicket fielder. Over number 34 completed. Bulai completes his 6. His 6 overs, no maidens, 36 runs, 2 wickets with 21 dot balls. Odin Smith, 4 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, no wicket. Nicholas Gordon, 4 overs, no maidens, 16 runs, no wicket. Pete Salmon, 5 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. And he bowled well. He got the ball to rip. Javan Royal, who's been consistent, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 35 runs, no wicket with 41 dot balls. And Sheldon Cotwell, he bowled 5 on the trot. 1 maiden, 6 runs, 2 wickets. He was the early destroyer for Jamaica. Who is coming now? Looks like the captain, and he smells something that we don't smell, and he's deciding that, listen, I'm going to come and bowl some medium pace here, and I think that I can wrap up this Leeward Islands team. But to come is Hayden Walsh Jr., Jeremiah Louis, Colin Archibald, Daniel Durham. Very formidable batting lineup still to come. So the Leewards could be still on track to get over 240, 250 with at least 16 overs to go. Rovman Powell. Clipped into the mid-on area, and Odean Smith caught napping there on his heels, and they get an easy single. In the end, James goes to 7. Kareem Agor, who's just come in, he's on 4. And the score goes up to 141 for 5. We're into over number 35 with the Jamaica captain, Jamaica Scorpions captain, Rovman Powell. A winning season so far for him. The Jamaica Tollowers, and we say congratulations to Shivnarine Chandapal, soon to be Sir Shivnarine Chandapal. Comes quietly forward. He's really making the rounds, Terry. After being inducted into the USA Hall of Fame, he's gone to the higher level, the ICC Hall of Fame.
Exactly, and congratulations to Shiv, and thoroughly deserved. Very good ceremony in Australia where he got his ICC Hall of Fame Cup the other night. So it's excellent for Shivnarine Chandapal.
So Odean Smith goes back to long on, not right back. As Powell comes in now, the bowl to Kareem Agor is whipping this one beautifully, strong in that area, and is going to race away for 4. Beautiful shot, good wrist work there. It was right in the slot, and he played it nicely. A boundary to Kareem Agor. He goes to 8. And the Leeward Islands, they're on the march here, 145 for 5 in over number 35.
Yes, well played there by Gore. The fielder there at mid-wicket actually just came a little squarer just before Powell bowled that delivery. He might have been in with a chance if he had stayed in his original position, but nevertheless, good shot.
Powell to Kareem Agor. And thinking about the single, somebody could be in trouble. Kofi James could be run out. No, he gets back. He's out.
He's out.
No communication at all between James and Kareem Agor. Oh, needless wicket. And the Leewards are just falling apart here. 145 for 6. James run out for 7.
Yeah, just cut back with a square. You have every right to look at me like that, Werner, because that was just terrible communication. It was the non-striker's call as it went backward of point, and he was fully committed, which was James, but Gore did not move. Gore was ball watching, and he did not move, and he did not see James coming halfway down the pitch, and although it was a underarm return to the bowler, he was able to then relay that onto the stumps and successfully get the run out. So 145 for 6, Leeward Islands once again after that tremendous partnership of 100 for the fourth wicket between Jamar Hamilton and Terence Ward, are just digging a hole for themselves once again.
But Terry, I think the Leeward Islands approach has to be that every game is a final. And there's been a lackluster performance so far from the Leeward Islands. I think they worked out that they're the only undefeated team. They've already qualified for the semi-final.
Exactly.
But you have to approach every game like a final. You know, you're playing against Jamaica today, and you have to see this as a final.
Yeah, no, excellent point as Smith is in again.
Not Smith, is Rovman Powell, who's just
Powell,
worked
sorry,
into the
yeah.
onside. So Kareem Agor will have to get rid of that incident between James and himself and know that he has to bat, because one thing I can say to him is that Hayden Walsh Jr., he's going to have to run.
Definitely. He can get his running shoes on now for sure. But a good point that you make, and that's what you were talking about too, with Hayden Walsh Jr. maybe should have come in at the fall of the fourth wicket. But as you say, is their mind switched on enough to say, all right, it's okay to say, all right, we're sitting on top and we're sitting pretty, but Jamaica, they could cement their place second. Is that who you want to carry through?
Here's Hayden Walsh just turning onto the leg side area and getting a very comfortable single. Over number 35 is completed. Hayden Walsh Jr. is off the mark. Kareem Agor is 9. The Jamaica Scorpions have used some 7 bowlers. Rodman Powell, 1 over, no maiden, 7 runs, no wicket. Dennis Bulai, 6 overs, no maiden, 36 runs, 2 wickets. Odin Smith, 4 overs, no maiden, 27 runs, no wicket. Nicholas Gordon, 4 overs, no maiden, 16 runs, no wicket. And Pete Saman, 5 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. And Javan Royal has completed his 10 overs, 2 maidens, 35 runs, no wicket. And Sheldon Cotterwell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, 2 wickets. The Leeward are in trouble of being bowled out. You're 147 for 6. You now have to consolidate, and you now have to reset yourself to understand the context of the game.
Exactly, and exactly what you were saying, though, Bernie. You take all those scenarios out of the equation if you have the more professional approach and treat every game, as you say, like a final.
Bulai to bowl to Hayden Walsh Jr. in out to Walsh. Walsh is back and trying to go past Cotterell, who's brought into the fiery line there, backward point.
Because for me, Jamaica aren't on top simply because the bowling and the fielding has been outstanding. They've more or less waited for the mistakes to come from the batting side. And unfortunately, the Hurricanes are falling back into that trap after that excellent partnership.
Here's Hayden Walsh playing a naughty shot. Got a nice flighted delivery there from Bulai. And Brandon King just chatting away his teammate with Hayden Walsh. There's a lot of chirping going on. I know for sure Brandon King is king of that. It's going to be in Hayden Walsh's ear. Bulai in now the ball to Hayden. Hayden driving past Rodman Powell, getting an easy single. They're thinking about 2, but they thought about it Kareem ago, but he had to get back. No need for him to come for that. So quietly, Hayden Walsh, he goes up to 2, and the score goes up to 148 for 6. We do over number 36. The Jamaica Scorpions have been very ill-disciplined. Some 22 extras. Bulai in now to both to Kareem ago is back, and Ken can't find the gap. It's got to find that gap. One thing you're looking for.
He's got to find a gap, or as I was saying earlier with Denmark, turn it round. Turn it round the corner and take the one and be happy.
Flighted there, delivery there. He's got to hit that on the fold. He's got to hit that down to long on. That was in the air long enough. Kareem ago, nice use of the feet there. He's got to be on his get on his bike, his dancing shoes, and just play that down to long on. Nice flighted delivery, Bulai. Here's another one. He's out caught. Kareem ago gives his hand away.
Trying to force the issue again.
Another wicket goes down for the Leeward Islands, and they're falling apart here, Terry, at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. No need for that shot.
No.
And a comfortable ball and court for Dennis Bulai. The Leewards are in trouble. They're 148 for 7.
You're quite right, Werner. I mean, credit where credit's due. Bulai has flighted the ball for the majority of his spell and done it reasonably well. But Leeward Islands are falling into the trap where they're trying to force the issue when the issue does not need to be forced. If we go back 5 overs or so, when that partnership between Hamilton and Ward was still going, they were going along nicely, just knocking the ball around, picking up the 1s and 2s, the odd boundary when the loose ball came along. We saw Hamilton now, and then a run out, and now we've seen Gore, do the same thing. They're trying to force the issue, playing shots to deliveries that are not there.
I want to ask you
and
something,
getting themselves
you
into
play
trouble.
cricket. When you play shots like that and you get out, why you take so long to get back to the pavilion?
Well, you're supposed to be showing remorse, aren't you? Look, I made a mistake, and you don't have to tell me off. I'm upset. But at the end of the day, do they take it to that level? Do they really think that deep about exactly the game or the shot that they're playing, or studying the game, as we're always saying?
And you know what is amazing? The poor bat gets banged up against the side screen, against the dressing room, against the chairs when you got yourself out.
Exactly. You got no one else to blame.
I could never understand
you blame
that, Terry.
everyone and everything.
Terry, my rule in the dressing room, right? Anytime that sort of behavior takes place, you're fined. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Malcolm Marshall used to do the same thing.
Yeah. You gotta get fined. I'm not endorsing that sort of behavior.
Definitely. And by the way, talking about, I was going to ring you this week and endorse you. I'm sure you're throwing your hat in the ring for the coaching job for West Indies.
148 for 7. Denmo.
Denmo, he didn't answer me.
Terry wants to get me into trouble here. Terry. I'm voting for Desmond Haynes. So
I think he's a shoo-in.
I'm not interested in that one. If Desi's not contesting, then that's a different ball game. Single to watch.
But if he is, yes. Yeah. I
but
agree.
This game is not over by a long shot because...
No. We're not dead yet.
Pete Salmon has come back into the attack. This time now he's bowling from the CIU end. And Jeremiah Louis, he's very capable.
Very
capable all-rounder. So
definitely.
All is not lost. Yeah. Yes. Walsh got a single. So that's very important off of Salmon's bowling. So he's gone for 1 for 19. He's thinking about it. Let's see what's going to be his approach. Comes in now to bowl to Jeremiah Louis, who is backing across with a nice straight bat. He's got a chance here to get the Leewards up to 250 and over. And they're not out of the woods yet, because this is a dangerous Jamaica Scorpions batting team. Louis, backing across. And this wicket sort of playing a little bit too pace. So Jamaica might get the best option batting second. You never know.
Yeah, for sure.
Salmon. Pete for a leg before. I seem to be going down.
Yeah.
Then more
Certainly
reckon that Salmon sort of looked like he copied Justin Athanase. I wonder if it's his son. I need to find out something. You never know. 149 for 7. Pretty curious. We're Caribbean, Denmo. Anything is possible these days.
Well around.
Here's a single being sneaked up to Sheldon Cotwell, who's been tested. It was just about 5 meters to his left. One maximum.
Yes, I think winning the toss and batting, they would have been iron minimum 250. That's a long way away now when you've lost 7 wickets already.
They're capable. They're still capable.
Definitely,
definitely. Colin Archibald has got a maiden first class 100 there. So over number 37 comes to an end. 150 for 7. 225, 240 could be very tricky on this track here.
Yeah, anything over 200, 220, I agree. It could be difficult. Although, as you were saying earlier, I think with the sun and the bit of breeze that we've got, maybe the pitch would settle down a lot better in the afternoon, so it may make it better for batting. But really, apart from Blackwood and Bonner are gone. Now, apart from Powell, in that lineup, nobody has really fired yet. King has been thereabouts, but...
Here is a delivery from Bulleye being worked into the leg side area. Cotwell is having a jog, and he's having a jog on a sick foot. And they're testing him there. And maybe when you have a player like that who is injured, that's a lot of running to him. Rodman Powell is now looking to say to him, are you okay? No, in fact, he's waving to the dressing room and saying, somebody get Sheldon Cotwell off the field, please. He certainly doesn't, he looks very gingerly running into that area. Here is another delivery which is curling into Jeremiah Louis.
But that's good batting by Louis, though, that he's looking to turn it around the corner because, as I keep saying, there's vast acres of land that are very easy to pick up 1, if not 2. Which he got off the first delivery. But a better option than trying to force it through the offside, which is relatively packed. As we see Powell moving from mid-wicket to short extra cover.
Bulleye from the media center end to bowl to Louis. Louis comes quietly forward and gets a single. I think it might be more harm than damage if they keep Cotwell on the field with that sore ankle. To me, it might be better if he gets off and gets some treatment. He's now coming into the circle now. But you could see he's a man grimacing for some pain. He's a soldier. He's a fighter. He's been one for Leeward Islands, played for the Leeward Islands also. Back and just tugging this one down to long on, getting an easy single. So he's been around. St. Kitts Nevis Patriots, Jamaica Scorpions, West Indies, franchise cricket. thing about it is the older you get and you get injuries,
Yeah,
the more they
longer
hamper
it
you.
takes. Yeah, yeah.
Here is a nice
One went the
flighty
other way.
delivery. Yes, it did. But good discipline shown by Jeremiah Louis, who can bat. Both batsmen are on 4. Leeward Islands 154 for 7. Went over number 38. Flighted. Louis driving beautifully down to Nicholas Gordon, getting an easy single. So almost like a stroll in the park here. Over number 38 has been completed. There's a little break taking place here. And just for the folks who've just tuned in, we'll give you an update in terms of what has happened so far for the morning. Leeward Islands winning the toss and batting first. Kyron Powell caught Dennis Bulai, bowled Sheldon Cotterwell for 9. Faced 14 balls, 21 minutes, 1 boundary. Ross Powell caught Javon Royal, both Pete Salmon for 13, 30 balls faced, 36 minutes. Casey Catty caught Javon Royal, bowled Sheldon Cotterwell without scoring. He faced 5 balls, spent 4 minutes at the crease. Terrence Ward caught Brandon King, bowled Dennis Bulai for 32, 72 balls faced, 92 minutes with 2 boundaries. And Jamar Hamilton, the Leeward Islands Hurricane captain, continuing his good form, caught Javon Royal, bowled Dennis Bulai for 54, 64 balls faced, 76 minutes, 6 fours, and 1 CG United maximum. Kofi James run out Dennis Bulai for 7, 19 balls. In fact, I think that might have been Ravman Powell, who I think would have got the job done in that area. Run out for 7, 19 balls faced, 18 minutes. Karima Gore caught and bowled Dennis Bulai for 9, 11 balls faced, 15 minutes at the crease. Hayden Walsh Jr. is not out on 4. Jeremiah Louis is not out on 5. 155 for 7 in 38 overs. There's a slight drizzle taking place here. I think it might be a sharp shower passing over, but in today's climate change context, you have to make sure that you get the covers on, and it's coming on a little heavier. But I think the groundsman, they've got that one locked and covered. Bowling figures, Jamaica views some 7 bowlers. Ravman Powell, 1 over, no maiden, 7 runs, no wicket. Dennis Bulai, 8 overs, no maidens, 42 runs, 3 wickets, with some 28 dot balls. Odin Smith, 4 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, no wicket, to 13 dot balls. Nicholas Gordon, 4 overs, no maidens, 16 runs, 14 dot balls. Pete Salmon, 6 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, 1 wicket, 27 dot balls. And the man, Javon Royal, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 35 runs, no wicket, 41 dot balls. And Sheldon Cotterwell, an injured and a battered Sheldon Cotterwell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, 2 wickets, 24 dot balls. Very complex situation, Terry. The Hurricanes with just a sharp shower passing across here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Just to let you know that the West Indies Academy will be playing against Barbados Scorpions at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium at 2 o'clock. But we are here with the early morning game. Leeward Islands in trouble. 155 for 7 with 12 overs to go.
Yes, and they definitely need a partnership. They need to bat out these final 12 overs so they can at least give their bowlers something to defend. But very interesting. See, I don't think as quick as you, Vernon. That's very interesting. So from now on, or you know, even more so in a couple of years' time, these passing showers, we can say, well, you know, it messed up our flow and everything. You can blame climate change for our poor fielding or the way the bowling went south or whatever. Is it? I never realized that.
The players also need to get a brain. Because you can do all the coaching that you want in the world. If the players don't go out and read the match awareness situations to understand the context of the game. And, you know, Denmo was making a point this morning when he was on. And I think in the Caribbean, what we seem not to understand, sometimes the fans, is that you can get a scratchy 100. Mm-hmm. You maybe might only get 2 boundaries within that 100, but you got 100. Mm-hmm. We think that we have to have an extravagant 100, so we got to be hitting 6s and we got to be hitting 4s. And if we're not hitting 6s and we're not hitting 4s, then you're not a good batsman.
Right.
And I think the Caribbean has been spoiled over the years by the class players that we've produced over the years. So what we have now today is more or less sluggers.
Exactly.
And not batters who are looking to find the gap. So in an era where you would have had like a Alvin Kalitcharan and a Roy Fredericks and a Lawrence who are touch players, Everton Mattis, people would have represented West Indies, the late Everton Weeks, where when you come to a Kensington Oval or Warner Park or whatever, you're looking to see who's the cream of the crop, who's the number 3 batter. So from the Leewards or from the Common Islands in those days, you saw Jim Allen walk out, you say, wow, okay, boy, he looks good. You saw Richie Richardson, who came into his own. People, when they come to cricket in those days, you were always looking for a touch player. You always wanted to see who the hooper was, forward backers, somebody that was going to, lift you up. Today, I'm not seeing that.
We don't have it. No. And this is what I've always been on about, and you too, Vernon, that, we more or less took the shorter route, right? And we picked talent to see how far and how hard and how well they can hit a ball, which is why we've got a bunch of sloggers these days and not batsmen, and why every player should play first-class cricket before representing West Indies, in my opinion, because that gives you the basis, that gives you the batsmanship, and then you have a defense that you can build on with your array of strokes or whatever. We've done it the other way around.
But Terry, it doesn't matter what game you're playing. T10, T20, 50 over. Before T20 came in, right, we played 60 over cricket. You know that, right? In the English Gaelic League in England.
Yep.
Then it went from 60 overs to 50 overs. In fact, you also had a 40 over competition. So I'm saying, Terry, it doesn't matter what competition or what context of cricket that you're playing. The fundamentals applies.
It's the same
Yeah.
basic
So as a
principles.
batsman, your objective is still to understand that you have to defend a good ball. And you can't hit everything out of the park. The issue what we're having is that most of the batsmen, they can't defend.
Exactly. Yeah.
They don't have
They
any
don't-
defense.
no. They
Out
don't
of
have a
defense
clue.
comes proper attack.
Right.
So if you don't have any defense, then you're more likely that you're going to get out every time.
There you
go.
go.
The bat.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So it's just the fundamentals. So I don't worry about the T20, and I'm not going to get into the
No,
meters as
because
how many T20
that's what
and
we're
T10.
that's what we're talking about. It doesn't matter
it-
how many
it-
overs, 35 overs, 25 overs. It doesn't matter.
We're playing cricket.
Exactly.
So you
Right.
have to respect the cricket ball.
Exactly.
And folks, if you're wondering what's happening, why we're chattering about, the covers are being sneaked off here. We had a sharp shower that passed across, and as I was saying to Terry Laraja, it what happened? Climate change, because we didn't see it. It just came.
It did. Out of the blue. but the other thing, studying the game, right? In a situation like this, Vernon, too many captains, say, in my opinion, say to themselves, 7 down, 155. If we can keep it going like this, we can contain them in the final 12 overs, that they get about 2-10. Instead of saying, let's bring the field in, put some pressure on, we take 3 wickets, we don't have to bowl 50 overs.
We don't have those captains in
We don't. Exactly.
in the Caribbean anymore.
Exactly.
So everybody's gonna be conservative.
Exactly.
I mean, I saw the Jamaica Scorpions the other night playing against the West Indies Academy. All right, they bowled out the academy, and I think they worked out in the back of their mind that, all right, they got 1 something, we can get that.
Yes.
They lost
yes.
by 12 runs.
Right.
And I'm almost seeing the same approach here today
Yes.
from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yeah.
Except now that we now have to begin now to judge, to understand how Hayden Watts, Jeremiah Louis, Colin Archibald, and Daniel Durham, they're capable on paper.
Right.
Will be able to get the Leeward Islands past 250.
Right. Yes.
So I think that is going to be the first objective. The umpires are going to the respective dressing rooms. I don't think any overs will be reduced. And anytime soon, we expect to see some action taking place here at the home of Cricket West Indies, Coolidge Cricket Ground. I don't know if you heard, Terry, but our nice monstrous stand on the right-hand side will be demolished in a couple of weeks' time. So that is going to be so you maybe need to go and get a photo so that you can remember it.
Right, yeah. But big renovations going on.
Yeah, big renovations.
It's going to be great by the time it's all completed.
Well, it's going to be great, but the mindset of the players also has got to be great. We got to start to get into the players' minds and what is worrying the players. Life has changed. Whether
Yes,
we like it
yeah,
or not, we got to
yeah.
understand that. And I don't want us to come up with a situation where we just want to just get to the finish line. We have to get beyond the finish line. And that's what I want to see happening for West Indies cricket. So when we come as broadcasters, we share a view because we're very passionate. We want the players also to understand the history of West Indies cricket. You have to
Exactly.
understand how Denmore feels.
Right.
And he travels to Australia. He saved all his life savings. He's gone to Australia and he see a West Indies team get knocked out. And you have to understand how that fan feels. He saved his money, taking his family and say, I'm going to the World Cup to see the West Indies.
But you hit the nail on the head, though, Vernon, when you talk about history, and I've been on about this for a long time. I want to see West Indies cricket history in the curriculums, in the schools, throughout the region.
But Terry, we
But
don't
no-
read it, we don't read enough sometimes, Terry. So
Well,
even
well,
if
we
we get
don't,
it in the schools, it's not a matter of getting it in the schools. It's a matter that, as we would say, the cricket boards have to implement programs. So when you get at the under 13 level, you're taught the history of your national association and also West Indies cricket, where you begin to understand the fight of what Sir Garfield Sobers went through, Wes Hall.
Right.
I mean, when we came onto the scene in 1928, you got to learn to understand that.
Right.
You got to know your heroes too.
So that's what I was saying. If not through book form, then talks after training once a month. We all meet somewhere, and somebody gives a talk about their piece of history. You put all that together. At least then they have a background. They have an idea. They have a knowledge. I'm sure the performances wouldn't be so poor if they knew what exactly they represented.
So we had a under 15 camp this year in Antigua and Barbuda. And Pedro Corbin, a former Secretary General of the Leeward Islands Cricket Association, the guys were staying at Coastal and Hotel. They don't know him. He don't know them. And he saw them in some uniforms, and he decided that he was going to go up to ask them a question. So he said, do you know Denmore Roberts? And he asked, where are you from? One said he's from Anguilla. Next one said he's from Montserrat. Next one said he's from Nevis. And somebody said they're from St. Martin. And so he started to quiz and ask them some questions. They didn't have a clue about some of the names that Pedro Corbin was talking about.
Right, exactly.
These were guys
I
who were
believe that.
representing the Leeward Islands.
Right, there you go. Yeah.
And they didn't even know some of the names of personnel from their country that they
Right.
came from.
Right.
Getting wise.
Right.
And no fault to the players, you know.
No,
The administrators themselves.
Yeah, it's
some
us.
Administrators, Terry.
Yeah, they
they
just
don't
let
know
them
some.
down.
They don't know some of the players. Either,
No,
you know, who
you
would have
can't blame the
represented
player.
West Indies.
No. But that is insulting, though, Vernon. You know, that the history is not only just being taken for granted, the people that put the history there are taken for granted. You know what I mean?
It's a lot of work that we have to do, Terry.
A lot
and
of work.
we have
A
social,
lot of
we
work.
have social media, Terry.
Yeah.
How many of our players have seen Fire in Babylon?
Right.
Have taken the time out to sit down?
I'm quite sure most of them never heard of it.
Yeah, and say, let me look at that. Let me look at Fire in Babylon. And really begin to understand how many players walk around with a book. You know what I mean? And study West Indies cricket, or read a Brian Lara book, or Viv Richards' book, or Sir Garfield Sobers' book. How many players really take some time out? And that's the difference with the Laras and the Hoopers and the Jimmy Adams and the Sawans and the Kenneth Benjamins and those guys. They knew the history. When you walked
Right.
into a Leeward Island setup, you were taught the history by Hugo.
Right. You knew exactly what you
when
were
you walk in,
walking
you were
into.
sat down one-on-one, and they let you know the expectations, the history, the story, the struggle. That has to happen all around.
Definitely. Because now it's just turn up and play. You know what I mean? You get that impression because you don't see the effort. You don't see. They could put in the extra yard, but I can get away with doing this. So why do I need to put in the extra yard? And yes, unless somebody is really pushing me for my position, I can sit back and have a comfortable life.
So,
And unfortunately, that's the way it is at the moment.
So lovely sunshine, and we're back with ball-by-ball action here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. I'm Vernon A. Springer, alongside my compatriot who wants to give me a very hard time. Coming up next will be Denmore Roberts after 2 overs. And then I will slip and give Terry Laraja a break with the ball by ball and take him to a lunch.
No. I have to do my report back to the station. So.
Okay, well, that's what I said. So then we'll come in and you will get to go and have your
okay.
break. That's what I said.
We were swapping seats.
No, I'm not. I'm not putting
Sorry,
you in the
Skip.
hot seat.
Sorry, Skip.
I'm looking after
Should
you.
never question authority, Denmo.
I'm looking after you, Terry. I don't understand. You're giving the public like I'm giving you a hard time.
No, never.
Come on, I never think that. So we're back with the action. And after 38 overs, the Leeward Islands in a bit of, as what we would say, a struggle here. It's been really one of their lowest scores so far, 155 for 7. But in the hut is still Daniel Durham and Colin Archibald, who's got a first-class 100. And in the middle is Jeremiah Louis, who's capable, and Hayden Walsh Jr., who has been busy. Odin Smith comes back into the attack. His first 4 cost 27 runs with 13 dot balls, and he will start from the CIUN, Citizen by Investment Unit N in Antigua and Barbuda. He's bouncing around like a boxer. Sort of look like a Mike Tyson as he goes past the umpire in now to bowl to Jeremiah Louis, who is contented to play with a nice straight bat. And he rehearses to say, the next time you pitch up that half volley, I'm going to push it past Brandon King at cover for 4. And Cotwell with a one leg will not be able to stop it. 155 for 7. We say good morning to all the folks in Jamaica, Barbados, Guyana, Dominica, St. Lucia. We break Smith, bang on target. Looking for some pace, but there's no pace in this wicket, Terry.
No, very docile pitch today, but he's bowling good line and length so far in this over. Louis and Walsh Jr. will just be looking to get themselves in once again after the break for that shower.
39 overs being bowled. Here is Louis looking to go past Brandon King. He can't. He was inside the 30-yard circle. Just to let the folks know that the England women team will be bounding their way to the Caribbean to take on the West Indies women team. We wish also the West Indies under-19 team all the best there as they get prepared for the under-19 World Cup. Down the onside, turned away by Louis. To the leg side, getting an easy single. Odin Smith is shouting 1-1-1-1. Bowlers always behave like that, right?
Definitely. They hate to be scored on. It's always everybody else's fault. So like the batsmen when they get out.
So when they're feeling, they need to feel the ball.
They need to feel, exactly. You can't have it all one way, Bernard. But talking about World Cups, see, I've enjoyed this CG United Super 50 Cup so far, but I'd like to see a bit more urgency or awareness that these are huge opportunity for any one of these guys to force themselves into West Indies team and make a World Cup. Unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to qualify again, but we won't know that until a bit later down the track. But at this stage, but even so, at least, you put consistent performances in and show you want it, then is a World Cup beckoning.
Walsh just ran a Odin Smith delivery down to third man. It brings the right-hander, Jeremiah Louis, back into strike. Louis is on driving beautifully. Couple of runs here. Rovman Powell, he looks like he's injured too. And I think he had a slight hamstring injury and they come back for 3.
All right.
So a lot of injuries in the most of the teams around. Raheem Cornwall is resting today, and he would have done quite a bit of work there. Jeremiah Louis was also rested at the end of over number 39, 160 for 7. Louis is 9, Hayden Walsh Jr. is 5, and Odin Smith's 5 overs so far has cost him 32 runs with nothing much to show in the wicket column for 16 dot balls. You're talking about a World Cup. One of the things which I'm pretty disappointed about, Terry, in that in 2021, I think there might have been only 11 centuries score. And that is my major concern. I'm not seeing our batsmen hungry enough to get big scores. Mm-hmm. And I'm concerned about that. I mean, our batters have to stand up. We've got to get 150, 160. If you can't make 100 at this level, I don't know how you're going to get 100 at the World Cup level.
Exactly, and that's what I mean by, really putting in that extra and taking it by the scruff of the neck. I'm not seeing that. They're satisfied, as you say, with a good 50. They're satisfied even with a good 30 or 40. But they're not pushing themselves far enough. And so how much do they really want it? It comes back to what a lot of people say. We, as in supporters and broadcasters and everything like that, and the love of West Indies cricket, want it more than the players, it seems, these days.
The thing about it, then, Denmo and Terry, is that you're rewarded for mediocrity.
Right. There
Dennis
you go.
Bly comes in out the bowl to Louis, almost got himself into a tangle as the ball was darting back into him. It's going to need to get deep into his crease and with a nice straight bat and punch it past cover. Jeremiah Louis, he's a capable all-rounder.
So because of that, then you've got chairman of selectors, Desi Haynes, and you say, he picked this one, he didn't pick that one. Who would want that job in the first place beyond me, right? You're never going to satisfy everybody.
I would love that job.
Well, there you go.
Because some people won't be playing for the West Indies.
Well, that's what I was going to say, but he hasn't got a choice because...
Oh, he doesn't?
Well, he's got less of a choice, put it that way.
Yeah.
Because there's only a certain group, as you say, if you're willing to put up with mediocrity. If somebody is going to average 25 or 30 and end up a test player, ends up playing 50 or more test matches, there's your problem right there.
The issue is that our local competition, there are not enough players putting their hands up. And what you
Right.
need is competition for places.
Right.
And that's the issue that we've been having. Here's Walsh getting a nice delivery where he could have been able to punch past Sheldon Cotterell at backward point. He missed it. And Chadwick Walton just saying to him, if you nicked that, I would have been taking that one. Well, banter between these two teams. The sportsmanship has been good in this tournament. Here's Walsh back and slapping
Aerial
that.
again.
And out to the sweeper, Salmon. And they got themselves into a little tangle. I think there was a mix-up between Walsh and Louis. And what has actually happened is that Louis was trying to run on the grass side rather than onto the clay. So he's trying to run off the track and sort of bumped into Hayden Walsh. But they got one run in the end. Walsh goes up to 6. Jeremiah Louis comes into strike. He's on 10. I say good morning to his parents, his dad and his mom. Dennis Bulai into bowl to Louis. Louis is back and punching it, can't score. Another dot ball. There have been so many, I can't count enough. Break for a little while. Let's see what's going to be happening here. Louis comes quietly forward.
Nice flight again by Bulai.
Yeah, he's not afraid to flight the ball. So he's completed his 9th over. 9 overs, no maidens, 44 runs, 3 wickets. And he's different. And you've got to understand, Terry. And he brings something different to the Jamaica attack. 162 for 7. Your final comments, and then we'll be the voice of Denmore.
Yes, from a Leeward Islands perspective, you'll be hoping that this partnership gets in. 162 for 7 with 10 overs remaining, so they can still push it up to that 250 if they can get a partnership rolling. I'd just like to see a bit more urgency, though, from the Jamaica Scorpions. They got a real chance here of knocking the Leewards over for well under 200. And as we were saying earlier, really cement their place and number 2 on the table. So all to play for. Let's see what happens.
Smith is going to start his 6th over, just making sure that his fielders are in the exact positions that he wants them. Just bringing up that man at that fine leg into the circle, sending the long on back. Gets one, and Hayden Walsh drops it and takes off, gets a run. Hayden Walsh very quick between the wickets, so once the communication is good between himself and Jeremiah Louis, always backing Hayden Walsh in making his ground. Made it easily in the end. One more to the total, 163 for 7. So Hamilton, Ward, Kofi James, and Karima go in a quick 4-wicket span for the Jamaicans. That 100 partnership between Ward and Hamilton before Hamilton was caught in the extra cover region for 54. His eyes lit up with a flighted delivery from Bulai, and he hammered it, but straight at Royal, who held on very well to that catch. And I thought Kofi James and Kerry Mago both gave their wickets away. Smith to the right-handed Jeremiah Louis, and Louis has the opportunity now to do a repair job for the Leeward Islands. Jeremiah Louis, somebody whose cricket has come on over the last few years. His name has been in the contenders circle recently. Vernon?
Well, he's the only bowler in the Caribbean that is swinging the ball both ways. And it's unfortunate that he's not played for the West Indies as yet.
He's getting a slow bouncer, looking to try and pull it over the mid-wicket region. The ball much too slow and bounced past Jeremiah Louis. No damage done, so no run to the total. It remains 163 for 7.
And Odin Smith has settled into a lovely groove then more. He's bowling more very slow on this track here.
Edgin gets it down to a third-man position. Wanting the second run is Hayden Walsh, but Jeremiah Louis shouts out no. He started off and he's bowled within himself today. He's not tried to bowl express pace. He's recognized that this is not a pitch for express pace. And so he's bowled controlled in terms of his pace and has bowled within himself. Odin Smith, 34 runs off of his 5.5 overs. Walsh will he's trying to force that one through the offside, but didn't manage to get it past Salmon, who was, is that Salmon? No, that looks to be Royal, who was running across there, and no run. The end of over number 41, and the total 164 for 7.
Denmo, Jamaica have used 7 bowlers. And in the 2021 tournament, Andrew McCarthy was one of the feature of spinners who quietly did some positive work for the Jamaica Scorpion team. I think for this tournament, he's hardly bowled.
Probably trying to concentrate on his batting. Full pitch delivery for Jeremiah Louis, not making use of it. Both feet locked together on the crease and causing him not to be able to time that one. So, Bulai getting away with a bad delivery, I thought, on that occasion. He's just getting ready to go again. Pulled one down to Jeremiah Louis and gets it down to the backward square just for a run. So, one more to the total, 165 it is for 7.
Talking about scoring here and intent. One of the things then more in the games that we've covered so far that we're seeing, the running has not been positive at all between the batters.
Good delivery, beating Hayden Walsh Jr. outside the line of the off stump. Walsh Jr. would tell you that he played deliberately inside the line of that one, but it was a shaping away from the left-handed Walsh. Bulai has gotten turned today.
So to his Salmon.
Yes. Bulai turn, though, I find has been a lot slower than that of Salmon. Salmon really got some to rip early on. Bulai has had turn, but it has been slow turn. Outside the line of the off stump, not offering a stroke, is Jeremiah Louis.
And he looks a relaxed bowler. When he doesn't try to bowl too fast and he bowls with control, Bulai, he's dangerous.
He is. Much too close to cut there for Jeremiah Louis, looking to go square of the wicket, not being able to pace the field. The end of another over has come up, over number 42, completed. And Bully's 10 overs, no maiden, 46 runs, 3 wickets. He would be happy with his day's work. 3 wickets for 46 runs. Maybe not so much with the number of runs that have come off his bowling, but he looks as if he's going straight off the field after completing his 10 overs.
Well, the good thing about him is that he continues to get wickets every time he bowls during this tournament. And to complement those 3 wickets, he's been able to notch up 36 dot balls. High proportion, Denmore.
Very high proportion. 36 dot balls of the 60 deliveries. So Walsh getting another single, just getting on top of a short of a length delivery as Odin Smith starts a new over, gets it down to a third man position, picks up another run. Hayden Walsh Jr. has had a pretty decent time at the bat in this tournament. Something that many persons have always felt that he can do, can improve his batting, his ability. Sometimes when we've seen him for the West Indies, he's not always looked as if he's interested in batting for long periods.
And I guess maybe sometimes the position of the game sometimes too. He comes in and he has to end up looking like a slugger rather than playing proper cricket shots.
But certainly for the Leeward Islands, he's looked much better. Here is this delivery, smashed away over mid-wicket for 4. That was up to Jeremiah Louis, and he gave it the full treatment. Didn't try to keep it down, deliberately smashing it over mid-wicket 4 runs.
And the good thing about it is that he waited on it. It was a slow delivery. He got deep into his crease, kept his eyes on it. He was balanced, and there was no mid-wicket fielder out there for the Jamaica Scorpions. And a boundary for the Leeward Islands at this time, taking them to 171 for 7, and they still can maybe get a decent 220, 225 score.
You tend to think that that would be the revised target at this time. Getting somewhere over 200, maybe, as you said, 220, 230 runs with 7 overs to go after this one. 42 deliveries. They would hope that they can really set a target, set a score that could challenge the Jamaican batting. Jamaicans, no doubt, would want them to dismiss them for much less. Here is he outside the line of the off stump looking to cut, missing that one as it fell before it got to Chadwick Walton behind the stumps. There's no run. So we see Walton, a name that has been around for quite a while. And what has happened to the young Jamaicans coming through? We haven't seen any real new youngsters coming into the Jamaican side.
I was concerned about that then more when I was looking at the West Indies Academy game, Jamaica game. And I was saying that Jamaicans over the years have always produced some young player.
Yes.
It goes as far back as maybe even a Delroy Morgan. You know, they always had some touch players. They always had some young players coming through. I don't think you've seen that lately. You've seen the same names for maybe the last 7 years.
Yes. Getting on top of delivery is Jeremiah Louis, and playing it into the offside field, getting a single. So 172 for 7, and I think it's important that we see youngsters coming through all the teams in the Caribbean. There's some youngsters that have taken longer to blossom than others. Good to see Alec Athenes, somebody I thought looked good coming out of the Youth World Cup, that he's finally getting some runs for the Windward Islands.
But there's also a stifle of growth when the young players come also from the West Indies under 19, Denmore. We'll get back to that.
This delivery, again, a single, easy single. That single is there to be had. Slower delivery. Hayden Walsh again getting on top of it, just playing it quietly down the onside for a single. 173 the total is for 7, and that's brought us to the end of over number 43. So 7 to go. And you are making the point about the youngsters being stifled coming out of the under 19.
Well, when you look at the talent base at the West Indies under 19, and sometimes when you look at our first-class competitions, our franchise levels, a lot of the young players end up finding themselves being as net bowlers in some of these franchises. And you have seasoned players who just continue to just play and just play and just play. And really, you're not getting any real substance out of them. In the franchise setup, then more. If you have 15 players, it don't mean that because you're a franchise player mean that you play all the formats. You might maybe not be good enough to play 50 over cricket, but you maybe might be able to be good to play the 4-day cricket.
Certainly, agree with you. Driven out to the offside, takes off and gets an easy run. I've always been a proponent of the fact that who pays the bill makes the rules. And so I have always said that the franchise youngsters should be more than token people in terms of just picking them because the rules say that, I have to have an under-19 player. The rules probably need to be updated to say that in order for us to have continuity and for us to have, forward progress, we want the under-19s playing in one of the, you understand, in one or both of the formats. We want them to play. So if you have them in your side, we want them to be exposed to this level. So that if you say that you have to have an under-19, the under-19 person must play.
And
Salmon is in. Looks a lot. We'll have to ask if he knows who is Justin Athens.
Certainly we
His
have to.
mannerisms looks a lot like Justin Athens. His action, his stance, his walk, even the way that he just walks in.
You never know, it might be his hero.
Never know. Here is a little bit of hesitation, but they go through for the run in the end.
And you know what is amazing, Denmore? The coaches who are coaching our franchise teams these days, they got an opportunity at age 16, 15, but they're saying that Seth Burton is not ready yet. So I'm working on what was the difference then when somebody saw talent in you to give Seth Burton an opportunity who is 16, 17 now?
We just need a change in mindset. We need a change in the way we do things. We need to think outside the box. Short of a length delivery,
It depends which box, Denmore.
It does. But I'm saying though that when we have the coaches in the franchise, we need someone or something to tell them what is the expectation, what is it that we're trying to achieve. A little paddle stroke being played there by Hayden Walsh Jr. That's a run. Somebody needs to indicate what is the long-term objective. What are we trying to achieve? What is it that we want to happen at the end of this season? So we're having this season, we're playing 4-day cricket. What are the outcomes? What is it at the end of the tournament? What is it that we want? What do we want to see in terms of batting improvement? What do we want to see in terms of player development? What do we want to see in terms of forward progress? What do we want to see in terms of the people who are coming through? So we have to have set objectives that are distributed across the board in terms of across the Caribbean so that the coaches can understand that we don't just want you to have a journeyman player, somebody who's in the franchise just because he's there but not necessarily going anywhere or looking. We want to see something that is coming out that suggests that there is progress being made, that these are people that we can look to for the future, that people that we can look to select. Because there are many persons who are playing in the franchise who are not even in contention for selection into the West Indies team. Should they just remain playing there when they're really and truly, after 5 years, not living up to the mark, not getting up to the standard? This delivery, they get a single. Nicholas Gordon is back, and he's coming from the northern end. So he's switched. He's coming from a different end. His first 4 overs went for 16 runs. And again, we were pointing out when we saw him, we want you to have a look at him, that he doesn't use
The non-bowling arm is
that non-bowling arm.
Yeah, it's
It's almost as if it's tied to his side.
he's got to get that up. If he really wants to get anything out, I'm hoping that the bowling coaches would have seen this, Andrew Richardson and company.
There is a driven delivery, but straight to the fielder once more. Too many of those
Got to find the gap.
drives that just go straight to fielders. West Indian players these days have a knack of finding the fielders.
Because simply, Denmore, if you're looking for power rather than placement, that's a different objective. If you're looking to find a gap to get a single, then you don't have to worry about the power.
Good sharp delivery. That's having Jeremiah Louis just rocking back and playing this one into the offside field again. Just goes to the right of Powell, no run.
You know, talking about, the ways in how we can improve then more. Even at the franchise level, what I think we need is second team cricket. And I know somebody's going to say we don't have any money, but we got to find a way to be able to develop our young players at the franchise level. We have to have second team cricket.
Agreed. Here's the edging. Going to get a boundary here as it goes down to the third man. Third man beat up in the circle and got it fine enough. Jeremiah Louis down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. I agree with you. And I think that even not just at the franchise level, at the general level, even at the local level, we need to have second team cricket where some players, players can be playing over a period of time, getting an opportunity to play. I think the more cricket you play, the more the possibility exists that you will improve. And so we need it all around. We also need back tournaments like the Leeward Islands tournament and so on that gives players an opportunity to represent their countries and also to play cricket at a little higher level than just club cricket, because with the absence of the Leeward Islands tournament per se, players like a Kofi James and a Kareem Agor, having not necessarily played enough for their national teams, are finding themselves in the Leeward Islands team, and the step up could be a little bit too soon or too sudden. So sometimes we need those all around. Here's another edge from Hayden Walsh Jr. Could chase this, but he flicks it over the ropes. Salmon there just struggling to try and get that down. Didn't win any points with the JFF with that boot flick, and 4 runs to the Leeward Islands team. 186 for 7.
But it comes down to the point, and we have to examine what is happening in the franchise system. So although I understand your point then more that we don't have a Leeward Islands tournament, these players are paid to play cricket now as compared to when you used to play then more. They're in a full-time 12, they have contracts for an entire year, which means that your skill set has to be completely different.
Yeah, but
what is being organized at the franchise level?
But you see, when I practice, it's different from when I play. And I practice something, but I don't use it. I don't go into games to see if what the skill that I'm trying to improve, if I'm actually doing it. I might do it in practice or look as if when people are not feeling seriously and so on. So a delivery, but they get a single in the end. Maybe a little bit of an inside edge off the bat of Jeremiah Louis. So he continues to go on. He's on 24. Hayden Walsh is on 17. A nice little partnership being built here. 39 it is. But I'm just saying that even though you're paid a cricketer, you need to play. And if you're just practicing and you're not necessarily playing regularly in terms of competitive games, maybe you're not necessarily improving because you're not putting your skill against somebody. Here's he trapping it onto his stumps. Hayden Walsh getting that one off the inner portion of the bat and chopped it onto his stumps. He's been bowled by Pete Salmon. Hayden Walsh goes bowled by Salmon for 17, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes losing their 8th wicket. It's now 187 for 8.
So 187 for 8, and it could be a cardinal sin then more if the Leeward Islands is being bowled out here. Hayden Walsh is very, very, very much upset with himself. Was trying to play a forcing drive, got an inside edge onto his pad, onto his boot, onto the stump, and the bail just popped off. It now gives Keston Archibald an opportunity, who scored his maiden first-class 100 this year. So he's really, as we consider, he can bat. And along with Louis, the remaining 4 overs, they would have to understand that they can get maybe just across to 210, 212.
Yeah, a much revised target for the Leeward Islands, but the job needs to be known. The assignment needs to be clear in the head of Archibald and Jeremiah Louis. What is it that the Leeward Islands need them to do for the next 4 overs or so? So the assignment has to be clear, and once they understand the assignment, they should be able to negotiate the remaining overs and get the Leeward Islands to a total a little over 200 and make sure that it's a situation where the Leeward Islands have something at least to defend, something that they can work with.
There's a lone Jamaican fan who has been here.
And she's been very, very, very vocal out there.
She's been here every Jamaican game.
Yes,
Trust me.
Has her horn and her voice, and she's been very vocal out there. There are some other folks who have messaged me, people like Peter Williams and others, who have said that they're in location, they're in the dance, as she would say. They're here supporting the Leeward Islands team. And she was saying when I was counting earlier that I counted 8 spectators, she said I missed her out. So it's actually 9 spectators that are here. So good morning to her. And somebody that loves cricket and loves culture and sports. And so we say good afternoon or good morning to her. Hope that she's having a wonderful time today. So Seth Burton has also come back alongside me after this over. We'll hear from him. He's settling in. Looks as if he's trying to get his glasses ready. They're very small glasses. I wonder what he sees through them. Here we watch as Salmon is in and are driven out by Jeremiah Louis. Just walks through for a single, brings Archibald up at the end of the over. So we've had 46 overs bowled at the end of it. Jeremiah Louis is on 25?
Yes.
25, and Colin Archibald is on 1. And the Leeward Islands, they are 187? 187 for 189 according to the manual scoreboard. Yes, they have it now. 189 for 8.
Well, interesting, Denmore. The reality out there is for the Leewards to push as far as they can. A possible 24 balls. If they score a run per ball, yes, they can reach 115.
Driven. That's a good-looking shot through the offside. Might not carry to the boundary. Just pulled up just inside. Looks to be Cottrell. Has a hurried left-handed throw back to Nicholson Gordon. And the batsmen were able to cross for 2 runs. 191 for 8. Louis playing a decent hand here. He's on 27. Much needed runs for the Leeward Islands.
He's known for that. He can come late down. He can bat. It's not a slug. And Colin Archibald, as Vernon mentioned, has a century at this level.
He does. Here is he driving straight, but getting the boot down and stopping what would have been runs was Nicholson Gordon there. So,
well, we looked at too. You spoke about the Jamaican fan. I remember at the Independence game. Well, we had to leave here and then hustle to the Savif Stadium. I chose to sit at a position next to that particular fan. I don't want to call her name. She just entertained.
Driving hard again and getting a single is Jeremiah Louis. 192 for 8. The total goes up.
She entertained for the entire day. She kept us alive during the rain. She says no, when they were going down, she was calling out, she was blowing the horn. And that's the sort of atmosphere, that's the sort of drama that you're accustomed to in cricket. Archibald, I have a lot of respect for this young man. When he bowls, he puts everything into it. When he bats, you're going to get the full.
And so you should, as a professional cricketer. You should look to put your all into your game, give it a full go. We also saw him getting an opportunity. I think it was for the President's 11.
Yes, West Indies A.
West Indies A,
yes,
as well. So opportunity abound for him. So he too has to put the effort in just to justify the selectors giving him the opportunity. 193 for 8. So
any projection then more? Do you think the 225 would work? Or do you think it may be a 215?
To me, it looks more like a 215 the way that they're going. Louis is trying, but he's been hitting the ball very hard, but straight to the fielders. Easy driving again, just for a single. Cottrell out at that mid-off position, comes across to his right. He's a left-handed, so he had to run around the ball. That's when they're able to get a single, and Louis gets his 29th run. So maybe a revised total of 215 or so for the Leeward Islands. What has concerned me, though, in this whole tournament is the lack of runs in terms of teams not getting big scores. And that's a problem in this day and age. Here is he driving. That's a beautiful shot for 4. It was up to Colin Archibald, and he drove that one exquisitely through the extra cover region for runs.
Yes, splitting the cover and the mid off, and it had not just placement and timing, but power. It was uppish, and he was down on one knee, really showing his capacity. He's a wholehearted cricketer. You mentioned about not having the big scores, would have been a concern, but the Jamaica Leeward Islands game on Independence Day, that had some scores. When you also watch potentially that game between Barbados, Pride, and the Leewards on Sunday at Seville, that had the potential initially to be a big score, but what may have been some of the issues, the rain interrupting on a few occasions, and how do players retain concentration, I think that has to be a critical part going forward.
Getting another single is Jeremiah Louis, just playing the ball just away from the cover fielder and taking off and getting a single. And we saw that even today, where we had a water break. And after the water break, Jamal Hamilton just seemed to have lost concentration. Came back and looked very unsettled after the break. It was a strange sort of phenomenon. Here is Archibald just looking to slug one, not making contact.
It's a cycle. I don't know why. You saw Devon Thomas on 94. Shortly after the rain break, he got out. It was a peach of a delivery, I mind you, on Sunday. That trend, and then the batters between there could not continue. So I think one of the issues may be focus, concentration in spite of the adverse circumstances.
Archibald coming down and wanting a quick single, and if that one had hit, maybe it might have been difficult. But the 200 has come up for the Leeward Islands. 200 of 300 deliveries in 180 minutes. 200 up for the Leeward Islands. 200 for 8. This is Jeremiah Louis playing a reverse sweep stroke there, just almost playing it a left-handed stroke turn. Yep, yeah,
Well,
that is more like a switch hit. Yes,
But it was interesting because that Salmon is getting the ball to turn sharply, and he took that charge. He took it off the stumps.
Salmon is in. They're going to get a couple of runs here. They get one. He wants the second, and he's coming back for it and getting back for it as well is the left-handed Colin Archibald, as he noticed that it was Cottrell who looked a little bit injured today out in the outfield. He's been limping, has been not sprinting as hard as we've seen him before.
Well, he tore the heart of the Leeward's top order, and then I remember he had a sliding save down at the long on region in about his 5th over. I'm not sure if that was a contributing factor.
Backing away and getting another run, this time out to the long off fielder. So Archibald continues to tick the scoreboard along, 204.
We have to give some credit, though, as well to the captain, the Jamaica captain, Rovman Powell. I know only 2 overs remaining at 204. Not just for just regular captaincy matters, but at this stage, Odin Smith is an option. But he recognized how Pete Salmon was bowling, and he didn't take it out. Usually, towards the back end of the innings with the big hitters, most captains want to have their fast bowlers on, want to ensure that the spinners are not on, and he has done the opposite. And I think that has been rewarded.
But I think it has also been because he has wickets. The 8 wickets have fallen. So it's more of the tail enders coming in for the Leeward Islands that has allowed him, with no real recognized batsman per se at the crease, it gave him, all the options available.
Jeremiah Louis would not like to hear you say no recognized batsman, neither would Colin Archibald.
Short delivery. Archibald looking to try and smash this one over mid-wicket, not making contact. But in the essence of, based on the position that they came in the order, they would be considered lower order batters. So hence my comment. And because of that, because he also has the 8 wickets, that's why Captain Powell is able to, to use some of his spinners like Salmon towards the end. Archibald driving again, this time in the air over the top of cover, but the fielder coming around from the deep cover boundary into a deep extra cover position was able to field, and the batsmen were able to come back for 2 runs.
2 runs, the fielding team would benefit from 2, because had it been the outfield without the rain, that one would have gone for 4.
And it looks like the Jamaicans are offering Colin Archibald that drive just based on the deepness of the fielders in the offside. Here we see him getting a single as he's driving the ball to, looks to be Powell, who is on that 30-yard circle. Very deep, almost giving away the run, the single, to protect the boundary. So we now see Powell himself going out onto that cow corner, deep mid-wicket boundary. So he has a man at deep square leg, and then deep mid-wicket, and a man at long on. There's also a man on the deep extra cover boundary, and the third man is out on the boundary. So those are the fielders out. This is Gordon, and driving in the air is Jeremiah Louis, and he's out caught. The ball went high up in the air, and running back was the fielder there for the Jamaicans. The ball just seemed to be hanging in the air, and he gave it enough time for the fielder to make the ground, and the catch is taken. We're just trying to identify the fielder who took that catch out. And we're told that it's Cottrell who made the distance back and took a smart catch in the end.
Yes, he made it look rather simple because the ball was going over his head. He was running back. And running back, he was able to clutch it rather easily. Louis, I think the intent was good. He wanted to go down the ground over the top. But at the same time, the ball seemed to have come off part of the bottom edge and lobbed in the air. Intention good. What will be critical, though? You don't want to be bowled out. And Bob Durham, who is joining Colin Archibald, would understand that this becomes a critical.
So just 8 deliveries to go in the innings, and the Leeward Islands wouldn't want to get bowled out within their 50 overs. Here is Daniel Durham, and he's bowled. First delivery, couldn't get the bat down, knocked him over. Did Nicholson Gordon right up to Daniel Durham. The stumps the bails have been removed, and Durham is bowled first ball. The Leeward Islands have been bowled out for 207. Durham going first ball without scoring, and leaving Colin Archibald stranded on 13. Leeward Islands bowled out for 207 in over number 49.
Well, just as you were asking or expecting them to bat out the other 8 balls, they have been bowled out with 7 remaining. I think what will be key here is that the Jamaicans would want to look at it that we have restricted them significantly. And having restricted them, we are on a smaller field than at the Sir Viv Richards cricket grounds, and being on a smaller field, we should be able to get these. Excellent bowling from the Jamaican. Sheldon Cottrell really started the move very well at the top of the order for the Leewards. And once he would have gotten out Powell and Carty, then the need for consolidation, the Leewards, but they found themselves in a little tight spot when Ross Powell, though he opened the innings with Kieran Powell, found himself wanting to go over the top, and then he himself, when the Leewards are struggling then, and once you are struggling at 22 for 3, then the prospects would not look good. But I'm sure then more that partnership between the captain Hamilton, Jamal Hamilton, and Ward definitely gave them some hope.
Yes, that was 100 exactly, that partnership between Ward and Hamilton. And that would have given the innings a little bit of impetus.
Right, and when you consider that Hamilton would have scored his 54 off just 64 balls, striking at 84, they needed him to go on. They needed him to push on. But once that did not happen, the rest of the middle fell out.
Yes, and Hamilton was followed quickly by Ward. Let me just give you the Leeward Islands scorecard. Kieran Powell was caught Dennis Bully off Sheldon Cottrell for 9. Ross Powell caught Java Royal off Pete Salmon 13. Casey Carty caught Royal off Cottrell without scoring. Terrence Ward caught Brandon King off Dennis Bully for 32. Jamal Hamilton was caught Java Royal off Dennis Bully for 54. Kofi James was run out for 7. Harry Mago caught and bowled Dennis Bully for 9. Hayden Walsh Jr. was bowled by Pete Sabon for 17. Jeremiah Louis was caught Sheldon Cottrell off Dickelson Gordon for 31. Colin Archibald was left not out on 13. And Daniel Donram was bowled first ball off Gordon without scoring. Cottrell 5 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, 2 wickets. Royal 10 overs, 2 maidens, 35 runs, no wicket. Pete Salmon 9 overs, no maidens, 32 runs, 2 wicket. Nicholson Gordon 6.5 overs, no maidens, 38 runs, 2 wickets. Odin Smith 7 overs, no maidens, 41 runs, no wicket. Dennis Bulai 10 overs, no maidens, 46 runs, 3 wickets. And Rovman Powell had 1 over for 7 runs. So Leeward Islands bowled out at 207, which means that the Jamaica Scorpions need 208 for victory in their 50 overs at the crease.
Certainly, and the Jamaicans would have contributed some 22 runs in extras to that. 17 wides, 3 no balls, 2 leg byes. So the 22 extras could well or may have made a difference. So as the groundsmen are paying attention to the pitch to prepare for the Jamaica innings, you will join us here in 30 minutes as we bring you the Jamaica run chase. Tell the guys that we need the television up. 10, 9, 8, 7. We are delighted to greet you once again here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds here in the north of Antigua. Today's game, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes against the Jamaica Scorpions, started out well in cool conditions, but the weather did intervene during the innings, and the Leewards, as a result, closed their innings on 207 all out from 48.5 overs, with the principal scorers, in fact, the leading scorers being the captain, Jamal Hamilton, scoring 52, and also Terrence Ward supporting with 34, both putting on a 100 partnership that sort of got the Leewards together. Apart from that, a low order knock from Jeremiah Louis helped the Leewards as they slumbered, whatever Terry may call it, to 207 all out. Jamaica doing well, Cottrell getting amongst the wickets, also Pete Salmon doing his part, Nicholas Gordon also towards the end, and the Jamaicans setting themselves in a good position now, Terry, needing to chase 208 for victory. That's just over 4 runs per over. Your thoughts?
Yes, good afternoon, Seth, and good afternoon to everybody listening to what could be an absorbing match. I think Leeward Islands Hurricanes did well to fight back after the loss of those early wickets through the 100-run stand with Terrence Ward and Captain Jamal Hamilton. But then missed the trick once Hamilton was dismissed.
Well, here is Kareem Agor starting to Brendan King. Looks like a good delivery that have had him covering up the left armour. Kareem Agor slides it through quite nicely. He's a good starter for the Leewards. Brendan King cuts, 4 runs. Lovely shot, responding well. Excellent.
Yes, put that ball away. It was short outside the off stump, and Brandon King wasn't going to miss out on that. Quickly onto it. Beautiful square cut. But this is a partnership, though, Seth Chadwick Walton in his first match the other night against the Academy boys looked quite good, and they set that victory up with a 90-run opening stand. So Leewards will be looking for an early breakthrough.
Go once again to King, a better delivery. King driving, Gore fielding. Chadwick Walton always looks good. Whether he scores 10 or he scores 100, he's that type of player who always looks in command. Brendan King working this one, good diving save. Going to his right, Ross Powell. Brendan King also the heart of the West Indies white ball batting. So an experienced pair, cut through the covers for 4. A bit of poor work, it looks like. Is it Louis? Casey Carty, no. In the cover position, he cracked that one. The fielder went down, but wasn't in command. And 4 runs to Brendan King. Successive, well, not with successive deliveries, but 2 4s so far in this over. 8 without loss.
Yes, King has started very ominously, but that should have been fielded there.
Here is Kareem Agor once more down the leg side, wide signaled by umpire Duguid. So it's umpire Duguid and Leslie Reefer Jr. carrying today's game in the orange and black hat. Black hat in the hot sun. Before time it used to be the umpires in white before the white ball started. And this one is played into the cover position. Fielded comfortably by Carty. First over, 9 runs. Well on the way.
Yes, good positive start there by the Jamaica Scorpions. Of course, they'll fancy themselves hunting down this 208 for victory. I think Leeward Islands, after opting to bat first, will feel that they're at least maybe as much as 50 runs short on this pitch. So Jamaica Scorpions definitely in with a big chance and a good positive start there.
Well, this is important for them in terms of the context
Definitely.
of the tournament,
They can
because the
cement the
Leewards
second spot,
could
yeah.
say that we are already sealed off spot number one.
Mhm.
But a win here would help them
Most
seal
definitely.
that second, well, not even second place, because they would both have a final game, but at least to secure a place in the top two and eventually into the semifinals.
Yeah, most definitely.
So Group A, also Trinidad and Tobago, well, looking good, the Red Force. Here is Colin Archibald, a good delivery just outside the off stump. Walton shouldering arm and allowing the ball to go through for Hamilton. Hamilton hitting some form for the Leewards. King is always in form. He may not always get the score you want, but he's just that batter that never looks to be in trouble, never looks to be out of sort. And Walton is also another graceful player. Positive opening pair for Jamaica. This time playing away from his body. Hits that one into the ground.
Yes, not a bad start here by Archibald, but you talk about the Group A in Trinidad.
Yes.
That is very wide open, because I think
Very.
Guyana got CCC, who were winless in their last match, but it could come down
Windwards.
to Windward's Trinidad, yeah.
Yeah. And that's what you want. You want to be going
Definitely,
into the
yeah.
final game
Mm.
wondering, okay, which one? A defeat, a terrible defeat, could make it tough. Archibald onto the body of Walton, works the ball around. Leg by signal by the umpire. So Archibald must have seen something. His first two deliveries were outside the off stump. This time he went towards the body. He has changed his attack now that he will be bowling to Brandon King. He was testing Walton over the wicket. Now with King, the left arm is coming from around the wicket.
Yeah, around the wicket, try and angle it back into the right-handed King.
Good one. King comes forward. Did not really move the feet, just anchored there. One coming into him. He's already on 8. He has had 2 fluent scoring strokes, both going through the covers along the ground. One going between cover and backward point. The other one basically went through the fielder at cover. Second over here in this game. He drives at that, over the top, 4 runs, 1 bounce into the long off boundary. And Brandon King, he is going on a rampage. He's not going to take it easy. When he gets deliveries like that over pitched outside the off stump, he's very strong outside the off stump.
Yeah, very strong set, half volley. That one, he hit it aerial, but quite safe, well over the head of Casey Carty there at mid-off, who's inside the circle. But there's a very good positive start here by Brandon King.
Archibald. Good response. One just back of the length and angling into the batsman. Good defense on the part of Brandon King. Over number 2 completed. Jamaica, 14 without loss.
Yes, and another good over there for the Jamaica Scorpions. Brandon King, as I say, he's looking in fine touch. He's had some good scores without making a big score. I think his highest score is about 41 or so in the competition so far. So this could be his day, Seth. But
Well, you know, as I said, he's a man. He may not always score the runs, but he always looks in form. Never, I can remember a moment see him ruffled or troubled or see him out of touch. That's just a natural, fluent Brandon King. This time it's Walton. Walton, who faces up to Kareem Agor, gets a single, and there must have been some miscommunication there or expectation difference between Kofi James at cover and Casey Carty at cover point. And the single was easily taken.
Yeah, I don't think there should have been a run there. It was hit forcefully into the cover region by Walton.
An adjustment to the field. A single. Sorry, after the single. So Hamilton making an adjustment, calling a player into the Jeremiah Louis to a deep gully position. He already has a first slip. Fluent drive by King, but only as far as Durham. And there is no run. So Karima Gore is bowling with a slip, a deep gully, a point, backward point, a cover, an extra cover, off all, and then three fielders on the onside, the long one, the mid wicket, short mid wicket, and the backward of square. Plays it down to long on and gets a single. They're content to work it around.
I'd like to see a bit more urgency, though, from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They look like they're just sitting back a bit, waiting for a mistake from one of these batsmen.
That's right. This time Walton sweeps at that one. The ball is going down to fine leg for four. Poor bowling, angled down the leg side. I guaranteed it may have been an attempted arm ball, but getting too much drift on that one. And 4 runs to Chadwick Walton. Jamaica moving up to 50. Leg by. Leg by signal by the umpire as I took my eyes slightly off play. Fortunately, it wasn't a wide. At least he got something, part of the body onto that one, the pads. So Jamaica cruising here. Gore once again. Walton reaches it. Turns it out to Ross Powell. The Leewards, without a few experienced players, Devon Thomas has marched on to, similarly, and Kuma Banner would have marched on for the Jamaicans to the West Indies team in Australia. And Raheem Cornwall taking a rest today. 20 without loss. Jamaica after 3 overs, pretty much. A good solid start.
I was going to ask you that, Seth, about Devon Thomas. He's gone to Australia in the squad, of course, for the 2 test matches. All the talk, of course, is on Tej Narayan Chanderpaul making the West Indies squad for the first time and looking to open with Craig Brathwaite. But with the 2 practice matches before the first test, I wouldn't mind seeing, just because of the occasion, you know Australia going to come hard at him. I wouldn't mind seeing Devon Thomas.
Archibald to King. King defends well on the march. Carty fields and there is no run. Well, there are options.
Open in the first test, I mean, as opposed to Chanderpaul.
I think
take the pressure a bit better.
I don't know what the selectors would do, but Chanderpaul offers that left-hand, right-hand combination. I think could be advantageous.
True. And he deserves his spot, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, he deserves that spot. The question asked, Archibald comes into King, works it off the pads. Durham fields, and there is no run. So the left-hand, right-hand combination is important. When we were broadcasting the match, Bangladesh against the West Indies, we thought that was the ideal time to have gotten Taj Narayan Chanderpaul in. And instead, the selectors opted for a number 3 in Raymond Reefer. We also thought Archibald comes into Brandon King, steers it down to 3rd man. Good, robust feeling by Hayden Walt Jr. Send the return in, striking Walt and both players waving hands to each other. We also thought that was the opportunity as well for Devon Thomas to have gotten in at number 3. That didn't happen. And, you know, selectors, they know what they have in mind. We who follow cricket know also what we think should be. So it may not be a clash in minds, it may not be a clash in ideas, it may just be what folks think may work best. Archibald to Brandon King. King comes forward. Hayden Walsh Jr. would not be beaten in that point position, and there is no run. So both I would play. Tajnerine Chandapal, I would play him as the opener. Devon Thomas, I would play him at number 3. Solidly, he is technically perhaps the best option you have out there of all the batters you see. Brendan King is not playing in that game. When I mean that, he's not offering up that opportunity for test cricket, which I would love to see. Comes forward, King works the ball nicely down to the mid-wicket region. Ross Powell in pursuit, slides, 2 runs to Brendan King. King is just naturally talented and gifted, and I would love to see him playing the red ball.
Yes, most definitely.
I would love to see a combination of those 2 players, King and Thomas, in a West Indies test middle order. The other player who I think has not transformed into a test player, though he's the outstanding ODI player, Shea Hope. I have a lot of time for him. An awesome right-handed batter. King comes forward. And no run on that occasion. 22. 22 without loss after 4. So the options, the question is, where the thinking is, I just would not have gone for that number 3. And within the context of Australia, as I said, you grew him prior, but perhaps the selectors see things differently.
Yeah, for sure, Seth, but you're quite right. Even with King, I would have thought he would have attempted to force himself into the red ball setup earlier than this, but it comes back again, doesn't it, for how much first-class cricket they're available or willing to play, you know, so... But at the moment, today, here at Coolidge in the CG United Super 50 Cup, he's looking in ominous touch.
Chadwick Walton faces up to Kareem Agua, and he comes forward. Kareem Agua seems to have settled down after that first over, because King really had 2 excellent 4s. Walton comes forward. Go fields. Kareem Agua, in case you're listening, is that little player from Antigua. Well, originally would have had his international debut with the USA. Born in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. Walton works this one around. Grew up, lived in Liberta, Antigua. One of the Black Hawks players, forcing his way into the Leewards team. Walton drives, and I can't believe it. Durham was awaiting for the ball to come to him instead of reaching forward and take that catch. And it is really a clumsy bit of fielding on the part of Durham. The ball bounced in front of him and almost got to the boundary for 4, almost injured himself between saving and the ropes. Just a launch forward would have been a wicket. Walton, though, moves to 5. Jamaica 26 without loss.
Yes, and as we were saying earlier, Seth, Leeward Islands just seemed to be on the back foot, waiting for something to happen. Durham there caught in 2 minds whether to fully attack the ball and commit himself to the catch. He didn't. It got through him. Another couple of runs to the score. So 26 without loss now, Jamaica. But at the moment, absolutely no pressure on them whatsoever.
Go to Walton. Walton comes forward. Walton should have been back in the pavilion. That ball was in the air, hanging for too long.
Definitely. Even if
At
he had
his
committed
size and
himself.
his length,
Yeah.
one step in, it would have been a catch. And you were right, Terry. The guys were just a bit flat-footed. And as I mentioned, without the experienced players, you need to be on the P's and Q's because you don't have a good score. Keep winning being a habit and don't just feel secure that you are already in a position of moving forward. And they could well, find themselves in a challenging situation. Colin Archibald is ready. 5 overs, 26 without loss. So.
Yeah, so it's a good positive start by Jamaica. Archibald continue around the wicket to King.
And Archibald looks good. Archibald looks good. Has his angles right. King would have played a lofted drive over mid-off of Archibald. Apart from that, he has not quite measured him. He has defended well. Archibald, a strongly built left armer, also has the distinction of a 100 at this level. Batting at number 10. Has the capacity to go on. Good delivery. Well played. Full face of the bat by Brendan King. And this is good cricket. Good cricket. Good bowling, good batting.
Yeah, he's making him play, which is the most important thing. He's got a good line and length going. I perhaps would have left the slip in for another over.
Yes.
For him.
Precisely, especially with the left armer. He angles it in and he can also leave the right-handed batsman. So you needed that slip. Ultra defensive approach here by the Leewards. A good rising delivery. King rides it well though. Got up on his toes. Worked it just back with us, created a very tall Durham. Single. Brandon King moves to 16. 16 from 20 deliveries. 3 fours in those 16. Chadwick Walton, who will face, is on 5 from 13 deliveries, being calm, calculated. Lovely shot.
So,
Just opened the face of the bat, but there is a fielder on the wide third-man boundary in Jeremiah Louis, who sends the return in. Walton moves to 6.
yeah, nice shot there. Just open the face, as you said, Seth, and steered it past backward point.
Both are touch players, real classic touch players. Walton would have had a few opportunities in the white ball cricket for the West Indies. Did quite capitalize based on his quality this time. That's a good one. Good one from Colin Archibald. Slow delivery though. Brandon King in good mind. Has a sense of presence. Playing it back to Archibald. Jamaica, good bowling from Dennis Bulai, Pete Salmon, Sheldon Cottrell. Those were the key wicket takers. Brandon King flicks at that one. Wide signal by the umpire. Losing it a bit.
Yeah, just went for a bit of extra pace there, I think, backing up the slower delivery. And just got the line wrong there, but generally, Archibald has looked good.
6th over just about to be completed. 29 without loss. Good delivery. King covers up well. And the ball goes to mid-off fielder. No run after 6 overs. Jamaica Scorpions needing 208 for victory. They're well on the way. They're 29 without loss. Brandon King is on 16. Chadwick Walton is on 6. Kareem Agor has had 3 overs done for 15. Colin Archibald, 3 overs done for 9. Denmore Roberts will join you, Terry.
No problem, Seth. And yes, just what Jamaica Scorpions would have been looking for. A good, solid start. There's nothing in this pitch. A docile pitch today here at Coolidge, and they're going along quite nicely through Bolton and King at this stage. Good afternoon, Denmore.
Good afternoon to you, Terry. Leeward's persisting with Kareem Agor. Roughed up a little bit and also not benefiting from a bit of poor feeling. Saw balls going through the legs of fielders, and then effort, lack of effort for drop catch opportunity. But he's continuing. He's in his fourth over. 3.3 overs so far. 15 runs from his bowling. New to this type of cricket. Here is a sweep shot being played. Just a little bit of hesitation. So, Walton, I was just looking up his stats and didn't really shine at the international level when he got the opportunity.
I was surprised the other night when they said he's 37. That crept up.
It crept up on him. He had 2 tests with 4 innings, only 13 runs at an average of 3.2. And ODIs, he had 9 ODIs, 8 innings, 53 runs at an average of 6.6. So not getting off at all when he got the opportunity at the international level, Chadwick Walton. He walks a single as the 30th run has come for the Jamaica Scorpions. Remember, they're trying to chase down the 207 made by the Leeward Islands. They are on 30 without loss.
Yes, and quite a tidy over there by Kareem Agor, who seems to be settling into his bowling rhythm now. But wickets is what is required by the Leeward Islands. I can't imagine with the Scorpions batting lineup and here at Coolidge, rather small ground, that they'll be able to contain the Scorpions for less than 207. So they'll be looking to bowl them out. Wickets they need, but nothing in the offing so far between King and Walton as Archibald comes in again.
On the line of the leg stump, easy single. So the Jamaicans continue to just knock the ball around, take off and get the singles, and has been very good so far in terms of their batting, the ability to turn the strike over. In the Leeward Islands innings today, 32 from Terence Ward and 54 from Jamal Hamilton, and then 31 later on from Jeremiah Louis. Those were the chief contributors. The batsmen not necessarily getting off at all today.
Yes, and that drive there by King, a little bit uppish into the cover region as it straightened on him, coming in with the angle of the left arm Archibald, which is again why I think Hamilton should have kept the slip in for Archibald.
I think though that maybe one of the reasons why Captain Hamilton would have removed the slip because of the line that Archibald is looking to bowl. He's coming around the wicket and looking to push the ball into towards King rather than coming over the wicket and angling it towards the slip region. I think that because of that, that could be part of the reason why the slip has been removed. King looks a touch player. He's driving very nicely all along the ground. But again, he too is having the same issue, like we saw with some Leeward Islands batsmen. Playing very nice looking shots, but straight to fielders.
Straight to fielders, yeah. And you're quite right what Archibald is attempting to do, although he does have that one that does straighten. But is he being told to bowl the wrong length type thing, that looking to contain rather than take wickets?
Is he driving straight to Carty at that mid-off position? So,
of course,
no run.
It's been the spinners that have basically dominated the competition so far. But it'd be interesting to see this being a day game, one of the few day games in the competition. The ball seems to be a bit different at night, type thing under the lights. So So it'll be interesting. But at the moment, I just like to see a bit more energy from the Hurricanes.
I agree with you. And I also agree with the point that you made earlier, that the Hurricanes are not going to just contain the Jamaicans on that 207. So they must come up with inventive ways if they're going to take wickets. So it will be very interesting to see how they approach things here. And so far, it has just been pretty ordinary. So we are hoping that we see a little bit more of an impetus, a little bit more invention from Captain Hamilton, almost trying to buy a wicket from the Jamaicans. Because you tend to think these two batsmen are going to be key in the Jamaica run chase.
Yeah, for sure. These two, and then, of course, Captain Powell to follow, will be where Jamaica Scorpions will be looking to get the majority, if not all of these 208.
Gore continues, starts his fifth over. 16 runs so far from his bowling. Had a couple of loose deliveries. Gore. This one is dragged from the offside. It says, get a run. So the Jamaicans trying to just work it around. They're still inside the first power play.
Yeah, that's a little bit too easy there, though, to give a single. You're already in a short mid-wicket position. It was hit firmly enough a bit to the fielder's right, but comfortable single again. And again.
And what the Jamaicans have done well is that they have been recognizing where the gaps are and have been picking up the singles.
Another left-arm spinner, of course, Kareem Ago. What is it, Demo? I mean, we grew up, we wanted to bat like Vivi or Richardson or, people from other countries had their heroes. Where all of a sudden did these left-arm, or why did they decide, right, I'm going to bowl left-arm?
Maybe just the luck of the draw. Maybe it's just one of those times when quite a number of left-arm players are around. Because we've even seen more left-arm, even fast medium bowlers.
Yeah, exactly.
Left-armers seem to be the order of the day. I know at one point we also had a lot of left-handed batsmen. But now we're seeing left-arm bowlers, which maybe it's a good thing. What we need to do, though, is that if we have left-arm bowlers, we need to get one of them up to the level of an international standard. We need to work on one and get that person really, really working on their game and get them up to international standard. 35 without loss as Archibald starts a new over. Another left-arm bowler. He's coming around the wicket, Archibald. Bowling well within himself. I think that he can bowl faster than we've seen him here. But the pitch doesn't seem to be one that is encouraging people to bowl fast. So they've been bowling well within themselves, the bowlers that we've seen so far.
Again,
he's tripped. Oh.
They can't say they haven't had their chances, but it's Durham again, isn't it?
That one. Looks to be Powell, yeah. I was saying looks to be Powell who is in that location there. Didn't get there. Again, just the ball left the bat in the air. It was in the air for a while, but Powell just couldn't get to his right enough to effect the catch. It would have been a smart catch had he gotten there, but the batsman survives.
Good ball, well played. But again, as you say, Denmore, Kieran didn't get there, but again, they're flat. You don't see or hear any chirping going on. You don't see any encouragement. They're just standing around waiting for something to happen. But talking about left-arm bowlers, you're quite right. If you could develop one, it'd only take one. Left-armers are always trouble. They're always difficult, you know. So if you can get one up to even close to the mark, you'll be doing well. Archibald bowling good line and length, but as you say, Denmore, there's nothing in this.
Yeah, nothing in
pitch.
it.
No.
And so he's just bowling maybe to the plan. Looks as if his captain has said to bowl between wicket and wicket, and let's see if anything happens. Let's see if any of these batsmen make a mistake. We almost saw a mistake in this over from that chipped drive by King. Slower delivery and getting away with it because it might have struck King at the non-striker's end. That took all the pace off the ball, so they only get a single. Walton would have wanted more from that stroke. But just a run to the team from Jamaica. 37 without loss, the Scorpions. And again, just trying to get it with singles, just guiding the ball away into the offside field. Brings up the end of over number 10. So at the end of over number 10, Jamaica Scorpions, they're 37 without loss.
Yes, and another good tidy over there by Archibald. Unlucky again. He could have had the wicket of both these batsmen so far. But Leeward Islands fielders haven't been backing up their bowlers thus far in the field as they should be. But desperate to break this partnership as it's just starting to form now, up to 37.
Hamilton is continuing with Goa. So Goa in his 6th over. Remember, they have Kofi James, Hayden Walsh Jr., Daniel Durham, Terence Ward, even Jeremiah Louis at his disposal. Yeah,
and Kofi James has been in fine form with the ball.
He's gotten some wickets in this tournament.
10 wickets at 10 apiece, and one of the leading wicket takers.
Ball beating the infield once more, so they're going to get more runs. Comes back for 2. Again, just not sharp enough in the field. Leeward Islands. Just allowing a ball that you just tend to think that should have been fielded to run through. Looks to be Kofi James, who is in that cover point there. Didn't throw himself at that one. Here is a loud appeal, striking him on the pad. Umpire is unmoved. Leeward Islands.
Hamilton can't believe it. But I think it might have been just struck just outside.
Hamilton still looking, wondering why the umpire didn't raise his finger.
I don't know why he's asking the batsman, though. Denmark, I've never seen a batsman in my life walk on an LBW decision.
Probably just asking him, did you play that one? And every batsman would say yes. Came off the middle of the bat. Delivery that is driven out into the offside field. And Hamilton just trying to lift the spirits of the Leeward Islands players. Like you've said, they've been very flat since they've been out in the field. And Kareem Agor bowling a good delivery to end his 6th over. So 22 runs from his bowling so far. The score has moved on to 39 without loss at the end of over number 11.
Yeah, good tidy old over there by Kareem Agor, just the 2 runs from it. And even those 2 runs might well have been saved. But we're looking for a wicket. And it's getting to almost desperation times. Is it going to be Archibald to continue, though? From this, the commentary box or southern end of the ground here at Coolidge. 39 for no wicket after 11 overs. Jamaica Scorpions definitely well placed, chasing 208 for victory. Leewards just need a couple of wickets to get back into this contest. Having said that, though, Captain Hamilton is spreading the field a bit. He's putting the cover fielder out on the cover point boundary. No timing in that shot by King. A short delivery, trying to punch it through the offside. No run.
Yep, yeah, I think he missed out on that one. Short of a length delivery. Really should have been looking to put that one away, but didn't time it whatsoever. Remains on 19 runs. 13 is Chadwick Walton. 39 without loss. Again, just getting a run as he just working the ball into the onside. So 1 more to King, 1 more to the Jamaica total, 40 without loss. You think that the Jamaicans would want to have victory here just to have a little bit of a psychological edge going into the semi-final stage.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to have 2 losses against the same opponent that you're going to or could meet possibly in the finals.
Yep.
Yeah.
Called wide outside the line of the off stump. Archibald just flirting with that line that is marked to indicate the wide line, and Archibald just outside of it, and so called wide by the umpire. 41 without loss.
Archibald into his 6th over, so you'd probably say that this could well be his last in his opening spell. And once again, I'd just like to see Hamilton bringing in somebody in a catching position just to be in the eye line of these Jamaica Scorpions batsmen. Shot.
Pulled away, but there's a sweeper on that mid-wicket boundary in Kofi James, so he's there, gets the ball back quickly to Hamilton. 1 more to Chadwick Walton. He's on to 14, and the total on to 42. 42 without loss. So we've lost the sunshine just for a little bit here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We just keep our eyes, no movement in the area of the groundsmen, so probably just gone. The sun gone behind some clouds. Far too easily, though. King just picks up another run, just turning a straight delivery into the onside and taking off and getting the single for his 21st run.
Yeah, very, very comfortable these 2 are looking. I can see Hayden Walsh Jr. there at the backward point region, just rolling his arm over as the ball's returned to Archibald. It might be time for, I think it will be time for a change at the end of this over.
Wide delivery. So just train. And just as I said, I didn't see any movement in the region of the groundsman. It's just darkened a little bit, and it looks as if there's a little bit of a drizzle across the field. We just see the groundsmen getting into position today. They've been busy today.
Yeah.
This would be an opportunity for them to just run out the lunch that they might have had. And like you said, in the days of climate change, you don't see the clouds, but the rain coming. Maybe they're behind of us where we are. Here is another delivery straight down the leg side. So he's beginning to lose it. Colin Archibald, this might just be an indication to Captain Hamilton that he's probably needing to bring someone else onto the field.
Yeah, he may be just tiring a bit into his 6th over, but it just, to me, the Hurricanes know, especially after winning the toss on this type of surface today that we have here at Coolidge, that they're, as I say, about 50 runs short.
Rain is just beginning to get a little bit heavier, and no doubt very soon we might see the umpires taking the players off. They're just assessing if it's heavy enough, and it's really now getting a lot heavier. So we've seen the signal for the covers to come on, and the groundsmen who seem to have had the drill down packed for the day, they are now sprinting on and to get the covers on in quick time. So it tells us that the Jamaicans, they need 208 for victory. They are on 44 without loss. Brandon King is on 21 of 36 deliveries. He's had 3 fours so far in his innings. And Chadwick Walton is on 14 of 36 deliveries. He's had 1 4. So we're going to have a break because it's a sharp shower that is coming out here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yes, and kudos to the ground staff. They do a fantastic job, and they have been busy not only today, then more, but throughout the week with the amount of rain we've had and the matches up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. But won't it be great when we see in the Caribbean? I was watching the World Cup the other night, well, a bit of it anyway, and I saw they got tractors, they got pulleys, they press a button, everything opens and shuts for them. Well, the day that happens in the Caribbean, then well,
this is part of our culture. It will take away from what makes us uniquely Caribbean.
too true.
Yeah, we love when the guys run on with the covers and the
Exactly.
pageantry that comes with it.
Yes, adds
Seeing
to
them
the
standing
excitement.
out there, being soaked from head to toe, all a part of what we we do need. We do need some of those tractors and
Definitely.
motorized stuff. I was just being facetious there, but this is a sharper shower than we've had
Yeah,
all
this
day,
is
so we might have a little
serious
break.
rain.
So we're going to we'll just take a short break from the coverage, and as soon as things clear up and we have more live coverage, we will certainly come back to you on the stream. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Maybe in about 10 minutes or so, we'll be back with more cricket action from the Coolidge Cricket Ground. I'm going to take a break. Jamaica Scorpions, they are 45 without loss, chasing the 207 made by the Leeward Islands, which means that they require another 163 runs off another 38.1 overs. So we'll take a short break, and then we will be back with more coverage.
of cricket, West Indies. And we are back after the rain break to just give you a very quick update. And if you're wondering what's happening with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaican Scorpions, we've lost some 57 minutes of play. And my name is Vernon A. Springer, along with Terry LaRaja. Good afternoon. Welcome back after the rain break.
Good afternoon, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our listeners. This could juice things up a bit, Vernon.
You think
reducing overs, reduce target,
reduce target? It's all happening here. So, according to the match referee, Mr. Van Roy Burns, and the umpires, play is expected to start anytime soon, by say about 3:10, and we have the reduced overs of 45 overs. It will now be a 45 over game, which means that the revised Duckworth-Lewis target will be 195 for the Jamaica Scorpions, which means they would need in 33.1 overs, Terry, another 150 runs, game on here.
Yes, most definitely. So they're at 45 without loss now, and 33.1 overs to get 150 with all 10 wickets remaining. Sounds like a easy equation for the Jamaica Scorpions, but as we know and as we've seen in this competition so far, a couple of quick wickets, especially the key ones of Brandon King and then later on Captain Rodman Powell, anything is likely. But having said that, Vernon, I'd like to see a bit more of a spring in the Leeward Island Hurricanes step when they step back onto the ground.
Well, the thing about it is that they've qualified already as the semi-final team, but you just don't want to qualify as a semi-final team. You want to make sure that, and I was always set and then more, is that you treat every game like a final. And so far, I think the Leewards didn't bat well in their first innings here. And let me just give a recap on the scorecard for the Leeward Islands, just in case you've just joined us. Karen Powell caught Bulleye, bowled Cotterwell for 9. Ross Powell caught Royal, bowled Salmon for 13. Casey Carty caught Royal, bowled Cotterwell without scoring. Terence Ward caught Brandon King, bowled Bulleye for 32. Jamal Hamilton, he was caught Royal, bowled Bulleye for 54. Kofi James was run out for 7. Kareem Gore was caught and bowled Bulleye for 9. Hayden Walsh Jr. was bowled Salmon for 17. Jeremiah Louis was caught Sheldon Cotterwell, bowled Nicholas Gordon for 31. Colin Archibald not out 13, and Daniel Durham was bowled, the only delivery face without scoring. The highest run partnership for the day, Ross Powell, 21. And then next to that, you would have had Jamal Hamilton and Terence Ward sharing a fourth wicket partnership of 100. And then Hayden Walsh and Jeremiah Louis, 39. Jeremiah Louis and Colin Archibald, 20. In terms of the extras, sort of ill-disciplined when you look at the, as I would say, the Jamaican bowling attack. Let's go to the figures for the Jamaican team. Sheldon Cotterwell, 5 overs. He really put the brakes on the Leeward Island Hurricanes top order. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, 2 wickets. Javan Royal, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 35 runs, no wicket. Pete Salmon, 9 overs, no maiden, 32 runs, 2 wickets. Nicholas Gordon, 6.5 overs, no maidens, 38 runs, 2 wickets. Odin Smith, 7 overs, no maidens, 41 runs, no wicket. Dennis Bulleye, 10 overs, no maidens, 46 runs, 3 wickets. And the skipper, Rodman Powell, he just had the solitary over. 1 over, no maiden, 7 runs, no wicket. In terms, Terry, of the, like I said, the partnerships, no one really got going today. So the only featured partnerships would have been Jamal Hamilton and Terence Ward. Outside of that, 39, 20, 21, the Leewards would want to put this behind them in terms of batting.
Yeah, most definitely, Vernon. It wasn't a good start. They were 20-odd for 3. And then Captain Jamal Hamilton and Terence Ward dug them out of the hole. Very good, steady partnership of an even 100. But then once Jamal Hamilton threw his wicket away, you must say, once he got his second consecutive half-century for the tournament, threw his wicket away, and they went back into a bit of a slide, losing wickets in clusters again. So overall, after winning the toss and electing to bat on what must be said a pretty docile pitch, a bit of a below-par performance there by the Hurricanes with the bat.
And if you're wondering what has happened so far, Jamaica, they're 45 without loss. Yes, Jamaica 45 without loss. Brandon King is on 21 not out. Shadrick Walton is on 14 not out. To come will be Andrew McCarthy, Alvin Williams, Pete Salmon, Odin Smith, Rovman Powell, Nicholas Gordon, Sheldon Cotterwell, Dennis Bulai, and Javar Royal. The bowling figures so far, the Leewards have just only used 2 bowlers to date. Kareem Ago, 6 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, no wicket. And Colin Archibald, 5.5 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wicket. There have been 2 chances, Terry, which could have turned the difference. Both batters in Walton and King have offered lives already. The Leewards have not been able to capitalize on it. And I just hope that Hamilton can get his team going in the second part of the game.
Most definitely, Vernon, because they looked pretty flat in the 11 overs or so that they've bowled so far in this Jamaica Scorpions innings. And as you say, they could have had both Chadwick Bolton and Brandon King back in the shed. But unfortunately, catches weren't taken. And as they say, Vernon, catches win matches. So you'd like to think that the rain has not only freshened things up here at Coolidge as far as the pitch and the surface is concerned, but hopefully from a Leeward Islands Hurricanes point of view that it's put a bit of a pep in their step with Jamaica now chasing this revised target and needing 150 more.
Well, it's lovely sunshine at the North Zone ground at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Next to us, Barbados batting first. They're 69 without loss of 17 overs. 69 without loss of 17 overs. Kyle Hope is on 38, and Zachary McCaskey is on 28. So Barbados getting off to a flyer in that game. And we just go to the bowling figures for the West Indies Academy. Joshua Bishop, 5 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wicket. Joshua James, 4 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wicket. Naim Young, 4 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wicket. Fine, he's been on the bowl, Terry, in this series so far. Ashmin Ned, 4 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, no wicket. So the West Indies Academy bowling, they have not been able to dent the Barbados batting lineup yet. Their team today, Shea Hope, Shane Dorish, Jonathan Carter, Nicholas Curtin, Javid Leacock, Akeem Jordan, Shamar Springer, Jamal Warrican, and Kamari Boyce. Remember, Barbados and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes played their final game on Sunday. So that is expected to be a big one, as we would say. That's a big one, baby.
Yeah, for sure. Any game against Barbados brings out the rivalry, of course. But I've been impressed with the West Indies Academy team. Great to see that they get the opportunity under this administration. Who used to be the emerging players who actually won this competition back in 2018. And now the West Indies Academy, and keeps them in the game. If they don't get selected for their territory, then they still got the chance to play list day and first class cricket, and keeps them in the game between the ages of 19 and 23, when we tend to lose players who get sick and tired of waiting for the opportunity, as we're still waiting here.
Well, I hope we don't have another revised target, because originally we would have had one revised target,
yes.
because the game was originally due to start at 3:05. It's now, as we would say, based on our clock,
20
right?
past almost.
It's almost 20 past as we talk. It's 3:18. So we're still behind. The Leeward Island players are warming up. Originally, we would have seen a couple of the Jamaican batters going through their paces and getting some balls going. We still have not seen the umpires, so I don't know if they're going to revise the target even more, because originally we would have lost 57 minutes of play when we received that news from Van Roy Burns. We still have a break, and anytime now we expect the umpires to be popping out. And like I said, today there are 2 games, one at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and also one here at the home of Cricket West Indies, Coolidge Cricket Ground. Leewards not sparing too well today. Cardinals seen being bowled out.
Yes, being bowled out inside their full quota of 50 overs, about 7 balls short of that, 48.5 overs, bowled out for 207. And as I say, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they would have been looking for much more than the 207 that they mustered up. But yes, another 15 minutes on brings it up to about an hour and a quarter that we've lost so far. So we might very well, Vernon, lose another couple of overs here. Not much action going on at the moment. We just seem to be waiting.
I hope that we don't lose overs because I know even Jamal Hamilton is looking around, so I don't know what the delay is. I don't know if they've gone back to the calculators to revise. And we did have a hold-up because there was an area on the, as we say, the western side which was saturated with some water, and when they were taking off the covers, the water sort of draped into that area there, so they had to get a mini portable water carrier to be able to take that off. That took some time, and I don't know if the standby umpire and Van Roy Burns, they may be revising back again, or maybe they will just go with the same process based on the update that they gave us. But if you're wondering what's happening, yes, rain did stop play here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. I see Jamal Hamilton, who has left the Leeward Islands dugout now, where his team is warming up. Van Roy Burns is okay. So it looks like we just maybe might have another revised target again. Looks that way. He's maybe just have to go and get his calculator. In fact, the umpire is coming to look for Van Roy. Then we'll see if you can grab that umpire where you see coming to the balcony there, because Van Roy is going one way and the standby umpire is coming the next way. So it's all happening here. They have to recalculate.
Yeah.
So as we called it, right?
Yeah, I think that was obvious. With another 20 minutes or so and nothing happening, they'd need to recalculate. I was disappointed the other day, though, Vernon, with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and CCC match. When rain intervened, I think they were off for about 3 hours, and then by the time they got back on, it was already 5 o'clock, and light was fading. And under Dennis Ramdin, captain of the CCC, he was using all the delaying tactics in the book. Not something that you really want to see.
That's what you read, right?
Well, that's what I saw. I was watching that thing, and you could tell. But, you know, if you can get away with it, you can get away with it. But he shouldn't have got away with it, I don't believe.
What you wanted him to do, Terry?
Well, just play the game out, you know.
But light was bad.
Well, light was bad, but if it was that bad, they wouldn't have restarted, though, isn't it?
Well, the umpires and the match referee would have been in control,
Exactly.
but the players would have been the one who would have been out there. So it's unfortunate that we had to go down that road, but
yeah, because in the end, it's just the game that suffers. But anyway.
So
All
Jamal
parts
Hamilton is walking past us in front of us. He's going back to his dugout. He most likely would have not maybe received the news. Well, yes, he would have been maybe told the news by match referee Van Roy Burns. I'm still looking from our vantage point to find out if the standby umpire maybe has gone across to the Jamaican dugout to give them an update in terms of what's happening. There's no PA system here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, so we will have to give the listeners and the fans who are here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground an update in terms of what's happening. So more likely, more of us will be coming off.
Yes, most definitely. We're going to lose a few more overs by the look of it. Brilliant sunshine here.
Maybe another 3, 4.
Yeah.
If we lost 5 already and it was 57 minutes lost of play, we are now 3:23. So
they
we might lose another 3.
Right, because they're already about 20 minutes over the rescheduled time.
Yeah, it sort of happens. It's just one of those days there. So it's rain. Stop play here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. And just to give you an idea in terms of what's happening at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Barbados batting first. They are 72 without loss. 72 without loss.
And that's an important game for Barbados Pride also, looking to make the semi-finals. They desperately need a win today, and then depending on the outcome of this match between Leeward Islands and Jamaica,
If Jamaica wins, they go through. Right?
they will go through. Yeah.
If Jamaica lose,
If
then it's
Jamaica lose, it
final
could
on
come
Sunday.
down to Sunday's match. Yes, between Leeward Islands and Barbados.
Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. So we are waiting. I think I heard in the background there the match referee Van Roy Burns next to us in the scorers. We are just waiting on our own score. Nigel will give us a revised target is 40 overs. So we're now down to 40 overs, Terry.
Right, another
The
5
final
loss.
target will be. Okay, so our score Nigel is giving us an update. It's now we originally were 45.
Mm-hmm.
They're now down to 40 overs, and we're starting back at what time? It's now 3:25. So okay, so they start back at 3:30, Terry.
Right.
We just waiting on the on the target. Where we down to 40 overs. So if we're down to 40 overs, it means that the target. And there are no wickets down, right, Terry?
Yeah.
So the target,
45 without loss at the moment.
45 without loss. It's just amazing of this new system produced by Mr. Duckworth and Lois. But we'll wait. Our score, Nigel, will come back to us with the good news. And
That's one adjective you could use for the system, Van Roy.
one adjective.
So what do we got? 28.1 or something like that?
It should be about
Are we up to?
28.1 now,
Yeah.
right? Because originally we had 33. So it's now going to be 28.1 overs. And we're just waiting on the final revised target to see. When it was 45, it was 195. So let's see what Mr. Duckworth and Lois is going to come back with. The umpires, Denmore's reckoned that it will be 186. The standby umpire has gone over to speak to Jama Hamilton, the Leeward Islands Hurricane captain. So he's having a conversation with him. In the meantime, the Jamaican dressing room, they were instructed of the revised target. And play is expected to start in 4 minutes' time. But I think it's going to be game on.
Well, definitely. It should be game on now. Jamaica be looking to press on the advantage that they've got with this solid start. But as we say, a bit of rain around, it juiced things up a bit. It'll be interesting to see how the Leeward Islands Hurricanes go about defending this total now, which is obviously going to be less than the 195. Let's say 190. I think the target's 190, Vernon.
No, maybe go 179. Then what?
179?
It could be. It has to be somewhere in that range. The ticklish situation is that, all right, so Van Roy Burns and the match referee and the standby umpire is now getting his revised target.
All right, so there'll definitely be less. I think I reading on the board, it says 134, is it? Of 28.1?
Well, I'm waiting on Nigel to give me the update. And do we have the latest update, Nigel? So we still waiting. And just to let you know, the rain has delayed the revised target here. We're just waiting on the final calculation.
179.
All right, so Denmo was right. So we have
Right.
179. They are 45 without loss, right?
So that's 134
So 134
of
of
28.1.
28.1 overs.
Right.
All right, so we have a game on here. We really originally had a game on, but we more than have a game on now because I think Jamaica would want to be able to step on the gas and move into overdrive. Ravman Powell is having a word here with the umpire. think.
They
In fact,
finally walk back on the ground.
But he's trying to get his counterpart. He's coming across to go to the Leeward Islands dressing room. He wants to have a conversation. He's waved to someone there, and he was trying to get Jamal Hamilton's attention. He's coming across, and he's maybe not happy that they have reduced it down now to 40 overs, but it's within his grasp.
Well, yes, and they were concerned about a wet patch just where the covers let go the water to the out towards the boundary on the western side of the ground. That's what caused a further delay. The umpires wanted that as dry as they could get it, so it caused no injury to any fielding player in that area.
Robman Powell is having a conversation with the match referee based on what has been happening, and he's maybe sort of disgusted with the situation, but it's beyond his control. The umpires are in control of the game. Out comes the Leeward Island players. The umpires are out, and Brandon King is just waiting on his partner, Chadwick Walton. And anytime now, the revised target, Jamaica would need 179. They would need 134 more runs. And the Leeward Islands would have 28.1 overs, and they would need 10 wickets.
Yes, exactly right. And with this pair walking out and the way they went about their business to reach 45 without loss before the rain break, they looked very comfortable. In fact, they were cruising, really. So I agree with you, Vernon. I think Jamaica would not only be looking for the win, but also to bolster their run rate. Yep. Yeah. And it certainly will be game on. But a couple of wickets here by the Leewards will bring them right back into the match.
So it's 3:31 here in Antigua and Barbuda, 2:31 in Jamaica. And we can say to you that the Leewards, Colin Archibald starting from the media center in here, mid on, mid off, cover, mid wicket, a backward point, fine leg, third man, sweep on the offside, and a deep backward square on the leg side. So the Leewards starting in a very defensive position, Terry.
Yes, once again, they've had defensive fields basically right through this Jamaica Scorpions innings. And interesting that Colin Archibald will continue. I think if we didn't have that rain break... I think he just have one more
delivery left in his sixth over.
Right, you've got to finish the over, right.
Got to finish his over.
Yeah.
So we're back with the action, and we start back right here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. Archibald is slapped down to backward point, can't beat Hayden Walsh, and so the over comes to an end. So 12 overs bowled. Jamaica are 45 without loss, and they would need 134 more runs from 28 overs with the revised Duckworth-Lewis method. They need 179 runs from 40 overs.
Yes, and at 45 without loss, that equates to about 4.8 runs per over. They're currently going at basically 3.8. So as we say, wickets are needed by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And speaking of wickets, Hayden Walsh Jr. for the first time today looks like he'll be coming into the attack from the northern end.
And I feel from the media center in here, Kofi James, who has been was bowled well and was very unfortunate not to have picked up 5 wickets.
Yes.
It was just amazing, right? Because so many catches dropped during the period.
Exactly.
For Kofi James to get 5 wickets.
Exactly. and that was the only way Academy ended up posting, some sort of a respectable score. They switched off a bit, though, the Leewards, towards the latter part, even when they played Jamaica in the first match. That last wicket partnership battered out the 50 overs. There were 160 odd for 9, ended up 200 odd for 9. And then against the Academy again, they couldn't finish them off as quickly as they would have hoped for.
So Hayden Walsh started well, and we've seen a ripper from him first up to Brandon King. Comes in now to bowl to King down the onside, and King is pulling this one away into the boundary for 4. Short delivery. And in that he sort of pulled that one down, and it sort of gave the license to Brandon King, who picked up an easy boundary. Hayden Walsh knows that he's got to grip that pretty early. In the meantime, the score goes up to 49 without loss. And somewhere along the line, Brandon King always seemed to come up against the Leeward Islands. He always comes up with a big score. So I make 192 at Warner Park. Wow, it was a dasher. Comes quietly forward to a good flighted delivery from Hayden Walsh. And the Leewards are going to have to start bowling some dot balls if they want to be in this competition or in this contest.
Yeah, they've really got to get into their game, and every half chance comes along.
Here is Brandon King trying to sweep across the line with the ball. That seemed to be going down the onside. Hamilton was moving down the leg side.
Yes, that one a bit fuller there by Walsh Jr., the sweep shot that went for 4. He dragged down a bit.
Good delivery, but enough room for Brandon King to just stand up and spank it out to the offside and get an easy single. And the 50 up in the context for the Jamaicans. 82 deliveries, 46 minutes, 5 fours, no maximums yet. And very important partnership here for the Jamaica Scorpions, who are trying to get in to join the Leeward Islands into the semi-final. But Leewards would have other ideas. Back and Walton and just punching this down to long on. I just think, Terry, that the traditional mid-wicket where Ross Powell is, he needed to come to his left to be able to cut that ball off. Over bowled, some 13 overs bowled. Jamaica 51 without loss. And Brandon King is on 26. Chadwick Walton is on 15. And the revised target you would have heard a long time ago, in case you just joined us, is going to be 179. Jamaica would need, or 40 overs.
Yes, so an excellent half-century stand thus far, unbroken, for the opening partnership between King and Walton. And they're doing it easy at the moment. And I agree with you, Vernon. Ross Powell there at mid-wicket could have been a little square and a little tighter inside the 30-yard circle, just to put some pressure on these batsmen, because at the moment they're doing it quite easily, as Hamilton looks to marshal his troops. And we've got a change of bowler, as we thought.
Yeah, they've gone for Daniel Durham over Kofi James.
Very
So
interesting, though, because James has been bowling very well.
Yeah, he's been the informed bowler. And if you don't have Raheem Cornwall today,
you don't want to leave things too late. And just a note, the manual scoreboard looks like it's our run behind at the moment. It is 51 for no wicket.
all right, so let's see what's going to be happening. Daniel Durham, who gets his first game for the season, will start from the media center and left armour. Almost look like a Joel Garner, and he's bang on target.
Yeah, he's a big lad, tall lad, like a Suleiman Ben for a spinner.
Yeah, he's played some level of cricket also in England. Durham. Again, he's bang on target. And Walton is very circumspect. He's 15 from 39 balls. He's batted some 49 minutes at the crease. And since Walton has come back, he's tried to spend some time batting. Waits. Durham in out the boat to him. He's sweeping. There's a pay for a leg before, but that's going down the onside. You clearly see that. Walton certainly got to understand the length. When you're sweeping, you sweep length. You don't premeditate that you're going to sweep. And I thought that was just too close to him.
Yeah, far too close.
Durham started with a slip. Short, fine leg. The backward point. Again, he's going down the onside. And signal a wide. And again, Walton deciding that he's going to sweep. He doesn't care. But Durham is penalized for bowling a wide. Score in the meantime goes up to 52 without loss with that wide. I would just maybe like to see a Ross Powell just come a little bit to his right, just in case he spoons up, because he's looking for that. Let him see that gap, the deep backward square. Durham thinking about it. Goes between the umpire and the stump. In now to bowl to Walton. Walton is driving. This time he drives up to Louis at cover. Can't score. Both umpires acknowledge that there are two expected legal deliveries left in the over. 52 without loss, went to over number 14. Durham into ball to Walton, quicker, flatter, faster delivery. And Walton just punching it up to Jeremiah Louis, who fires back a return, maybe to just get his arm oiled up and just reminding the skipper that, hey, I can bowl too.
Most definitely. Chafing at the bit, wouldn't you? Like, have a ball on this?
Here is the
Well done.
magnificent save there by Hayden Walsh. And because of the presence of mind, Brandon King is not taking any chances. Over-completed, the wide, sort of spoiled Daniel Durham's first over. The end of 14, Jamaica Scorpions, they are 52 without loss.
But not a bad over there from Durham. A first over for this CG United Super 50 Cup for 2022 in the team today. With Rakim Cornwall being out. And just the wide off it. But Walton, those balls were too close to him to sweep. He would have been better standing up, just trying to turn it into the leg side.
Walsh is driven on the offside for an easy single. And this is something that I've been grappling with for the entire season. Where Durham is, I would like to see maybe Durham just come to his right and force a Brandon King or Chadwick Walton to drive the ball to the left of Walton, because that's like an easy single there once he's going to Durham. Got to be able to cut that single out. We push him back and give him something to think about. Jamal Hamilton, he will say, Mr. Springer, I'm the captain here, so I'm the one who's working this one out. Here is more or less a short delivery, more or less just slugged down to long on. Fielder down there looks like it's Jeremiah Louis, who's not right back on the fence, but he can afford to at this moment. 54 without loss. Brandon King comes back into strike again. That's what I was talking about to you. He's found the gap and down to the boundary for 4. So you see, you're talking about the traditional mid-wicket position there. Russ Powell is just too close, and he just needed to give himself some room.
Yeah, both the short extra cover and the short mid-wicket are out of position.
Well,
just slightly, but you don't have to be much.
No, but it's angles. You've got to get your, and you as the feeler, you also have to get your angles worked out to know which area you're in and what are you covering. And that's going to be important. Walsh, not good piece of work there by Hayden Walsh. You don't normally set high standards, and you don't normally see that from Hayden. Easy ball hit back to him, and it sort of rolled under him. I think he might have been looking for more pace there. King, in the meantime, goes up to 32. Jamaica up to 59 without loss. Window over number 15. 11 extras so far. 6 wide by the Leewards. 5 leg bys. And Walton gets a beauty. No need for him to follow at that. To come, Powell, Williams, Salmon, Smith, Bulai, Royal, Cotterwell, Gordon, McCarthy. Not in that particular order.
I was going to say, McCarthy coming in at 11.
I had to make sure I corrected that. Leewards, Hayden Walsh starting with Karen Powell at slip, a backward point to cover, short fine leg, short mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep backward square, the field on the offside. Walton cramped for room, can't score. The end of over number 15. Jamaica 59 without loss. The Leewards need wickets.
They do. They need wickets, and they need to start looking at creating opportunities. To me, they're still a little flat, still a bit back on their heels in the field. I'd just like to see Hayden Walsh Jr. just toss it up a bit, entice them into something.
They're unbeaten so far in the competition. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes have already qualified for the semi-final with 1 game after this, which is on Sunday against Barbados. That's going to be a big game. That's 2 o'clock. So fans, you can come on out after church and support the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Support West Indies cricket. Durham in out to bowl to King. He's undriving but can't beat Kareem Agor short mid-wicket. At the stadium, West Indies Academy against Barbados. Barbados are 104 without loss. Driven down the ground, getting an easy single. Who's coming around there? Looks like it is Colin Archibald. So King In the meantime, goes up to 33, 46 balls face, 5 boundaries. Now brings Chadwick Walton on 16 into strike. And he's faced also 46 balls. He's back and looking to try and beat Kareem Ago at short mid-wicket. He can't. So Durham has settled into a nice groove here. The big, tall left-arm spinner from St. Martin. We say good afternoon to the folks in St. Martin. Keith Carty, Donga Farrell. Coming around nicely there is Kareem Ago. Also say good afternoon to Richie Singh, President Dwayne, all of the executive members of Cricket St. Martin, Mr. Maxood. Durham in now to bowl to Walton. Walton is back. Beautiful piece of fielding again there by Hayden Walsh, covering a lot of grounds. It's been a good year for St. Martin cricket.
St. Martin cricket, for
especially
sure.
from the youth level.
Yeah. Casey
Hometown
Carty,
hero, Casey Carty.
Nathan Edwards.
Oh, Nathan Edwards, he's been having a dream year.
Yeah, definitely.
Come for room, and with Daniel Durham getting an opportunity here, it all goes well. So over-completed here by Daniel Durham. 16 overs bowled. And Jamaica Scorpions are 60 without loss. And they've got some good prospects because you had people like Michael Palmer and Long Leford who played, I think, for PIC Liberta Blackhawks.
Right.
So there's an abundance of talent in St. Martin, which is good.
Definitely. It's come along leaps and bounds in the last few seasons, which is fantastic to see. And fantastic for Leeward Islands cricket. But you're right, Durham's settled into a nice rhythm and so, but he's basically bowling stump to stump. I just like to see them try something. They need to try something. They need wickets, Vernon. They're not going to restrict this Jamaica Scorpions batting lineup to under 179 of 40 overs. They need wickets, and at the moment there's just no pressure on these two in King and Alton. They're just going about their business very, very casually and very well. Now he's strengthened the mid-wicket area, so Powell has come closer and squarer.
I think Durham is out of position.
There's always one.
What is actually happening is that Hayden Walsh is now going to be forced to bowl a middle and leg stump line. And I don't know if that's a good tactic here, but
especially against King. Yeah.
Well, it's not a matter so much of against King. He's going to be hitting against the longer side, more or less. And he's driving this one in the air, down to long on. But it's not going to reach. And he can afford to play that shot. It's almost like a golf shot, a scoop. Because those boundaries are long. That I would say that easily would be about 75 meters. But King was in control with the on drive. Didn't go down too hard. Leewards need wicket. 61 without loss. Walton comes into strike. He's 16. Walsh now to bowl to Walton. Walton driving in the air. It's gone. CG United maximum. Over long on for 6.
Yeah, nice shot there by Chadwick Walton. Used his feet, got to the pitch of the ball. Full follow through. And hit straight back over the bowler. And over the rope. This is looking very ominous for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes now. They desperately need to break this partnership.
In cricket, sometimes all you need is one wicket,
That's
Terry.
right. One by
You get one, you get two, you get 3. Walsh in now to bowl to Walton. Walton
Why?
is back and it's gone. 6 more! He's on the go here. Short. And he pounced back, got into the depth of his crease and really hoisted that over deep backward square. There's no pool here at the College Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. But Elaine Turner and her mother, they just had to look to see where the ball, if it was coming into their direction. Terrence Ward retrieves the ball from a spectator. And in the meantime, the score races up to 7-3 without loss. Jamaica Scorpions, they seem to have a bus to catch.
Yeah, I think Walton has said to himself, I've had enough of a look. I'm well set. And now it's time to cash in on what you must say is pretty ordinary bowling, though, by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
28 to Walton. Here goes Hayden Walsh as he starts from the CIUN. In now to bowl short again. And dragged down, pulled away for 4. Louis won't get across into the boundary now. So Walsh's confidence, they've taken the attack to Hayden Walsh, both King and Walton. and he's folding under the pressure. 77 without loss, 32 to Walton, 34 to Brandon King.
But as we were saying, though, Vernon, that's what I would have liked to see, a different field. You mentioned that Durham is still out of position there at short extra cover. I would have liked to see a slip-in play for Walsh and tell him to toss it up, flight the ball. They need wickets. At the moment, he's trying his best ball stump to stump, but he just keeps dragging it down.
Down the onside. 4 more.
That's 20 off the last 4 deliveries.
Walsh is finished for the day. 81 without loss. And the Jamaican openers in King and Walton, they're on a march here. 17 overs bowled, 81 without loss. Hayden Walsh's 3 overs so far has cost him 34 runs with 4 boundaries and 2 sixes. In Jamaica innings, they've had 8 boundaries, 2 sixes, 2 maximum so far. And it is a headache for Hayden Walsh.
Most definitely. That was not a good over at all. But as I say, I think the field placings, he was trying his best to bowl a stump-to-stump line, as Durham did in his previous over. But unfortunately, he just dragged too many balls down, and Chadwick Walton was right onto them. 6-6, 4-4, and he's going at about 3.5 and over. So you could be right, Vernon, that that might be the end of Hayden Walsh Jr., at least for the time being. But
So
the wicket taker's coming in now.
So Daniel Durham has been pulled, and Kofi James comes into the action. First delivery, driven down to Casey Carty, single to Brandon King. He goes up to 35, and the score goes up to 82 without loss. It now means that Daniel Durham is expected to bowl from the CIUN, as Jamaica's quotes on here, but Kofi James would have other ideas. He's been the 5th bowler used for the day. He comes in now to bowl to Walton. Walton is driving beautifully. And when he gets that stride in, he looks so elegant. He's a good player. Walton, one of the graduates from the University of the West Indies program. He's back and punching that down. And again, we were talking again about how close the fielders are in the short middle area position. Durham needs to give himself some room. He's automatically on the pitches itself. He just needs to come back, and so he can see the ball. James in out the ball to King. King is playing a naughty shot. It was really a nothing shot in that. You'd be advised to just stand up and punch that rather than looking to beat Hayden Walsh. Missed it completely. And good take by Jamal Hamilton.
Too close to cut that one.
Here is King just turning into the leg side area. Coming in. Here's Kareem Agor coming from the mid-wicket area. And he just hurls a return. 1 bounce into Jamal Hamilton. Karen Powell still at slip. And the score goes up to 84 without loss. 84 without loss. Walton into strike on 37. He gets tight into his crease and stands up straight. Over completed. 18 overs bowled. 85 without loss. In fact, it should be 84 without loss. And it's all happening here, Terry.
Yes, it is. And less than 100 now. 95 to win for the Jamaica Scorpions. So desperately, Leeward Islands Hurricanes will be looking for this breakthrough. And now, of course, Durham has to start again. He was in some good rhythm bowling from this southern or commentary box end. But after Hayden Walsh Jr. went for 20-odd in the last over, he's been taken out. Durham switched ends to the northern end. But wickets are needed. Very interesting for me with Hamilton, though, with you mentioned Kieran Powell being at slip to Kofi James in the previous over. And now for Durham, he doesn't have a slip. For Hayden Walsh Jr., he didn't have a slip. Earlier on for Archibald, he took the slip away. And when you need wickets, that puzzles me.
Well, I'll say something to you. Colin Archibald bowled 6 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wicket. I would have liked to see Jeremiah Louis here today with the new ball, because Louis bowls a lot of cutters. Here is a lovely shot here from Brandon King, punched, been able to find the gap, and the ball is coming off of his bat nicely here, Brandon King.
And I don't like to say it, Vernon, but you're gonna have to. You can only talk about what you see, and I'm sure it's got to do with the fact of where the Leeward Islands are positioned on the table at the moment. But to me, they've just seemed to be going through the motions. And that is not what you want to see coming into a final series.
King comes quietly forward to the Durham delivery. You know, if I'm the head coach of PIC Liberty Blackhawks, every game is a final.
Right.
And that's how you have to approach it. Every game is a final, especially in this
Sure.
competition. Loose delivery, wide delivery by Daniel Durham. And it gave King enough room to bisect and race down to the third man area for 4. The Leewards are falling apart here. They're 90 without loss. King on the march here. He's 42 from 52 balls, 66 minutes, 6 boundaries, a strike rate of 76.36. And Chadwick Walton's strike rate is 64.91. He's on 37. Durham to King, into bow to King. He comes quietly forward, gets a single. Leewards are napping.
That's good batting. But see, if we can see it and sense it and feel it from up in the commentary box, imagine how Walton and King are feeling. And they're just starting to cash in, both of them now, with a lackluster opposition in front of them.
No slip. There are 5 fielders inside the circle. And the Leewards looking for something to happen. But Jamaica denying them that. Over number 19 comes to an end. The Jamaica Scorpions, they're 91 without loss. Brandon King is on 43. Chadwick Walton is on 37. Daniel Durham's first 3 overs has cost him 9 runs. Hayden Walsh Jr., 3 overs, no maidens, 34 runs, no wicket. Colin Archibald, 6 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wicket. And Kareem Agor, 6 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, no wicket. James has bowled 1 over before. He's having a conversation with Jama Hamilton. But I would just like to see James bowl more wicket-to-wicket deliveries.
Yes, yeah, for sure. Excuse me, for sure. Wicket to wicket, and I heard him speaking earlier. He likes it when he gets, providing that he's bowling well enough, that Hamilton allows him to bowl his 10 overs through. He feels like he gets into a better rhythm and can keep that rhythm. But from the other end, though, and now that you've basically lost the bowler with Walsh Jr. being torn apart, you'd have to bring Louis in soon, wouldn't you? Just to try him, even for a couple of overs, because you need something.
You see, I was talking to you, Terry.
Yeah.
And Durham is just too close.
Yeah.
Your Durham needs to come back into the traditional mid-wicket position. I mean, we got to be able to pick these things up, especially if he's inside the 30-yard circle. 92 without loss. James, clever by Chadwick Walton. And he's maneuvering the field there with the pace that James is bowling. He can afford to come up with a switch hit. And he got 2 runs quite easily. It's going to be a double change coming up next. It's going to be the Mares from Liberta. Seth Burton and Benmore Roberts. They call them the Bear team. Here is Walton back and just playing this out to the mid-wicket area. Kareem Agor coming around. In the meantime, if you're wondering what's happening at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the Barbados team, last time I checked, they were 105 for 1. Yeah, they're coasting along. But here, Jamaica 95 without loss. Hamilton taking off the gloves smartly, very quickly.
But that was lazy there by
In fact,
King.
I said 105. No, it's 125.
Wow,
for
that's
1.
even worse.
Yeah, Zachary McCaskey is out for 54. Wickham, been the whole guy.
I like that boy with the bat in hand.
Here is
Shot again. Split
Brandon
the gap.
King splitting the long on and the mid-wicket down to the boundary for 4. The Leewards are just looking around as if like, what is happening here?
They're not only looking around like that, they're looking around like they can't wait to get off the ground. But consecutive 90-odd run partnerships for these two in King and Chadwick Walton, and then one off the century partnership.
99 without loss. Now
Which
it turns to 100. 100 opening partnership. King goes to 49. 126 deliveries, 70 minutes, 10 fours, and 2 maximums here. Brandon King is 49 not out on 60 balls, 70 minutes, with 7 boundaries And Chadwick Walton, he's batted beautifully so far, 40. More comments from you, Terry, and then it will be Seth Burton, ball by ball, and then it will be Denmore. A double combination.
Thank you, Vernon. Yes, excellent batting here by the Jamaica Scorpions. They're going about their business in a very sound fashion, putting 100 on the board without the loss of wicket and without look like losing their wicket against a pretty mediocre response here by the Leeward Islands. They need a spark and they need it quickly.
Well, Durham is trying to give them a spark, but not penetrating. Brendan King. King is on the verge of a half century here. He is looking good, and he has responded well to what would have been in consideration a meager score by the Leewards, initially setting 208 for victory after making 207. But what has now become a revised target, Denmore Roberts, 179 or 40 overs, and they are well entrenched on 100, meaning they need another 79 runs from the remaining 19.3 overs. Durham to King, and King is hurried into that one. Good change of pace from the tall left-arm orthodox bowler. Replace. Go ahead.
And the Jamaicans have looked a lot more organized today than the Leeward Islands. The Leeward Islands bowling has not been good so far.
Has not been good. King still trying to get to that 50, his first for the season. When you consider, though, it's a solid opener, you're not going to find, I think, a better pair in the tournament, at least in this side of the CG United Super 50.
Yeah, but too many loose deliveries though, bowled by the Leeward Islands bowlers. They have not necessarily gotten the support from the captain too in terms of his field placements. He's been mostly defensive, has not tried to give the bowler something to work with, and in trying to set the defensive fields, the bowlers have bowled badly to those fields. We've seen Hayden Walsh roughed up 20 odd in one over, and then the other bowlers have not helped themselves as well. So it's a situation where the Leeward Islands have come out and they've lacked the spark that they need to really trouble the Jamaicans. However, King and Walton, they've batted well under the circumstances. They've not been flustered by the break in play, the over an hour that we lost in play.
That's a key
They
point.
came back with a positive mindset, unlike the Leeward Islands.
That's a key point. I was saying how much more they've flourished after that break. Pulled away Kofi James out towards the square leg boundary. Good sliding save by the fielder coming around, Jeremiah Louis. And only a single, but that was a key point. The 100 comes up though, or in fact the 100 would have been up previously. Perhaps you've just had a little delay. Worked into the onside. But the point that you made earlier about the break, this experienced pair did not allow the break to deter them. In fact, they were more circumspect prior to the break and looked at one point as though they were allowing the Leeward Island bowlers to pull things back and to create a competitive situation, even though they were not losing a wicket.
King gets his 50.
The 50, yes, comes up, or 68 balls, 7 fours. And though they would have allowed things to flow, then they got into top gear after the break, and they are really in full control.
You could clearly see that the captain of the Jamaica team was concerned with the revised total. He walked all the way across to the Leeward Islands dressing room.
In trouble, wicket goes, good delivery from Kofi James. He really had Walton going back and the course, and that one hurried onto him, and Reefer had no problem putting up the dreaded index finger. Leewards having a breakthrough at 102 for 1.
I was saying that the Jamaica captain had a difficulty. He had a problem with the revised total. And we could see a lot of discussion taking place as they were looking to come back out. So clearly the message to his batsmen when you go out there is to be positive, get us ahead of the required run rate. Don't become bogged down, get us closer to the target. And these two has taken the total up from 45 when we had the break up to 102 in very quick time. We saw them roughing up Hayden Walsh Jr., but just as the doctor probably ordered, Kofi James has come on. He has been a little tighter, and there we saw Walton going onto the back foot and missing a straight one, and Kofi James getting his first wicket for the day. But the Leeward Islands, they're going to need wickets, so they're going to need to continue the pressure on the Jamaican batsman. They're going to also want to get King. King, I think, is going to be key in this scenario. He's looking really good, and so the bowlers are going to have to target him, look to get his wicket so that they can get into the Jamaican middle order. It has not necessarily been the strongest middle order we've seen in the tournament so far. So the Leeward Islands, even though the total is coming down at the 77 needed of 110 balls, the Leeward Islands can still believe that they are in with an opportunity because of the brittleness of the Jamaican batting.
So James 1 for 14 in his third. And a key factor, I think the previous peer alluded to that, was the setting of the field. You were speaking to whether or not you want to be tight and aggressive or whether or not you want to be ultra defensive, which the Leewards have been. Yes, I know the power play would have gone, the power plays would have gone, but there are times when a simple mid-on, mid-off situation and balls are falling just away over the head of fielders.
Maybe just moving away from a little bit from traditional in
Precisely.
terms of the angles. Just shifting a fielder here and there could create some pressure.
And we see that creating the milking opportunity, as we would call it. This one played down to long on, and Carty Fields. That's the end of the successful over for Kofi James and the Leewards. The wicket, the over in which they broke that 100-run partnership with the 102 posted by Brandon King and Chadwick Walton. Kofi James 1 for 16.
And I still wonder why we haven't seen Jeremiah Louis bowling very much in this, in not just in this game, but in this tournament.
Well, two matters of curiosity was how I thought Louis would have come in early into the attack after Archibald. I also thought Kofi James, as a man who is in form, 5 wickets and 4 wickets, could have come on a bit earlier in the lineup that you have in terms of the spin bowlers. He has shown again.
Nothing was happening. You needed somebody to come in and try to create change. But again, it looked as if Jamal Hamilton just went for the traditional.
Got to think, once again, you see Durham.
And
Durham is quite a complacent
right,
player.
and that is those kind of opportunities, you have to take those. That
Yes.
ball was hit back in
Should
the
have been
air,
a ball and call
just to his right, and he moved lazily across. He lumbered across, and those you have to be sharper. You have to really make those half chances into full chances. Somebody of his long limbs should really be able to get onto that one. It was a lobbed back ball from King, and King is a key wicket that you want.
Yes.
So you really have to make a bigger effort than that.
And earlier,
very poor effort.
we saw the
I
same
believe.
thing. Kareem go to King early in his innings. He was on 8. One lobbed towards deep, long off, and Durham stood there.
Might have been
allowed
the
it to
same
drop.
Durham. Yep.
Precisely. Young fella got to do better than that. Good delivery to Alwyn Williams. Tries to work it into the onside. The ball takes the pad. You got to be. And it's a good feeling, a Leeward's team, a team with talented fielders. Durham, not saying that he's not talented, but just saying he has not shown that alertness and that presence of mind, that aggression in the field. Could have created what seemed half opportunities or 90% opportunities into full opportunities by just making a dive. This time he comes in, Williams is forward defensive.
I think he just needed to be a little bit more alert. He wasn't alert. And so in his follow-through, he didn't recognize that the ball was lobbing back to him. So he sort of just belatedly lumbered across. When you're bowling and when you're in tight situations like this, you have to really be up with it. You have to be alert. You have to be on top of the game so that you turn those little opportunities into full chances.
So 23rd over has been completed. 17 more remaining. 74 runs required. And the Leewards may sense that if they can remove this pair, yes, Rovman Powell is to come. If they can pick up 2 quick wickets, it would perhaps put them back in the game and put the Jamaicans on the back foot.
Certainly, we saw in the first round, or the first time when these two teams met, that the Jamaican middle order can be a little bit suspect. So the Leewards have to still try to plug away.
Down the leg side, Kofi James, and a vociferous appeal from Captain Jamal Hamilton. Perhaps thought that he could have induced umpire Reefer. But here is James once again to King. King drives back to James. James dives and stops. You need that sort of energy level. You need that enthusiasm.
Yes, you have to stay in the game. Even if it seems as if your backs are against the wall, you must stay in.
Oh, lovely shot. Pacing the field out towards the cover boundary. He just laid back on that one, and you know you don't have to give Brandon King any width. Once you give him just a slight bit outside the off stump, he would flash onto that one, and on that occasion, even Hayden Wall Jr. was moving towards the boundary to retrieve.
Much too short for Kofi there and giving King the opportunity.
Kofi James once again, King drives. There's cover out on the long off boundary. Archibald is there. Only a single, and King bats on. It's good batting conditions here. 1-1-1 for one Denmore. What is going to happen next?
They call it the Nelson. Today being Remembrance Day as well.
That's
11-11 is quite insignificant.
Let's see if anything significant happens as Kofi James comes into Williams, and Williams comes forward, checks the stroke. The West Indies.
Leeward Islands have to still believe that that things can happen.
Oh, good delivery, loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire, perhaps. That one was headed down the leg side, but he was comprehensively beaten.
Good delivery, once again, by Kofi James. Always in the game, causing something to happen.
This another one, and that one was a slider. It came through. And special bowling on the part of Kofi James created 2 moments of anxiety for Alwyn Williams at the end of 24. Jamaica needed 179 for victory, 111 for 1. Brandon King is on 57 and Williams on 1.
Leeward Islands have to continue to plug away at the Jamaicans, continue to make batting difficult, continue to not give away those loose deliveries and allow them to free their arms, and put the pressure back on the Jamaicans and cause them to make the mistakes. If they continue to just bowl loose deliveries, the Jamaicans will coast home.
Cut away out towards cover. This will beat the fielder running around. No, good bit of fielding, but he may have rolled on the ropes. The umpire, well, would not consider 2 runs there to King. He's just a flash of beauty when he plays that cut shot. Economy of movement, but at the same time, excellent timing and placement, and usually on the ground. Durham to King, and King milks a single. He's just milking the bowling, content to do so.
What King is doing well is that he's literally scoring off every delivery that he's facing. If he's not hitting the boundaries or pacing the field, he's nudging it into the gaps and getting runs, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. So even though the Leeward Islands think, you know what, he's not rushing away, because he's ticking the scoreboard over, he is being effective.
That's right. You get carried away and think you have him on the control, but keeps the score going.
He recognized that a runner ball from here, or even if you get 4 or 5 per over from this stage, Jamaica will get home easily.
This one is a wide, but not a bad idea from Durham. Really.
Do you think that it's too strict, that's
Yes.
wide down the leg side? Because that one was a good delivery. Could have induced an edge from the left-handed Williams, and then the bowler gets penalized.
Well, Curtly, I'm out caught. The wicket comes after Williams, forcing this one out toward short mid-on, the fielder between short mid-on and mid-wicket. The catch has been taken. Jamaica losing their second wicket. Well, you get one and then you get two.
And just as we were saying, because that delivery that took Williams' wicket was just a little straighter than the one that was called wide. But it was a very similar type delivery, and Williams playing literally the same type of stroke, trying to work it on the onside. The first one he missed went into the gloves of Jamal Hamilton and called wide. This one, he chipped it into that short mid-wicket position and got out. Again, that is where I'm saying sometimes I don't know if the literal execution of the law is in sync
Spirit of the law.
with what the spirit was. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I understand clearly. In fact, as you speak, I remember almost every time, no lesser than Curtly Ambrose, and we are on that issue. That is Curtly's point too. It is too strict against bowlers for the ball down the leg side. Because we would appreciate, even when Pete Salmon was bowling, pitch the ball on middle, and it turned just down the leg side. Now, how do you say
that is a wide? Exactly.
And it puts the spinner who can really get turned off the ball in a disadvantageous position.
It does. And sometimes it stops bowlers, too, from trying things. I know that in my day when I used to play with Liberta, there was a bowler called Luxus Williams, and that was his stock ball. That ball that he fires down the leg side, that's looking you to flick your feet out of the crease, looking for a stumping. Now, in modern cricket, you understand? He might get the stumping, but he would be called wide. And it sort of takes away, I think, some of the options from some of the bowlers.
And Jim McCarthy comes to the crease. Durham to him and plays the ball back up on the bounce for Durham to field. Durham perhaps getting some spring in his steps, having taken that wicket of Williams. Comes in once again, and McCarthy staggering that one. Looks a bit timid to come out to get the front foot down, but was able to smother the spin in the end. That completes the over. Successful over for Daniel Durham. McCarthy is yet to get off the mark. Brandon King is standing tall still with his 60, going at a good rate from 76 deliveries, 8 fours. And the impetus that was given to the innings was for the first man who went, Chadwick Walton, who was dismissed for 41 from 62 balls, 3 fours and 2 sixes.
The Leeward Islands just have to stay in and chip away at the wickets. If another wicket or two here could change the complexion of the innings. So they have to still believe. Brandon King is chipping along. But with the new batsman in McCarthy, they have to put some pressure on him, not allow him to settle at all. I believe right now is when he's facing Kofi James, when probably Jamal Hamilton needs to do something.
This time McCarthy comes forward, and you're getting a sense that the Leewards are walking in with the bowler now. They are hearing the voices that we didn't hear.
And that's what a wicket or two does, it gives you a little bit of momentum. The Leewards were a little lethargic, a little flat. Now they seem a lot more alert.
Even Durham diving to his left, even though he missed it completely. And McCarthy is able to get off the mark. Also, some little tactical move by the Jamaica captain, Robman Powell. He has dropped himself, well, not dropped himself, but he perhaps would be saying himself and Odin Smith and perhaps Pete Salmon could be the ones coming looking to fire towards the end. But King wants to take it home. I think it's important for him. He has played a key role.
I think though, in terms of where you place your fielders, I think where Durham is fielding, I think somebody like a Kareem Agor might have been better in that location. Somebody that's sharper, quicker, that would put pressure on the batsman.
And here's that point you're making. Between that cover region where there is Ward, where there is Hayden Walsh, a ball struck there, they're not attempting to take. So Kareem Agor, yes, an excellent option to keep pressure on the infield instead of Having him
out on the boundary. Yes.
So it comes down to the game sense, the situation, and are you analyzing the situation and making the moves or the plays according to the situation.
And probably understanding your players, understanding what they can and cannot do, understanding what they are about. And so in essence, understanding where do I place who. And I think that Daniel Durham seems to be a little bit of a liability in the field. And so the captain is going to have to find a place to put him that he can, one, be effective, and two, you know, he use better fielders in other sharper positions.
119 for 2 after 26. 14 overs required, 67 runs. Durham to McCarthy. McCarthy comes forward.
And at the stadium, Barbados, they're 144 for 1, 144 for 1 in 30 after 33 overs when last we heard.
Well, let the listeners know who are the main scorers. McCarthy goes over the top on the bounce, not in command, because the ball bounces accommodatingly for the mid-wicket fielder. Good conditions now. You don't have to worry about the rain. The rain, yes, would have altered this innings by 10 overs. Leeward scoring 207, all out from 48.5. Then after 10 overs, the rain came and the reduction of the innings.
Kyle Hope is 65 not out, and Shea Hope is 26 not out. The batsman out in that game, Zachary McCaskey, he made 54 of 77 deliveries.
So it's a Hope Brothers reunion. Kyle getting back into the team.
And I heard earlier the discussion about players in the West Indies team, and I tend to differ. I think that the West Indies is making a mistake not playing Shea Hope in the test.
Well, exactly. And
I think that we need to persevere with him.
And that is my point.
Because I think that he has the ability. We've seen it before, and we know that he has the quality. We just have to cause him to get the motivation, cause him to get the confidence, give him a long run. Let him know, look, we believe in you. We are thinking that you can do well, and we want you to bat for us over a period of time. Let him go in batting knowing that he's not under any pressure or anything of the sort, because you would have identified the quality that he has.
Yes.
And until we do stuff like that, I think that is a mistake that we're making. We're going all around and avoiding him, yes, and so on. We need to pick him, even if we need to pick him and say, look, you know what, you are our new test opener, even if it's that. We need to.
The point I was making earlier when I mentioned his name, when I was mentioning Brandon King, Devon Thomas, and him, you look at them and quality, you're not going to get any better in this region now and in this region for the past couple of years, and we keep fudging around them. In Shea Hope, yes, he may, in terms of test cricket, it is obvious that he may get caught at point or between point and backward point or second slip or played on. But that can be worked.
But Brian Lara used to have that problem too. Right. Remember when he used to face McGrath? They used to set men in that area because they thought that was his weakness.
But even the greater point is that that's why you have the technical staff to work and iron out over time. But he's too valuable an asset in West Indies cricket to be sitting on the sidelines when you are playing test cricket and you're going to a place like Australia. Let us stop play the games and believe that some people are going to provide that. Quality is quality, and what you have to do is to work with the quality to get the end result right. And it's not going to happen. The more exposure, the more opportunities. Shea Hope and Brandon King should have been. And here is Brandon King announcing his first 6 of the innings.
That was a good shot.
That one over the top. Kofi James right in the arc. Yep. And Brandon King rushes on to 70. His first 6 adding to the 8-4s. Jamaica just 50 runs away from what could be a victory that could really put them right in the platform to the semifinals.
Right, and Kofi James, they just trying, just floating one up, trying something different, and King was equal to the task.
James this time, quicker delivery. King uses his head well, just rolls and strolls. And that's the thing about it. He has the temperament, not just the quality, but the temperament. You cannot really, I don't know, I guess.
I remember years ago when Zoal Bartley used to ring the name Brandon King. He thought that a very long time, having seen him, he thought that he had everything that is necessary to be a good test player.
The complete package. I think a little more red ball, we may be able to persuade him. 131 for 2. King on 71, McCarthy on 5, Denmore. You can take it away, but in the context of now Leeward Islands, 49 runs needed by Jamaica, Leeward Islands, can they take a couple of quick wickets? I think it looks like the writing is on the wall for a Jamaica victory.
The Jamaicans continue to bat well, and once King remains at the crease, you would back the Jamaicans to get these 50 runs pretty easily. You tend to think that King also wants those 29 runs to get a century. He's probably thinking now, let me get 100 for myself. Getting myself ready for that semi-finals stage of the competition. Again, also
they have to win first.
Yes, I'm saying he would want to win and put it beyond doubt, qualify for the semi-finals, and then maybe I think they have one more game after this.
Yes.
They then can look to think about whether or not we can win the group, and then winning the group would mean that they probably avoid somebody like a Trinidad who looks as if they're coming out on top of that other group, and face the second place team. So again, it's a lot of things to think about and work out. And the Leewards can't lose momentum because that's what's happening right now. The Leeward Islands seem to be losing momentum in terms of the way that they're playing. So they too have to be thinking about their sharpness.
Oh, lovely shot by McCarthy. In fact, he will be caught on the boundary by one. That's the wicket. They need at least to bring the Jamaica captain in. A bit of irresponsible shot. I thought he had it covered, but he was tugging rather than playing the flowing drive. And yes, it was going with the wind, but Terence Ward was well positioned, did not move, did not go over the boundary. Jamaica losing their third wicket on 131 for 3. McCarthy goes for 5.
And that's a long boundary today, out on that western side, all of about 70 or 80 meters.
And the wind is
to
not
the boundary,
and
then there is little or no wind. If you look at the flags, they're literally just fluttering in the very gentle breeze that's going. So there's nothing to take it with him. And I think at this stage that was not necessary for the Jamaicans. Andre McCarthy is in. He was on 5. He could have just continued to nudge it around with Brandon King, who is going great guns, and say, look, you know what? I'm just going to support King and take it home for the Jamaicans. And maybe that's the difference we're seeing with some of these players, is that they're thinking of reducing self in order to allow team to go forward. Reducing my own ego, my own natural instinct to try and go for those big shots. And do I need it in this game? Do I need it at this stage? Do I need to show somebody that I can hit 6s or 4s? Or do I need to concentrate and get my team over the line? And we have to. This is the kind of thinking that many of the players will have to start to learn. What is the objective of me batting? What am I batting for today? What is the purpose of me being in the middle today? Why am I out here? Am I out here just to satisfy my own ego, just to for some personal glory? Or am I looking at the bigger picture and trying to say, this is what my team wants, so I have to, reduce myself in order to help the others? And it's difficult.
Yes.
Maybe it's easier for us who are here in the commentary box to talk it than the folks that go out there and do it. But it would be something that the team would have been saying, or the coach would have been saying to somebody like a McCarthy.
Right.
Understand what is happening.
understand your role. Some people may think we're theorizing, and here we go again. But I think you are absolutely correct. Brandon King, well entrenched on 71 from 82 deliveries. He has been there from the beginning. You would have lost two quick wickets. Walton, who was in a good partnership with King of 102 for 41. Alwyn Williams shortly after for one. And then you come in. You're not behind the 8 ball. You require just over 4 runs per over with King in full flight. Just be there at the end and share that spotlight, build from there. But he wanted to go for the glory, which resulted in his personal demise. But what it has done, it has brought out Captain Rovman Powell to join Brandon King. It will be the most experienced pair at the wicket, or should I say, more currently informed pair, because we know Walton has just really did not start the season or did not start the tournament in play for Jamaica. So he really did a good effort. But with Rovman Powell, the West Indies vice captain and the captain of the Jamaica team, and Brendan King, who really is an authentic, top-class batsman, this is Jamaica's easiest chance just to take the game out, just to take the game under control once again and carry it home. If this pair is being dismantled, either of them or both of them in quick time, it could be a total different ball game.
Could be a total different ball game, and you don't want that to happen in the sense that Jamaica, who seem to have been coasting, they are now what? 48 runs required off 69 deliveries. So, you know, they're well ahead of the asking rate. When you look at their current run rate, 4.60, only require 4.17 from here on in. You would think that is pedestrian, not normal walk in the park. And then you see a shot like what Andre McCarthy plays, and you're wondering, do I need that? Do I need to finish the game quickly, or do I just win? If you understand what I'm saying, just get over the line, time it properly, make sure that we get over the line and get over the line comfortably. And again, it comes back to you know, the priorities and the way that the players look at their game and look at the situation. And maybe what needs to happen is especially in situations like these, coaches need to be tough. When you have players who in situations give their hand away like that, maybe if you have somebody else, you replace them so that they understand that they have to start to think about and know what their role is and do it well. But you know, maybe, you know, he will come back and play the next game because there's nobody to replace him or anything of that sort. But until we start to see those kind of things, maybe that's when the game will improve in terms of some of the guys understanding what is required of them.
Rovman Powell faces Durham, opens the face, runs it down to Kareem Agor at backward point.
And it depends on which Rovman Powell actually comes out to play, because he too is sometimes very, very good, and then other times, you know, he can be very loose.
Well, he looks as though he wants to be tight here. Second delivery played back up on the offside, so he can get it over with a flash if he wants. This time, once again, good delivery on the part of Durham. And Kareem Agor comes into play once again at gully. Another successful over for Durham. 2 for 16 from his 8 overs. Rather a good economy rate. Economy rate of just 2 runs per over, has 2 wickets. And it's 131 for 3. Then we'll take it away.
He would be doing the job that his captain, Jamal Hamilton, would want him to do. Not just keep things tight, but also get the odd wicket here or there. Keep the Leeward Islands into the match. However, the Brandon King, I think, is going to be a very important player in the rest of this game. And so the Leeward Islands would still be thinking that, you know, if we are able to chip out Brandon King, if we're able to get Brandon King out of the equation, then they could probably turn the tide here on the Jamaicans. The Jamaicans, for the most part, would be in front. And if we look at the worm, we would see that the Jamaicans who are below, you know, it's just about evening up now, where the Jamaicans were always ahead of the Leeward Islands. But with that wicket there, it's just bringing it almost even.
So, Kofi James continues, and Kofi has really come on a long way.
Jamal Hamilton and Kofi James had a bit of a discussion just now about field placement.
Thing about Kofi James, as he comes into King drives, good, and he did straighten Durham, brought Durham a little closer in. Kofi James is also an open bat, and the question is, why is he not opening the bat in now that Devon Thomas has gone away? He has 2 T20 batting at the top of the order domestically.
Folks will tell you, Seth Burton, that you're speaking politics there.
No, I'm not speaking politics, I'm speaking reality, and too many times folk want you to stay away from issues that are real and pertinent and addresses what needs to be addressed, because you can only strengthen your team by doing the right thing. If you're bringing an opener down at number 9 and at number 7, and then he has to score 25 from 8 balls or 10 balls.
But you remember, Seth,
or do you want a solid start?
That we would have had a discussion like that with Raheem Cornwall at one point, when Raheem Cornwall, after he started to get wickets in terms of his bowling, they started to bat him at number 7 and 8.
Here is Powell going for glory. Fantastic shot. Chip down to Kofi James. And this one is struck out of the ground. A huge 6 by the Jamaican captain. Gets off the mark.
Vintage Powell there. That reminded me when he made a century right here at this ground here. That reminded me of one of the shots that he had played on that day. I think Jamaica made 300 and odd in that match. And I remember that those were the kind of strokes that he was playing. Positive, confident shot there. And he picked Kofi James very early. And he had decided he was going to go through with that shot. And he hit it well and high and hard, always going to be safe.
You know, in the previous game, the Independence Classic, Kofi James accounted for his wicket and Odin Smith's wicket in his 4. He knew they were West Indian players. It was a bigger ground. Not only that, it was a bigger ground. He knew it was a prime situation. Those 2 wickets were crucial. He got them, and I believe Powell wanted to say, I'm going to take you out, young guy. Where are you going? But back to the fact, he's doing well. You don't want him to think he's a bowler. He's an opening bat. The issue is he got to be given that responsibility at the top of the... Oh, good response. Powell playing this one, and the ball was going back to stumps, and he had to cover it with his boot.
Yeah, good response from Kofi James. And we what?
Thinking cricketer, Kofi James, this time Powell's drives.
And that has been probably one of the criticisms that I've had of if any, of Kofi James, is that sometimes even when he's having a good spell and he has those kind of deliveries like the one that he bowled there to Powell, why try something in the over, like the one that he floated up to Powell and got struck for 6? If you have those stock balls, those balls that give the batsman trouble, the ones that short, that are a good length, that are sharp turns, why float one up to a good batsman just to see something? I'm
going to tell you, it's the off-spinner's temptation. You always feel like you can do something special and try something. It doesn't work, you go back to your stock delivery. But sometimes it could be, I don't want to use the word boring. It could become mundane for an off-spinner. Okay, I'm just keeping him quiet, Let me give him the carrot. And it may work and it may not work. But Hayden Walt Jr. has come back into the attack to replace Daniel Durham. Walt Jr. to King. King goes back and cuts. Does not get past Ross Powell in the cover.
I think Hayden Walsh Jr. needs some confidence. He's been roughed up in this match so far. And I'm happy that the captain has at least given him another opportunity.
Oh, a good delivery. That was a peach. Pitching well, King.
That's what he needs to do. He needs to go through with his action. He needs to bowl the ball. I tend to think that a lot of the time is that he was either full or short, and he needs to get a lot more of those deliveries on the good length, and maybe look to the pitch seems to be turning. We saw turn since
Definitely.
early in the morning. So he needs to just get the ball in good length, follow through with his action, and allow the ball to turn.
Yes, let the ball do its tricks. He can have the tricks. So the umpire do get is with Hayden Walsh about the condition of the ball, perhaps giving it a little trim up or something of that nature. 2 deliveries from Hayden Walsh Jr. to Brandon King. Oh, his rag falls out, so he did not deliver. King is looking real good. King would continue to be the outstanding batter here. Oh, that's a short one. He goes down, pulls it down, and Kyron Powell feels well. Kyron Powell, the son of Carlisle Powell, former Leeward Islands administrator. He was a solid manager of the Leeward Islands team. Here is Brandon King hitting this one out of the park. Hayden Walsh Jr. being roughed up from that end once again, and King getting his second 6 of his innings. He moves up to 78, and Jamaica Scorpions 144 for 3, and they are marching on 35 needed then more.
Again, just floated up by Hayden Walsh, inviting King to go for that big shot, and King obliged. Hayden Walsh just has to get his confidence back, just has to concentrate, think about what he's doing with the ball, and try to come back from this little patch that he's in.
Comes into King. King pulls it once again out. It goes, clears Ward's head. Another 6. 2 sixes, consecutive 6s. One over straight mid wicket, the other one over mid wicket, and the 150 comes up. Jamaica Brandon King into top gear. He moves to 84.
And it is the same MO, what we saw when he was roughed up, when he went for 20 in 1 over. He had 4 boundaries struck off of his bowling in succession, 2 6s and 2 4s. And it's just that he just seemed to hang his head when he gets into these difficult situations and lose his concentration whatsoever, lose his confidence, and doesn't bowl well.
Vigorously wipe the ball, perhaps having a challenge with grip in the wet outfield. Oh, that's a better delivery. Brandon King almost played on to it. He was searching, he was coming forward, and then was in the mind of dabbing. A good comeback delivery. Over ends at the end of over number 31. Leeward Islands on the pressure here. 29 runs required. 9 overs remaining. Then more, you take it over, and Vernon Springer will join you.
And Hayden started well. When he bowled his first delivery to King was a wrong one, and King didn't pick it. And at that stage, you thought that he was going to have a good afternoon, but then his confidence fell away. And once the batsman started to attack him, he seems not to know what to do, Hayden Walsh. It was good to see that after being struck for 2 6s in this over, that the last delivery, that he tried the wrong one once more and was able to at least get King to respect it, to play in a defensive shot. But the Jamaica Scorpions, they now need what, 30 runs? 30 runs to go for victory. And you would tend to think that if King and Powell continues to back the way they are, they're going to achieve this very easily over the Leeward Islands.
Good afternoon, Denmore.
Good afternoon to you, Vernon.
It certainly it's been a game changer here. Couldn't understand the move of pulling out Daniel Durham, who had bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, 16 runs, 2 wickets.
I thought that he was going to bowl him out. At least, let him bowl out at that stage. Because you see, you're at the stage of the innings where your runs are small, short in terms of, so there's no need to save Daniel Durham for later.
But in fairness to him, and maybe I made an error, I'll come back to that just now, Denmore. Let's see Karim Agor, who has really, because it's 40 overs.
Sorry. Yes.
But I would have still gone for maybe a Louis from that top end.
Is there something that we don't know about Jeremiah Louis? Because he doesn't seem to be bowling these days. Maybe it's an investigation that we need to do.
No,
Is
but
we need to find out.
he was rested the game before. I don't know if you
So,
remember that.
so maybe
Yeah,
maybe he's carrying an injury.
yeah, but he can't be carrying an injury and playing. I mean, he's come here to bowl today. The method by Jamal Hamilton is that he's going to bowl spin because Archibald has bowled 6 overs, no maiden, 18 runs. So if you bring another seamer on, somebody like Louis, just to change up things a little different, give him something, he's gone back to Kareem Ago instead.
I'm quite surprised. What I'm saying, surprised that I'm not seeing Louis at all. So maybe there is something wrong with Louis that we don't know.
You might be more surprised than more. The other night when they played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Colin Archibald maybe only bowled 2 overs. So I'm almost myself kind of confused like you as much there.
Well, you know that it seems to be the thing now that it is said that West Indian players can't play spin. So spin seems to be the order of the day. So teams tend now to be going in that direction.
But some of the spinners, Denmore, who are bowling, they're almost bowling medium pace. So they're really not spinning the ball either.
I hear you. I find that even with Kareem Ago, though, that he's bowling too quickly. I think he needs to slow up his bowling quite a bit and allow the ball to spin. I find that his deliveries are very, very quick. Yeah.
And I don't think his non-bowling arm is doing anything. It's just like coming across his chest area. It's almost like a meet and greet with that pace that you're bowling to Powell and also to King. At the end of over number 32, then more 155 for 3. King has set his sights on getting 100, and he knows if he gets 100 against the Leewards bowling attack.
And if he does get 100, Jamaica will win. So I think that is his goal right now, get to that personal milestone of 100. I don't think that Powell is going to, try and get in his way of him achieving that. That's probably what they're talking about there. How are we going to approach the game from here on in? How do we end the situation? How do we end the game? Make sure that both of us are here at the end. So because if we're here, that we will win, and so on. So again, just the intricacies of the game and how does the Jamaicans approach the end of the innings here.
All right, so Rovman Powell is on 8 from 9 balls, 14 deliveries. Brandon King has batted beautifully so far. 8 boundaries and 3 CG United maximums. 87 not out. He's faced 94 balls, 113 minutes at the crease. And Colin Archibald, who before this bowled 6 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wickets. Still no Jeremiah Louis. Archibald bounding away from the CIUN, comes in now to bowl to Rovman Powell, who misses out on a full toss. In fact, it signaled a no ball by Leslie Reefer above the waist.
Yes, full pitched above the waist, even though it was away from the right-handed Powell. I even thought that Powell might have just left that one alone and would have gotten an extra.
So, free hit. Archibald starting with a high-pitched delivery. Not intentionally. In the meantime, the score goes up to 156 for 3. Short, smacked away, baseball style. Bam! A CG United over mid-wicket for 6 with that free hit.
Free hit, pulled down, and real given the treatment. It was a nothing ball. It was a free hit delivery, and Archibald, seemingly not knowing what to do, just tried to bang it into the pitch, hoping that it would bounce over the top of Powell, but Powell was equal to the task, just stood up and flat batted it over the cow corner and picked up a maximum.
162 for 3, 14 extras so far, 8 wides, 5 leg byes, 1 no ball. And
are you feeling like me, Springer, that the Leeward Islands are losing momentum now towards the back end of this tournament?
I'll come back to that then more. Archibald stroked into the offside, full pitch delivery. Just for some reason, Archibald not getting his rhythm right from the CIUN. And that's why maybe I might have gone for Jeremiah Louis, because Archibald did bowl well from the major centre.
Something must be wrong with Louis Springer. So you
something
need
is wrong with
to
him. Why
find out.
he's on the field?
Well, we need to find out because he's on the field. The captain is not using him, obviously, and we haven't even seen any intention. Not even the captain looking in his direction as if he at any point he's going to use him. So something must be wrong with Jeremiah Louis. He's not being used for his bowling today.
Yeah, we got to inquire that, as Den was rightly said. But in the meantime, Chadwick Walton, LBW to Kofi James for 41, 62 balls, 75 minutes. The discussion taking place about the ball. Alvin Williams caught Ross Powell, bowled Daniel Durham for 1. Andrew McCarthy caught Terrence Ward, bowled Daniel Durham for 5. And the Jamaica Scorpions captain, who is on strike, Rovman Powell, is not out on 15. Brandon King has batted exceptionally well. In fact, he's on strike now. He's on 87. And we'll be thinking about getting 100, give him some confidence going into the semi-final. He looks relaxed. Archibald to bowl to King. King is driving in the air. I think he's giving his hand away. That's a poor shot. He's giving his hand away. And Rovman Powell is upset with Brandon King. He's saying, what are you doing? We spoke about you getting the 100, and the next ball you just lofted it down to Jeremiah Louis. Couldn't understand that shot at all.
Yeah, not a nice way to get out, especially for a set batsman, somebody who is approaching a century, 13 runs shy of a century. You would expect that from here on in, he would have been batting sensibly. Just lost his concentration there, saw one that was right up to him, went through with the shot, didn't time it, didn't get it the way he wanted, and gave his hand away, Brandon King. But it was a decent innings from him, even though he didn't get over the line in terms of his century. He played well for the most part. But again, his teammates and his captain would feel let down by that type of shot, the way that he got out.
Well, then something that you were talking about for the entire broadcast for the day. We've seen the CG United cricket being played in Antigua and Barbuda. We have seen also the scores coming out of Trinidad and Tobago. What we are not seeing is the star batsman for the West Indians standing up and saying, listen, I'm going to score 150, I'm going to score 130. Casey Carty got 100 in the first game, yes, but outside of that, you look at a Brandon King, batting beautifully. No need. He could have automatically walked to 100 then more.
Yes, he could have walked to 100, and that is what I'm saying, that the standout batsman, you were looking for somebody like a Hetmeyer to hear him do well. You're looking, to hear Puran, to hear him do well. You're looking
Bravo.
to hear Bravo do well.
Yeah.
Alec Athines got a couple of hundreds.
And then he's fallen off.
But then, again, not consistent. So it is a concern for me, the level of the batting, that because it's not as if we've seen a tier of bowlers that are menacing, that are going to be world beaters.
Or exciting spin bowlers,
right?
That will make you wonder what's happening.
Correct. So it's just that the batsmen have not used their power of concentration long enough and understand their role, and maybe because there is no pressure on them in terms of them losing their place.
Very good point there raised by Denmore. Bang on target, length delivery there to Salmon, Pete Salmon.
You see, a lot of the times what I'm recognizing is that a lot of the teams, a lot of the franchises, a lot of us, we're playing names and we're not playing performance. And I am saying that if your name is Denmore Roberts and you're not performing,
you get
rid of you, drop you. But because that doesn't happen, that you're a brand name and you don't perform, you don't get dropped, you tend to feel that, you know what, I don't have to perform in order to play. And until that is changed, we're not going to see the improvement.
Perfect point there by you, Denmore. 163 for 4, Jamaica went over number 33. And it comes on to Denmore to accountability. Some of these players are acting like they're entitled to be in the team, and you're right.
And they act so because I'm saying they act so because the people who have the ability or the authority to drop them or to change that behavior, they do not make those hard decisions. They want to stay in the good books of some of these players, and so they continuously pick them based on name, reputation, rather than actual performance.
So over number 33 comes to an end. Colin Archibald has been able to pick up a wicket. 7 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, 1 wicket. Final comments from you then, Moby, because I think this might be the last based on what's going on, and then Terry will replace you.
Yes, certainly. A good game of cricket today. Not the most exciting game that you would have seen in terms of bat and ball. Both teams not showing off the best of their batting. I think Jamaica though will have what it takes to get over the line. It's 16 runs, yes, just 16 runs required off the last 42 deliveries. So I expect the Jamaicans to get over the line, but I'm kind of concerned for the Leeward Islands that they seem to be losing momentum now that they're heading towards the stage of the money round, as they would call it.
So Denmo has got some question marks against the Leeward Islands. They have one more game on Sunday against Barbados, and they would have to get on their bikes. But it looks as if Jamaica wins this game. They could be through to the semi-final, where we got to wait and see in terms of what's going to be happening. Kareem Agor is coming back into the attack. Before this, 7 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, no wicket. I want to say good afternoon to the Right Honourable Excellency Sir Basil Morgan in Montserrat. He did say, send me a message and said to tell Seth hello and company. I know Jim Allen and all the folks there, Basil Chambers, everybody will be listening in Montserrat. Welcome back, Terry.
Thank you, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our listeners. As just waiting on Jawar Hamilton to set the field. It's going to be Kareem Agor to start his 8th over. It's just 16 more required for victory for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Kareem Agor is driven down the ground. Tell me why they're bowling without a short mid-wicket here. That's almost like giving away a single. So you move Durham from the leg side and put him over onto the offside, and then Kareem Agor comes and flights up a ball between middle and leg, and he gets an easy single.
Yes, I've been rather puzzled by the field placings by Jamar Hamilton all day today, especially when you needed to be hunting wickets earlier on in the Jamaica Scorpions innings, and then again after that rather lengthy rain break. But
I'm also concerned about Jeremiah Louis not bowling, and Leno is right. We maybe need to inquire, but I'm saying if Louis is fit enough to play, he has to be fit enough to bowl. And so he's not even in the contest, he's not even in the conversation.
no, he hasn't had a look in today, and as you say, Vernon, Hamilton hasn't engaged him into any conversation or anything like that to see if they could do something different or bring him into the attack.
Kareem Agor starting his 8th over. It could be his final. 7.1, not for 28. And Pete Salmon with a knot for 3 deliveries before. Hamilton still making some changes, making the Jamaicans wait. Pull down the onside, getting another easy single. It's just bowling just too quick. Salmon is just coming, so there's no need to try to pull the ball down. Just give it a little loop, get that non-bowling arm going. Just relax, get your rhythm going. Because you're going to need that. Rodman Powell must be thinking like, hey, let's try and see if we can get this job done and dusted with. Waits for Kareem Agor. Drive in, another single, another easy single.
Too easy.
I never understand, Terry, why bowlers are bowling. When you're bowling, you have people like Derek Parry and Roger Harper and Noel Gishad and those guys. If you're bowling, you know you want set button to play the ball in a particular area, so he's going to come back to you. So you have to feel the ball. I find the modern day bowlers, they want mid-on and mid-off to do their work.
Mm-hmm.
You have to feel the ball, and that's why, some of these guys were playing in the times of Clive Lloyd and Viv Richards and those guys. Those guys will be hitting back the ball straight to you to see how good you can feel, if you can catch. Oh,
Again, straight through.
Ground feeling by the Leewards. They've got to get their act together. It's certainly at this level. You got to lift your game.
Well, you could look at it this way, though, Vernon, that a tricky situation when you're unbeaten coming into a final series, you want to get the bad game out of the way. So maybe this is today for as far as the Leewards are concerned.
Is there ever a bad game? Every day is a
Well,
final.
there shouldn't be. Well, it's very true, but
Every day.
you wouldn't think so with the performance today. It's just been a little below standard.
Did you see the delivery that Kareem Abdul just bowled? It was slow. It hit the right area. It bounced. And what happened? Right?
Yeah,
Because
he
he took
beat
his
the ball.
time and he completed his action for the first time in his entire 8-over spell. 8 overs, no maiden, 31 runs, no wicket.
Yeah, with the final delivery of the day.
And what I'm saying, when you have batted first on this track, and you look at how Salmon and Royal and those guys bowl, and Dennis Bulleye, you have to be able to adapt to that situation to understand that you can't bowl fast on this track. You got to put the ball right there with a little loop, just make the batsman look up.
Right.
And I don't want to send to support you about bad game because I don't know anything about bad game in cricket. I know every day you turn up, you have to understand that it's a final.
Well, most definitely, and I couldn't agree more. And I was talking to our good friend Sylvester Bouncing Joseph yesterday, and he was saying the same thing. But, you know, it's just that mentality that they think, oh, you know, you get into a comfort zone. Well, this should wake them up.
Here is someone driving up to the offside. You know, this weekend is the Antigua and Barbuda Golf Open Championship. We have a number of golfers over from St. Kitts and Nevis. So that's going to be an exciting period of time.
Yes, the
you ever played golf?
reigning champion. I have
tried
played
anything?
golf. Yeah, but
Okay, let's check in. Seth has never played
not
golf.
for me.
Seth says he doesn't like golf.
No, there you go.
Seth say he doesn't believe in jumping into a golf cart and driving around on a golf course. But it's a lovely game. It is a lovely game. Archibald comes in out to bowl to Rovman Powell, the Jamaica captain. He's spanking this out to the sweeper. And the sweeper looks like it is Casey Carty, who's patrolling in that area.
The other thing about this too, Vernon, is that I find Jamaica Scorpions, even in the CPL, they gain momentum, just quietly go along, get a little bit better and better each day, so they look to reach their peak.
You're talking about the Talawas in the CPL.
Right. And I find it the same with here. So again,
I don't
Leeward
think they have
Islands, I don't think they
But I don't think they have the quality as compared to the CPL team.
Yeah.
And the CPL team had depth.
Right.
But on any given days, bowled him, played right around a straight ball. Someone lost the line. Beautiful delivery from Colin Archibald. And Archibald strikes for the Leeward Islands. Jamaica. Is there a twist to this game still, Terry? You tell me. 169 for 5.
Yeah, lost their fifth wicket there of Salmon. And I tried to hoik that through the mid-wicket region. He'd be better off playing straight to a full delivery there by Archibald. But Archibald's deserved that wicket. Figures a 1 for 29 in his 8th over. 1 for 28, sorry, in his 8th over. But he's been thereabouts all day. But I don't know about a twist, Vernon, with only 10 to get. But you never know. Cricket a funny game.
You know when I'm sitting down.
Hilarious sometimes.
You know when I'm sitting down next to you, right? When I predict certain things, trust me, pay attention.
I know. That's why I stopped gambling. You're a gambler all my life. I don't gamble anymore. Cost me a fortune this month.
Out comes Odin Smith. But really, when you look at this lineup here for the Jamaica Scorpions, this team, you know that going into the semi-final round, if they get there, there's going to have to be some tightness between Rovman Powell, McCarthy, Walton, and Brandon King. They're going to have to do a lot of batting.
Yeah, for sure. And I agree with you. It's not the depth that the Talawas had in the CPL. But I just like the way Powell goes about his business, as in getting them together and getting them to at least peak at the right end of tournaments. He seems to do that very well. They more or less fly under the radar type thing. And the same thing is happening now, where, you know, both Barbados especially, Barbados could have put them out of the tournament the other day.
Should have.
So there you go. They're a dangerous side to to keep around, is what I'm
Archibald to bowl to Smith. Smith is
saying. Jeez.
having a go at something that he didn't see. First ball.
He's got a dinner date, that's for sure.
Yeah, he certainly does, at Veranda. So you understand in terms of what's going on. 169 for 5 into over number 35. And Smith has just come out. First ball pitched up, no feet movement, everything, just the hands went.
Don't need to look at anything.
Yeah, and he just says, listen, let me smoke this. Archibald has got other ideas. Let's see what's going to be happening. Daniel Durham now comes into the circle. To tell the truth right now, right, Terry?
You bring everybody up.
I'll be having a slip.
Yeah, well, I would have a slip all day.
Especially
but,
for Odin Smith. Don't have anything to lose.
Nothing to lose.
He came right across the wicket there and got a single.
Right.
And
now that
has thrown something at the non-striker's end. It was almost like a... was it rounders, we must say? Yes. So Odin Smith had to be ducking to get out of the way. In the meantime, the score goes up to 170 for 5.
Talking about rounders, and I always, say baseball is rounders, and, there's a rift between baseball and baseball followers and cricket followers. But the other night when they were playing that World Series, 17, 18 innings or something before somebody scored, and they say cricket is boring.
Oh, gosh.
Eh?
You understand that there. Here is Powell snapping and punching that down the ground, picking up on a single. So he can't score. In the meantime, the score goes up to 171 for 5, 171 for 5 at the end of over number 35. It's all happening here.
Yes.
All important game.
Just 2 boundaries away, 2 fours away from a victory. The Jamaica Scorpions, only 8 required. And, some 30 balls remaining, 5 overs left. So they're doing it on the bit still.
Yeah.
The Jamaica Scorpions.
So it's just maybe only a matter of time when you look around in terms of what they're going to need. 171 for 5. And
well, he's heard you, Vernon. See, and you'll talk to him after the end of the game. He said, but I bowled him.
So the bowling figures so far: Kareem Agor, 8 overs, no maidens, 31 runs, no wickets. Colin Archibald has completed his spell, 8 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, 2 wickets. Hayden Walsh Jr., he was expensive today. 4 overs, no maidens, 46 runs, no wickets. 10 dot balls, 4 fours and 4 CG United maximums. And Daniel Durham, his first game for the Leeward Islands in the CG United Super 50 Cup, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 16 runs, 2 wickets with 39 dot balls. What's next?
Jeremiah Louis with a...
finally come into the bowling attack at over number 35.
With 8 runs to get. Well, he's obviously brought him on because he feels he's got a double hat-trick in him?
I don't know.
Turn the game on its head? This is what you were talking about, Vernon.
We'll find out.
This is the twist.
Rovman Powell waits for Jeremiah Louis, comes in our bows to him, and he just turns it quietly down to long on and gets an easy single. Why is there
Everybody
no
on the
short
fence.
mid-wicket? He's bowling an in-swinger. If he's bowling in-swingers, then you have to have protection on the leg side. 7 to go. $172 for 5. Archibald Bowell, left arm fast bowler. And the good thing about Archibald is that Archibald is also a beautiful batting all-rounder. He scored his first class 100 in the 4-day competition.
Which was a wonderful knock
Yeah,
because
superb.
Leewards were in trouble at the time,
Yes.
and he batted brilliantly.
So good afternoon to the folks in Brownhill and Nevis. King Astro is getting ready for Sugar Mass. And to all the folks in Nevis, in Cotton Ground, wherever you're listening to us, we thank you for joining us. 172 for 5, Louis. To bowl to
There you go.
Odin Smith,
Brought him
who
in.
chips a ball to Casey Carty. Chips it. Never got to the pitch of the ball and just chipped it up. Catch in practice and said, you can take that catch.
Yes, too easy there for Khati at short mid-wicket. But as Vernon Springer rightly said, Jeremiah Louis bowling full, in-swinging Yorkers, or full-length deliveries. You needed the short mid-wicket to be inside the circle. Hamilton made the change, and Smith has gone. Pretty ordinary knock by Smith. He looked to belt the cover of everything from ball one and didn't really get anywhere. He departs for just the 1 run of the 3 deliveries he faced. Jamaica lose their 6th. So a couple of unnecessary wickets towards the end. Brandon King staring 100 down the barrel. 87 of 95 balls, included 8 fours and 3 sixes in that innings. Set the platform there for Jamaica Scorpions, a 100-run opening stand with Chadwick Walton. And now Powell is just asking for somebody to stay with him so he can now finish the match off. Just 7 runs required.
All right. So King 87, Walton 41, Alwyn Williams 1, Andrew McCarthy 5, Robin Powell is not out on 20, Pete Salmon 3, Odin Smith 1, Dennis Bullock comes out, Jeremiah Louis bowling his first over of the day's play in over number 36, takes a wicket. 172 for 6. I would love to see Louis bowling this Kookaburra ball maybe a lot more earlier, especially from the CIU end here, but he's on the back end here now. He's going to bowl to Bulai, now to bowl to Bulai. Bulai looks very organized, comes across fashionably and just plays it onto the offside. I don't think right now that Jamal Hamilton has anything to lose, so I'll be attacking Bulai and making Rovman Powell think about something. I don't need the fine leg. And in fact, I don't think I need the mid-wicket, and I don't need the long on. So I'd bring everybody in the circle for Bulai right now, and if he wants to go, let him go.
Most definitely. He's brought the offside field in, but...
down the onside, and Louis knows that, giving away a wide delivery. And so now Hamilton needs to be thinking to bring James up into the circle, in the mid-off. Bring the fine leg up. You don't have anything to lose. And bring Kareem Agor into into the circle area. And it's just a pressure situation. It's just a mindset of, bully.
You give them something to think about. Yeah. And you never know. He chips up a catch. All of a sudden, there's 7 down.
Kenny's coming nicely forward. Louis got that sort of control, so you can give him that support. Come on, Jamal Hamilton. Who's the vice captain today? Somebody's got to be saying to him, you got to bring that person up. You don't need that fine leg. Right now. And in fact, I might have played a little cat and mouse game here. I would have brought James up into the circle. I would have maybe left Kareem go out into the mid-wicket area, but I'd bring him in 3/4 of the way and bring the fine leg up and give him something to think about if he wants to go over the top. 173 for 6. Louis goes past the umpire, Reefer. About him down the onside, another wide there, and almost gone through Hamilton. Hit him on, I think, on the inside of the tie right there. And Louis just falling away there, just trying a little bit too hard, Louis. And fell away there in delivering that. In the meantime, the score goes up to 174 for 6. 16 extras, 10 wides, 5 leg byes, 1 no ball. As compared to the Jamaicans, they were very ill-disciplined.
They were, especially with their wides.
They were. And it's not like the breeze was blowing strong today.
No, it's been very slight wind all day.
Here goes Louis.
It's like Hamilton's hurt his leg again, or he's got a bit of cramp.
I think when the ball just a while ago bounced, it's going to hit him on the inner part there. And that is pretty painful if it hits you into that inner part of your knee. There, he's still thinking about it, but he's a tough cookie. Jamal Hamilton, the Leeward Islands captain, Louis, bounds away to bowl to Bully. And Bully he's hit there again.
I think he gloved that one.
He gloved that one. Otherwise, we're going to have to get the ambulance out for him. 174 for 6.
Yes, 5 to go.
Leewards might be saying, if we maybe just had 20 more runs, we might have been into the game here. But you never know. It's not over yet. Louis could maybe pick up a wicket here. And we could have a little song and dance. We might need Tanti Merle here.
He's sending the mid-off back to the long-off boundary. Stop Louis there in his tracks. He's about 3/4 of the way to the boundary, as opposed to being in the 30-yard circle. But just 5 to win now for the Scorpions. Rather long over this by Louis.
Kenny's coming quietly forward and trying to steer this onto the offside. So the over finally comes to an end. Louis has bowled an over in this game. And his one over so far cost him 3 runs, picked up a wicket. Jamaica 174 for 6, 36 overs bowled. And at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Barbados, at the end of, 44.4 overs, they are 206 for 4. So the West Indies Academy have come back nicely.
They have indeed, because they got away to a rollicking start. So 206 for 4 is not too bad.
So Kyle Bishop 69, Zachary McCaskey 54, Shea Hope is not out on 50, Nicholas Curtin 14, Colin Bowen Tuckett is playing his first game today, and he took a catch off James.
Excellent.
So discussion taking place. What is happening here now? Who we've gone for? Kofi James? Looks that way?
Looks that way, yeah.
So what does that mean? What does that happen to Archibald? Good. So Seth has just reminded me that Archibald is finished. So Archibald, Gore, Durham. Hayden Watch didn't bowl well. Not for 46. So you can't go back there. So you have to complete James. It is interesting here. But who's in strike? Is it Bull? No, the captain. So he'll be
Captain
thinking,
Powell.
yeah, he'll be thinking that he wants to maybe
Finish it in 1 hit.
Yeah, he's the West Indies white ball vice captain. I saw him make a blinder 100, Terry, at Connery in the Super 50. I think it might have been 2019.
2019.
Oh my gosh, man! Trust me, he hit the ball to all parts of the outfield. The only thing he didn't do is that he didn't hit them up by the Robert Llewellyn Bratcher International Airport.
Lucky.
Oh, we just bowled him bad that day, and he teed off. Rodman Powell. He's a dangerous player when he gets going. Kofi James will be looking to come up with a cannonball that can dismiss Rodman Powell. He's 20 off 18, 44 minutes at the crease with 2 maximums. He's back and just working this down the long run. Single is just too easy. And I found that Hamilton has not been able to get the positioning right in terms of that mid-wicket feeler.
Yeah.
Durham needs to come to his left and force Powell to get in there.
Yeah,
Put some more pressure.
Unfortunately, from Hurricanes' point of view, Hamilton has been rather ordinary with his field placings today.
175 for 6. Who comes in to strike now? Bulai? In fact, I would have a slip for him.
Well, you'd have a slip for everyone with only 200 on the board, and then that reduced again.
James is into his final over. Bulai is coming across and just working this. Daniel Durham, big eye. There goes. Look at
But with his name, Bulai, and some people say Bully, you'd have to say Bulai, wouldn't you? Because otherwise, you know, picking on the guy.
No. You caught me with that one. It'd be bullying. Because in school, as you know, Denmore being
Bully.
a master, you'd have to deal with a lot of those young bullies.
Yes, you can't do that these days.
176 for 6. Well, we have cyberbullying.
Yeah.
So you got to understand everything that is happening. So Rodman Powell is just ringing up his arms and saying, listen, I'm going to finish this game. Yeah. 3 runs, let me finish it in style. Kofi James has other ideas. No, Rodman Powell is not making any mistake at all. He knows the importance of this victory over the Leeward Islands because he knows that the Leeward Islands will play Barbados.
Here we go.
Here we go. CG United maximum.
Good night, nurse.
It's out of here. Jamaica winning by 4 wickets. Powell decides that he's had enough. He's not out 27. And game, set, match. Discussion. Jamaica move closer to the semi-final. And the academy team, they could press Barbados team with the game that is taking place right now at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yes, very interesting what will take place tonight up at the stadium, but a very good and comprehensive victory there for Jamaica Scorpions. They were certainly more switched on today and into the match, knew exactly what they required to move on to the semi-finals stage, and they've all but done that now against, you'd have to say, a rather lackluster Leeward Islands Hurricanes team, unfortunately, today. But, of course, they're top of the table. That was just their first defeat in the CG United Super 50 Cup 2022. So, Robin Powell hitting the winning runs, and he'd be very happy with his team's performance, I think. And as I say, they just seem to be improving just inch by inch, hanging in there. Now, all but secured a semi-finals place, so it should be very interesting to see, as you say, Vernon, what happens with West Indies Academy and Barbados tonight, and then it could come down to the match on Sunday between the Hurricanes and Barbados. But
So,
well played to Jamaica Scorpions.
So Barbados are 208 for 5, 208 for 5 in 44 overs. And what we'll do is that we'll give you a comprehensive update in terms Jamaica winning by 4 wickets with 19 balls remaining under the new revised Duckworth-Lewis method. And we can just give you an analysis in terms of the Leeward Islands. So when the Jama Hamilton call right this morning, the Leeward Islands in their success at the crease, they were bowled over for 207 or 48.5 overs, some 22 extras by the Jamaican bowling attack. Just to give you a quick scorecard. Kyron Powell was caught bullseye, bowled Cotterwell for 9. Ross Powell was caught royal, bowled Salmon for 13. Casey Carty caught royal, bowled Cotterwell without scoring. Terence Ward was caught king, bowled bulleye for 32. Jama Hamilton, the Leeward Islands captain, was caught royal, bowled bulleye for 54. Kofi James was run out for 7. Kareem Agor was caught and bowled bulleye for 9. Hayden Watch was bowled Salmon for 17. Jeremiah Louis was caught Cotterwell, bowled Gordon for 31, and Colin Archibald not out 30. Daniel Durham, first delivery face, he was bowled without scoring. The highest partnership was Jama Hamilton and Terence Ward. They put on 100, and the other partnerships of the day was Walsh and Jeremiah Louis, 39, 21 with Ross Powell and Kyron Powell, and 20 with Jeremiah Louis and Colin Archibald. The bowling figures for the Jamaica bowling lineup: Sheldon Cotterwell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, 2 wickets. Javon Royal, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 35 runs, no wickets. Pete Salmon, who bowled beautifully, got the ball to rip, 9 overs, 32 runs, 2 wickets. Nicholas Gordon, 6.5 overs, no maidens, 38 runs, 2 wickets. Odin Smith, 7 overs, no maidens, 41 runs, no wicket. Dennis Bulleye continues to be in the wicket column, 10 overs, no maidens, 46 runs, 3 wickets. And Rovman Powell, he bowled 1 over, solitary for 7 runs. Now, when the Jamaica started their attack, I think that Brandon King would be very disappointed that he really didn't get 100 here. And so we saw in reply, Jamaica winning in the end. Brandon King caught Louis, bowled Archibald for 87, faced 95 balls, hit 7 fours and 3 CG United maximums. Chadwick Walton, LBW to James for 41, 62 balls faced, 3 fours and 2 maximums. Alvin Williams, he was caught Ross Powell, bowled Durham for 1. Andrew McCarthy was caught Terence Ward, bowled Durham for 5. Rovman Powell was not out 27 with 3 CG United maximums. Pete Salmon, bowled Archibald for 3. Odin Smith, he was caught Carty, bowled Louis for 1. And then as Bulleye was left not out on 1. Nicholas Gordon, Sheldon Cotterwell, and Javar Royal didn't bat. So the highest opening partnership was 102 with Chadwick Walton and Brandon King. And the next best would have been Brandon King and Rovman Powell with 32. Bowling figures for the Leeward Islands: Kareem Agor, 8 overs, no maidens, 31 runs, no wickets. Colin Archibald, 8 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, 2 wickets. Hayden Walsh Jr. was expensive today. 4 overs, no maidens, 46 runs, no wickets. Daniel Durham, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 16 runs, 2 wickets. Let me repeat. Daniel Durham playing his first game for the Leeward Islands in this competition this year. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 16 runs, 2 wickets. Kofi James continued his good bowling form, even though he was expensive by numbers. 7.5 overs, no maidens, 51 runs, 1 wicket, and Jeremiah Louis bowling the lone over. 1 over, no maiden, 3 runs, 1 wicket. It's all to play for on Sunday. The Leeward Islands will be taking on Barbados. It means a return of Raheem Cornwall. They have to start getting their batting combination right. And the option will be, will Kareem go play? Will Daniel Durham and Raheem Cornwall also playing the same thing? You tell me, Terry.
Well, and speaking of Kareem Mago, if he does play, where do they bat him? Because I think he's batting far too low at the moment. But as you say, it could be all to play for, especially for Barbados, depending on what happens up at the stadium tonight against the academy team. But as far as the Leeward Islands are concerned, a couple of things, you know, that they just need to concentrate on, as you say, getting the batting order right, making sure that their senior players are in the right frame of mind, the right form going into the semi-finals. And on the flip side of that, Jamaica Scorpions, they'd be very happy with the win today. First and foremost in their mind would have been to get the victory, to try and shore up that semi-finals berth. And to me, as I say, they just seem to me like they're just starting to come into their own. So, you know, a bit of a dark horse in the competition, and Barbados may rue the fact that they didn't put them out of the competition when they had the chance early in the week when they played. So, interesting games coming up, but congratulations and well played to Jamaica Scorpions today.
So, folks, on behalf of the entire team, Denmore Roberts, Seth Burton, Nigel was our scorer, and also our television crew here put together some nice work. Derek Marland, Kerry, also my to Mr. Charles. Yes, how come I am forgetting Mr. Charles? All of the guys here who've been working, the lone cameraman down at the CIUN there. Really, really indeed a pleasure working here today. We get ready and we head up to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium to maybe just find out what's going to be happening there with that game. But to tell you that Brandon King has been named the player of the match. And in fact, they're just trying to get his attention so he can come out and receive his award. It's over, all over here. The Jamaica Scorpions winning under the Duckworth-Lewis method by 4 wickets over the Leeward Islands Hurricane. On behalf of the entire crew, I say thanks very much for joining us here, wherever you were listening to us, all around the Caribbean, all around the world. Continue to support West Indies cricket.